Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 901. It's a little lighter. Cheng Chumo and the others got up early, then rode one by one and hurried to Chainan City. Among them, Hao Jun and the others are the most daunting. I only know that the dean will call again. But as for what to tell them to do, even if you ask Cheng Chumo and the others, they don't know anything except to get a blind eye. Simply, I didn't even ask a few people. With the horses, hurriedly entered Chainan City. Jiang Feng's little tavern. It is the first time for a few people to come, but they have long been fascinated by everyone. But it's really in the future. At this time, standing at the entrance of Tongyue Street Market, looking at the weird-shaped backboard, several people couldn't help but froze. But this time they represent Chainan University and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning to participate in the autumn hunting thing. They didn't even prepare a snack. The few people just took a look, and then they hurriedly followed Cheng Chumo to the door of Lai restaurant. When they stepped a horse, Cheng Chumo's loud voice began to roar. This makes it difficult for everyone to know that this is Jiang Feng's little tavern. After roaring for a moment, Jiang Feng opened the door in a daze. After seeing a few people, he yawned and pointed to tavern and said, "Here is here. Don't be idle. Boil the water, I want to Washington." Several people froze. Cheng Chumo glared. "What do you do with the pestle? Are you still waiting for Feng Tsai to make you ready-made?" "I'm talking about you." Jiang Feng opened the curtain, and when he was about to enter the bedroom, he pointed to Cheng Chumo, and then entered the bedroom. Cheng Chumo stared at several people indifferently. "How dare you say anything? Hands and feet, pick water, clean and clean." After an hour, Jiang Feng just appeared in the renewed little tavern. Looking at the stiff people who stood there, said, "I'll do it myself for breakfast this morning. As for today's training, you all brighten your eyes. One more thing to remember, basketball is shot with hands. If anyone dares to kick with a foot, I will break his leg today and get out of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Especially your Chen Sheniu. Give me a little bit of that guy's vigor, don't let me catch it." Cheng Chumo heard this, his face instantly full of sadness. "Feng Tsai, what do you do with this thing?" 1 inch. What happened at the entrance of Street Market yesterday, when it was still dark, on the mountain all spread? No one knows what to do about that magical thing. Who dares to get something that is 7-8 jang high in one shot? Jiang Feng thought for a while. This is really a problem. I couldn't help but say, "Eat first. Wait until I hand you over one day." By the way, go to Yanlai building and call Chong Tsai. If he can't get up today, don't come. Jiang Feng wanted to direct everyone to cook, but when they saw everyone, who would dare to let them do it? At this moment, a voice rang out from the memorial archway gate that made Jiang Feng wake up in an instant. "You noble sons haven't eaten yet." Your servant learned that noble son Jiang has important things to do with you noble sons today, so I prepared some food, and I hope that noble sons can laugh at it. Yachiya is here. I also brought 3 little maids and 3 servants from Yuki's family today. At this time, everyone was carrying a huge food box in their hands. But when I looked towards Cheng Chumo, my face panicked unconsciously. When Jiang Feng saw this, he wanted to say something, but when he saw that the expressions all looked towards Yuya at the door were in a sluggish state, what could he say? Just got up and clasped her fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble, girl." Yachiya is very witty, put down the food box and left. It seems that she has long been. I know that Jiang Feng doesn't want to cook. I also know that Jiang Feng is very busy today. She is like a virtuous wife. After she finishes her job, she leaves. Jiang Feng was taken aback. In the end, Jiang Feng just shook the head and said, "Let's eat. After eating, we will start." The food in the food box is very rich, basically Jiang Feng's familiar things. These things are all passed from him. Does he know? The food is very rich, and Jiang Feng basically knew it. I took a closer look at the food box and found out that good guys, these are all sold in their own store. On the handle of the bamboo basket of the food box, Haoran says Chainan Restaurant, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning No. 37 branch. Where did Jiang Feng not know? After eating very depressed, Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, go. At this time, the basketball court on Tong Street was already full of people watching the excitement. Everyone knows that last night what happened, but no matter how they were all ordinary people, whoever dared to go out in the middle of the night, at most, was lying in the crack of the door to see, that's all. Only this morning, everyone can come out to take a look. This optimistic guy, everyone wants to see what Zhang Feng is going to make today. It's coming. Look, it's coming. At this time, at the door of Tong Street, there was a sudden excitement shout. In an instant, everyone turned and looked towards behind him. I saw a group of noble sons dressed in sky blue and embroidered with the 4 million names of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning embroidered on their chests, walking over in strides. In an instant, the women onlookers among the people burst into exclamations like nymphomaniacs. By the way, my God! This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 902. Not only the women onlookers, but even the women and the stubble-faced men, when they saw Zhang Feng and the others, they couldn't help being demented. Zhang Feng looked steadily forward, pat the basketball, look steadily forward and walk forward. At this time, Zhang Feng is looking at how to train these individuals quickly. The Chengchuma behind him are just a few people. How long did they make people show such an expression? More often the people are afraid when they see them. At this time, I couldn't help but learn the appearance of Zhang Feng. It was straight, as if on the battlefield. The complexion grave and stern look steadily forward closely followed Zhang Feng. As for Ma Zhao's coming to Jian and the others, it's a bit bad. After all, I haven't seen a big scene. At this time, when I encountered this situation, I couldn't help being a little confused. Although several people have some disorder, they made the women onlookers exclaim again and again. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but grinned and stared at the fat woman who screamed loudest. In an instant, the woman stopped smiling. It's like nothing happened. I looked around and cheered again amidst the laughter of the women beside me. The angry Cheng Chumo fiercely glared at everyone behind him. This little scene is so scared. What else do you guys have? It's fucking good for me. While speaking, Bloom Moore and the others are in the people took the initiative to open a road and came to the basketball court. Anu Weili also took a large group of bailiff early and waited here. It seemed that Zhang Feng was coming here a long time ago. A large table was placed on the side of the basketball court. The table was full of altars, pots, and even various meat, dishes and wines purchased from the chain and restaurant. They were all filled with dangdang. When Zhang Feng arrived, Nu Weili greeted him immediately. Brother, you are here. Zhang Feng slightly frowned. Mr. Nu, you are. Nu Weili took Zhang Feng to sit at the table and said, yesterday I heard that you are going to prepare for the autumn hunting here today. I have nothing to do with all the old elder brothers, so I have prepared some drinks so that brothers are tired. Drink it after you have finished. Zhang Feng clasped his fists silently. Thank you, Sir Nu. Then, but Sir Nu, I will really look for you later. If you have a little bit of work, go ahead, and I will naturally find someone to find you afterwards. Nu Weili hearing this, so excited that he almost knelt down to Zhang Feng, waved his hand again and again. I'm not busy, I'm not busy, I have nothing to do today, so I simply took a leave of absence. By the way, I saw this magical thing from brother. Ha ha ha, that's a good feeling, Sir Nu. Since it's easy, brother will go busy first. Zhang Feng didn't leave, so he walked into the basketball court with his fists. And Li Chengqian and the others are still standing upright on the basketball court as if they were watched a monkey show. See Zhang Feng, this is sighed in relief. As soon as Zhang Feng entered the arena, Nu Weili's voice immediately became sharp. Quiet, quiet. Do shut up. His mother, who dares to influence noble son Zhang? It is against my chain and government office. No one will have good fruit in the future. With 3 roars, all the onlookers quieted down slowly. Nu Weili's threat, they are naturally not afraid. The key is not to disturb Zhang Feng, otherwise they will wait for their own people to go to the academy in the future, or if this matter is spread, then they will not give people scolded to death. They killed Zhang Feng, so 3 years later, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning was taken away from the imperial examination. Each year there are quotas for imperial examinations, and autumn hunting. If every year autumn hunting falls behind, 1 year lags behind, minus 10 people, 3 years. For 3 consecutive years, as long as your damn face is thick enough and feels not embarrassing enough, you should give it a try. So every academy regards Chunzu and Kazu as the biggest thing of the academy, even if it is a little wife giving birth to a son. It is not that important. Academy's up and down honors are all here. At this time, among the crowd, people from Imperial College of Supreme Learning squatted on one side and looked on. They don't know what this boastful thing is, but seeing that posture at this time, it really has several points of appearance. I couldn't help but some people from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning couldn't help being slightly frowned. And when they frowned and discussed, Zhang Feng in the field moved. Zhang Feng patted the basketball while saying, "Today, I will only demonstrate 3 times. After that, each of you must contact me to dribble the ball," and so on. Cowhide will bring 4 basketball. When the time comes, you 2 teams, 1 team has 2 balls, and you practice dribbling at the same time. For 3 days, I only give you 3 days. If it is 3 days, if you still can't dribble the ball well, get out of your mother. If Zhang Feng is half threatening, it is still very useful. After all, for a miserable wretch like Cheng Chumo, this method it really works. At this time, Li Chengqian asked, "Feng Tsai, this thing is just a shot?" Everyone and even the people onlookers were suspicious at this time. Facial expression, "This gadget can strengthen the body. Can you live longer?" "Yes." Zhang Feng hearing this said, I only demonstrated 3 times. Now I can see it clearly. For the first time, I only show the whole basketball movement and process once. As for how much you can learn later, it depends on your own good fortune." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 903. Zhang Feng has little hope for whether these people can be completely familiar with this thing and use this thing. After all, basketball is not something that you can learn overnight. Even Zhang Feng, from elementary school, Dao High School, and then to university, he has spent more than 10 years in his spare time. Even excluding the time to play ball during love time, this makes his basketball barely able to compete with the old man. As for the people watching the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, Zhang Feng simply ignored them. The reason why Nu Weili insisted on staying just now, Zhang Feng knew why. Undoubtedly he was afraid that people from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning would make trouble, so he stayed in town. But is Zhang Feng afraid? Who was he afraid of? At this time, he still wanted those people to make trouble. When the time comes, he handed it up with a piece of paper. This time the basketball doesn't need to be so strenuous. On the court, Zhang Feng looked down at the basketball in his hand, then looked at the court again, and then slightly frowned. "Master Nu, did you bring ink?" "Brother, what do you want that thing to do?" Nu Weili asked hurriedly. The people onlookers stared even more. Zhang Feng pointed to the stadium. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he gave up. "Thank you, Lord Nu, help me find it. Later, you will naturally know. Come on, take care of me." Nu Weili was also unambiguous. With a wave of his hand, someone came to Zhang Feng with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. But Zhang Feng glanced at the inkstone and said, "I'm talking about a big bucket of ink." You wait a moment, I will go personally." Nu Weili was shocked for a moment, felt his beard for a moment, and then left in a hurry. Zhang Feng couldn't, so he had to use a brush to draw the center line and 3-point line on the blue stone bricks first, and after explaining the rules of these things in detail, he said, "Everyone, look carefully." After that, Zhang Feng stood under a backboard. The basketball hit the ground lightly, and ran away quickly, as a pass, and then dribbled, in the gap between Cheng Chumo and several people. Shuttle back and forth. The movements are extremely elegant. This could not help but made the people onlookers exclaimed. In the crowd, a middle-aged person with a medicinal smell all over his body, watched Jiang Feng's movements, half squinted his eyes and found his brother for a long time before he quickly took it out of his arms. Basic ancient books, hurriedly flipped through them. Then I could not help cry out in surprise. I know 1 inch. Ha ha ha, I finally know the mystery of noble son Jiang, this basketball. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help being surprised, and hurriedly looked towards the doctor. After seeing that he was just a walking doctor, he couldn't help but roll the eyes and continued to watch Jiang Feng's handsome action. When the doctor saw this, he couldn't help but look impatient. You can hold up a book of medical skills, you take a look. This medical book once said that this thing is to promote blood circulation. Promote blood circulation, relax muscles and learn. You are watching, look at what this is. This is the Wu Qinzai, written by divine Dr. Huachuo. You all know the Wu Qinzai. This is a 1,000 strange ancient book. Until now everyone is slowly attracted by the doctor. Heart, do you say that noble son Jiang's basketball is higher or lower than the 5e animal play? The ancients don't care what good or bad, I just want to know which one is better. After all, Wu Qinzai, and only those who can afford a book, and those who are aristocratic family great clan, have a leisurely mood to play. For these old farmers, who have been dealing with dealers all day, where do they have time to play this? If it hadn't been for Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang, it would not only allow everyone to play, but also give money and promise. Everyone would not bother to play. However, after seeing Jiang Feng's elegant movements at this time, everyone's thoughts were different. If it's my son, or if I also go to play, how about a girl who is fascinated by death? But at this time, I heard someone talk about the god of medicine Huachuo. I couldn't help but everyone was a little interested. The basketball played by Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang, isn't it just for everyone to live a long life? Question mark. Seeing that someone finally responded, the doc excitedly raised the Wu Qinzai in his hands and said, "Look, this is Wu Qinzai, but now it is compared with the one shown by noble son Jiang. Noble son Jiang, I think this one in this is even more seconds. Do you look at each of his movements? Do they look like they are practicing martial arts? Hands, eyes, nose, feet, waistboard, where haven't been touched yet. This has already achieved the effect of invigorating blood in medicine. But this is not the most amazing. The most amazing thing is that Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang, can actually make people feel good, feel free to move and add some wisdom. In this way, compared with his basketball, this Wu Qinzai is simply ... The student surpasses the master. He didn't dare to say shit. After all, Huachuo is the ancestral master of all healers. If he dares to say, he won't want to practice medicine until tomorrow, do you also deserve deceiving masters, extinguishing ancestors? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 904. In the field, at least half of Chainan were onlookers. After all, basketball is said to be a god. Who doesn't want to see the true and false in person? At this time, the doctor's words are like wings, flying fast among the people. The spread, even in the imperial palace at this time. In the imperial study room, Li Shimin is reviewing memorials, government affairs. At this time, Empress Zhangsun and Li Tai slowly walked into the imperial study room, waiting for Li Shimin to come back to his senses. Zhangsun Wagu and Li Tai paid respect. After that, Empress Zhangsun put a bowl of nutritious porridge mixed with bone-strengthening powder in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin joyfully said, "It's rare that Guanyin remembers me." What did the second brother say? "This is far from Jiang Feng, noble son Jiang." That's it. Li Shimin, hearing this, haha, smiled. While drinking the porridge, he patted it softly, let Empress Zhangsun and Li Tai sit on the dragon throne, then said, "Speaking of which, this youngster wants to teach Kina to learn basketball in Chainan City today. I don't know how it's done. I really want to take you to see it." Father Emperor, Child Winnan Subject and Mother Empress first came. In the imperial palace, those court ladies, court eunuch, were rumored to be what the imperial brother learned, even better than the Wu Qinzai written by Sheng Hua. 7 or 8-year-old Li Tai sat crisply between Li Shimin and Zhang Sunwagu and said, then after a while, he said, but, child and subject have been taught before, and I have also seen Father Emperor play Wu Qinzai. This is actually a gift from heaven. So the child and subject thought it was the world's mischief. Li Shimin hearing this and Zhang Sunwagu hearing this, couldn't help laughing. Kink, who did you listen to? People from the Ministry of Works said it. Hearing this, Zhang Sunwagu he smiled and touched Li Tai's head and said, Kink, if it's all rumors, do you think your father emperor will let you imperial brother go to study? Li Tai heard it, wrinkled the little brow, pursed his mouth and said, then Kink will learn too. If you learn it, it will only be shown to father emperor mother empress. Well, wait for you to grow up a little bit, I will let you go. Li Shimin fondly touched Li Tai's head, and then motioned to little Gizzy to take Li Tai out to play Guanyin, or else, let me go out and have a look. Li Shimin can't sit still now. What happened in the morning? How long is it now? And it's only noon. It has been passed to the palace. Is it worth it? This is more than anything, even faster than the news of the retired emperor's birthday. Of course, Li Shimin knows about the bone-strengthening powder. As for this basketball, can it be as rumored? Li Shimin really looks forward to it. Zhang Feng never engages in such false things. However, even so, Li Shimin still couldn't sit still. He wanted to see it in person, and what he saw with his own eyes was true. It's like Huangzon went up the mountain last time. All around him are stubborn stuff like Cheng Chumo. If things go on like this, just as Zhang Feng himself said, the one who is close to Mo is black and who is close to Zhu is red. Zhang Sunwagu is a bit hesitant. Although she has long wanted to go out for a walk, she needs her to take care of the harem of Novosibirsk University. Where can I want to walk? Just when Zhang Sunwagu was hesitant, Li Shimin couldn't see her thoughts. Smiled and put her arms around her shoulders and said, come here. Prepare the sedan chair and leave the palace. With Li Shimin's going out of the palace, Yuki's house, new family, etc. can sit still. Even those who are a little familiar with Zhang Feng, all go to Tongyue Street one after another. At this time, Zhang Feng has not known how many times he has played. When the basketball rotated 3 times on the hoop and finally fell into the hoop, Zhang Feng sat down on the basketball and gasped in disregard of the image. How? I remember it. Right at the beginning, I said that I would only show it once. But when the fight really started, Zhang Feng recalled all kinds of past lives in an instant, and this memory couldn't stop. 3 points hurdles, smashing the board, rubbing the edges, playing over and over again. The things in my memory become more and more clear. At this time, looking around all around, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Cheng Chumo's legs are already standing. A whole hour, Zhang Feng played a whole hour, let alone Cheng Chumo. Even Li Chengqian and all the onlookers present were greedy to death. See Zhang Feng talking. Several people crowded up in a hurry. Feng Tsai, don't worry, this thing is too simple, we will see it a long time ago. Who made you pester and chirp for an hour? You, it's long time for the brothers to come up. Yes, you get up, don't sit on the ball, come and give it to me. A few people can't help but say Zhang Feng racked it up, then dragged it onto a stool and threw it to Nuweili. Then Cheng Chumo couldn't wait to hug the basketball and wade. Hey, this thing is not cute. While speaking, Cheng Chumo subconsciously kicked it out. Boom. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 905. A beautiful parabola of the basketball painting quickly flew to the onlookers. With the basketball flying out, the crowd could not help but burst into exclamations. Fuck. This youngster ... is too reckless. This ball is really something in the sky, no? It's going to go to heaven with a kick? Who fucking knows? But now it seems that this longevity effect has not gone away. Nuweili naturally knew what happened here yesterday. Seeing Cheng Chumo kicked out, he couldn't help turning pale with fright. Hurry up, come back for noble son Zhang. No one is allowed to touch the ball. At this time, Nuweili, a small county official, played his seductive responsibility, and after a few roars, basically everyone did not dare to move, looking at the basketball in a daze. After crossing a parabola, it hit a person's head. The person was so excited that he touched the place where it was hit, and bowed down. In this way, the set was messed up in an instant. Although everyone didn't touch it, they sent their heads up to let the ball hit. After a lot of effort, the basketball finally returned to Jiang Feng's hands. At this time, Jiang Feng's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Looking at Cheng Chumo with a smile on his face, he said, "I have a few rules now. If anyone dares to throw the ball indiscriminately, kick the ball indiscriminately, damage the basketball, no matter who it is, Jiang Feng will give him a basketball. You will also supervise me. Whoever dares to kick the ball or smash the ball and catch it and send it directly." Have you heard of such a good thing? What is this? This is a good thing that noble son Jiang has finally asked for from the sky. It is something that helps us live a good life. If any of you dare to mess around, the officer will give him a 30-seat plan first. Nu Weili was angry when seeing Jiang Feng, and hurriedly caught the topic. I couldn't help but say something. Isn't everything going to pass his hands? That's why he shouldn't be exhausted. Well, Feng Tsai, I didn't mean it. It's because this thing is exactly the same as Kyuju, so I can't help it. See you. Jiang Feng was angry, and Li Chengqian hurriedly explained what happened here yesterday to several people. At this point, Cheng Chumo finally knew that something was wrong, and hurried forward. When Jiang Feng saw this, he couldn't say anything. Waving his hand, "Your team, Li Qian is captain." "What, Mazu, you are Hao Qiujun and their captain?" "Of course. If anyone trains well and learns quickly, then this captain will be assigned to whom? This hunting, we will choose people from 2 captains." As Jiang Feng said, in an instant, Hao Qiujun and Mazu Li Chengqian and the others were fried. Although Li Chengqian, they don't care about a little captain, but what is this? This is phase 1. After Jiang Feng waved his hand, several people rushed to the court and went to the court according to the rules set by Jiang Feng. Slowly figured it out. Seeing that everything is like a child playing a ball, but finally stabilized, Jiang Feng is deeply sighed in relief. Jiang Feng really didn't think about formulating these rules and regulations. However, he really complied with the old saying that there are no rules and no rules. After what he and Nu Weili said, it really worked. This seems to be the servility of people in the bones of this era. If you let them go to play, maybe you will get some moths for you, but now it's fine. The rules are certain. Everyone is staring at the eyes and watching everyone in the field seriously. The appearance is well earned. Seeing this, Jiang Feng thought for a while, looking at Nu Weili who was sitting aside, and asked, "Master Nu." Seeing Jiang Feng's call, Nu Weili hurriedly agreed. Jiang Feng continued, "I have something you need to do for me right away." When Nu Weili sees this, said resolutely, "Is this basketball thing, right?" "You, don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will do it for you, and it's done." Jiang Feng, hearing this, took out a blank sheet of paper from his arms and said, "There are things I need on this. From now on, I have to trouble Master Nu to help pay attention to the businessman in Lingnan. As long as I see something written on the paper, it will be bought by me regardless of the price." Of course, this basketball thing is also popular with Master Nu. Heart, after all, this is the result of our brother. A big doll hat took along to withdraw, and Nu Weili's laughing mouth was about to split in half in an instant. He didn't dare to have any ideas about basketball. After all, this thing was made by Jiang Feng, and everyone knows it. But if you leave this to yourself, Nu Weili seems to feel the black hat on his head, and it is all rising at this time. Brother, what do you want me to say? This thing is just one sentence. Look at you. Jiang Feng faintly smiled, took a sip of beer and said, "Don't worry, the oil and water in this are enough. Mount Q wants to move to a rubber factory, and the raw materials of this thing are exactly the same as the raw materials of basketball. Similar, but the raw material of this thing is from Lingnan Road. I don't have much time to do this stuff now, so I still need the old elder brother to help me out in terms of raw material procurement. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 906. Jiang Feng left slowly after sitting for 2 hours again. Basketball is inherently simple, as long as you master the operation of basketball. Basically, as long as there are no accidents, let them train for 3 days. Basically this basketball is done. This autumn hunting is basically stable. It's just that one thing is still lacking, and Jiang Feng has to do it himself. That was when Nu Weili was commissioned to find rubber. Nu Weili really immediately sent someone to call the dentist from Street Market, and the dentist turned over today, and recently Chain and the Lingnan businessman really found something. That's why Jiang Feng waited more than 2 hours. After finally squeezing out Tong Yui Street, I felt a lot of quietness in my ears in an instant. Although there was still buzzing, Jiang Feng happily lit a cigarette at this time compared to just now, sitting at a glutinous rice stall in the East Market, slowly drinking glutinous rice. 3 bowls of glutinous rice balls. Jiang Feng saw the Lingnan businessman who was dressed in green and brown as the dentist said, and he was walking listlessly into the street market. After the merchant set up the stall, Jiang Feng pretended to copy his hands and paced forward slowly, taking the black rubber or material with his toe. Jiang Feng asked, "What is this?" Businessmen have been accustomed to it when they saw someone inquiring. The body leaning on the basket changed its position and lay on a piece of burlap, without raising his eyelids, and said, 100 writings, you choose if you want. Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel relieved. Somewhat surprised. He remembers the last 3 pieces of rubber, but he knows that it cost 30 renminbi. Why is it so expensive? Shopkeeper, can you tell me what this thing is? Why doesn't it look like jade stone? Why is it so expensive? Are you trying to frame me? At first it seemed that the businessman didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Feng, but when he saw Jiang Feng actually lifted his head, he could not help but roll his eyelids and said, "What do you know, baby? The last time someone came to Great Tang, he also sold 3 pieces of resin the size of his head here. I have earned 30 essays, and the resin I brought is all top-grade resin, much better than his." Indeed, this rubber, regardless of the integrity of the preservation, and the color is indeed different from the last time. Jiang Feng could not help but chat with shopkeeper again. Can't help but secretly praise the businessman before, who is really a damn talent. After that batch returned from Great Tang, he actually started to hype rubber, and this master, the biggest victim, bought all the rubber of the merchant, but waited for him to come to Great Tang was completely dumbfounded. Who the hell wants this thing? When he found out that he was cheated, it was too late. Now I don't even have to eat, let alone travel home. So when Jiang Feng asked, he was so careless, and he really didn't have a trace of strength. And this, Jiang Feng could not help but see a glimmer of hope. Turn around and go to the Chainan Hotel not far away, get a plate of stewed meat and a bowl of oil-spated noodles, and put it in front of the person. The man was surprised at first, and then looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. He saw that Jiang Feng was not malicious. Then he ate it hungrily, but when he ate, his nose burst into tears. Let Jiang Feng spit it out. After finally finishing the meal, Jiang Feng pointed to the Chainan Hotel and said, after closing the stall, "Let's talk about a big deal. How about Lingnan merchant?" Without even thinking about it, should I use the stall? Once wrapped in burlap, I followed Jiang Feng into the Chainan Hotel. Now he has only 1 person left, and 10 carts of resin that no one wants to give away. He doesn't believe that this young man will lie to him. The key is that he can be lied to. Originally, Chainan Tavern did not entertain people who were poorly dressed and smelled of body odor, but under Jiang Feng's badge, the attitude of everyone in this branch instantly came. A big change of 180 degrees. One by one bowed. Let the Lingnan businessman be flattered. The 2 sit down. Jiang Feng poured a cup of tea for the businessman, and then slowly said, "This thing, in your Lingnan, how much is the price?" "No one wants it. No one wants it." "Dingdo will get some back to burn when there is no firewood." After the Lingnan businessman finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Feng and said, "Does noble son like this thing?" he vaguely remembered. After Akamba went back, he said that a teenager bought the thing. The thing was originally used to block water seepage in the vehicle, but he didn't expect it. Just casually said a price. The silly youngster bought it. This is the purpose of preaching this way. After he returned to Lingnan, he also saw it. This thing is actually bought for a noble son who has never seen the world before as a baby. If you change it to someone else, who would want it? However, now he faintly felt that this youngster seemed to be that fool. He couldn't help but look forward to it. Zhang Feng is not a fool either. Where can I not know the nature of a businessman? Drinking tea lightly, he said, I have some interest, but what is the specific thing about this thing? I still have to look at the price, you said. If you have more over there, I naturally want it. Many, but you have to talk about the purpose of this gadget first, otherwise why should I buy it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 907. The Lingnan businessman hearing this frowned deeply. He doesn't know what Zhang Feng is thinking about, but looking at the bowl of rice just now, he still said, this little brother, if you look good, I will tell you, let's just talk about it. This thing actually doesn't have much effect. Except for the kind that can make a fire and is full of smelly smoke, it can stop the leaking. Refining this thing? Zhang Feng interrupted the businessman and asked. The businessman was taken aback, nodded and said, yes, that's good. Zhang Feng put down the tea bowl, elbows on the table and stared. The businessman asked, what's your name? I have a good job here, you first listen to it. If you agree, let's start today. How about? Businessmen do whatever they can, but at this time they are attracted by the good work Zhang Feng has been talking about. Subconsciously nodded. Zhang Feng said, I plan to purchase this resin at a price of 100 liters and 1 stone, but I have a condition, that is, it must be shaped like I need it. I will give it to Chainan. You provide a workshop, and as for your access to Chainan and Great Tang, as long as you did good, when the time comes, I may cooperate with you in an industry of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. How about? The businessman was shocked by hearing this, and hurriedly asked, dare to ask, little brother, are you? Zhang Feng. Hearing this, the businessman trembled all over. As long as it was a person who had been to Chainan, no one could have known the county lord, but Zhang Feng had to know him. Don't talk about being generous, but also kind. No wonder, after being in Chainan for so long, no one paid any attention. Now someone is so kind to invite him to dinner. It turned out that I met Zhang Feng. Furthermore, Zhang Feng's superb skills are used by all businessmen yearn for something even in dreams. At this time, did you let yourself run into it? The businessman knelt on the ground in a hurry. Kowtow said, the little man Sun Guhua has seen Dean Jiang. This kneeling, Zhang Feng did not refuse, but smiled. Bear it down. Rubber is a good thing. Not only is it a raw material for manufacturing basketball, but the future rubber factory will need this thing. Looking at Sun Guhua, Zhang Feng lightly saying, what are you doing? Get up and talk. See it. Sun Guhua just stood up timidly, arched and beaten to death and dared not sit down. I ask you, how much is this resin in Lingnan? Much. Basically in my hometown, covering the mountains and plains are all this stuff. Well, I don't care how you collect it, how much you collect, I only write 100 essays, and I still need the kind of specially refined raw materials that I want. Do you understand? Sun Guhua is not a fool either. The reason why I said 100 when before was basically nonsense. This thing, in Lingnan, you pay 3 wen and a catty, which is a sky-high price. Despite the previous speculation by that person, the price is still not high. After all, no one accepts this thing except Zhang Feng. Basically counted as no-cost trading. After finalizing some things, Sun Guhua went out happily and gave 10 carts of resin to Cowhide. After dealing with rubber, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sit in the restaurant and eat and drink slowly. The promotion of basketball is bound to require basketball. And now, there are only Li Qian in their hands. And how many can come out tonight? But this is still an utterly inadequate measure for the entire Chainan. He doesn't dare to think about Great Tang. After all places are promoted, what will happen? Like cigarettes, Even if it's daily, there are dozens of hundreds of people on Tongyue Street smoking cigarettes day and night. But this is still not as fast as the consumption rate. That thing, it's pretty good. These are all sorts of things. Now if you want to open a cigarette factory, you have to wait for the academy to open. The food factory located at the gate of the mountain is already enough to make people criticize it. Before the academy was opened, it was doing other things. If you don't talk about others, Yu Shinan and the others would bother him to death. After eating, Jiang Feng walked out of the Chainan Hotel dazedly, and as soon as he went out, he ran into someone full of emotions. Take a closer look. Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Oh, old Li, long time no see, why are you here? The people here are Li Shimin, who learned that Jiang Feng was drinking here. Empress Zhangsun regards himself fourth Prince Li Tai. Seeing Jiang Feng's recognition, Li Shimin dragged Jiang Feng into the Chainan Hotel, and then sat down in the private room on the second floor. Jiang Feng faintly clasped his fists and said, "Little brother Jiang Feng has met Madam Empress Zhangsun. Hasn't heard such a name for a long time," and nodded as a promise. "Are you Jiang Feng, elder brother?" At this moment, Li Tai, hiding behind Zhangsun Waga, stared at Jiang Feng curiously asked. Jiang Feng slightly smiled, squatting down and saying, "Yes, who are you?" "My name is Li Dan, and Li Qian is my big brother." He, noble son Jiang, talk to you. I took Dana out for a long time, but Dana was in a panic. While speaking, Jiang Feng got up and sent Empress Zhangsun out. Li Shimin laughed and scolded, "Good guy, you have a good thing now, so you don't have to tell me in advance." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 908. Jiang Feng, hearing this, I don't know how to answer. After a while, I said, "I thought you had an accident after you haven't come for so long." "How did the things on Longyu Road and Gush City have been dealt with?" See Jiang Feng's question. Li Shimin eyes flashed, tapping his fingers on the table a few times and said, "Where can things be handled so quickly? Those soldiers are all camped in Gush City, and the people who are busy now were alarmed, but instead it's even more messy. This time, I'm mainly asking about the musket you mentioned. I heard Kiana say that you found a coal mine." The last two words, Li Shimin used, asked a voice that only two people could hear. Although Jinwu guards had already surrounded this place when the two entered the hotel, "You should be careful." Li Shimin was still extra careful. After all, the Guanlong clans, and the people of 5 surnames 7 clans, are with no opportunity. Make him somewhat dreaded. Jiang Feng shrugged, said, "Did you let old Ox go?" "Still have to ask." "I went, but my heart is always 7, 8 times. You can tell me whether there are any. If there are, I will find someone to buy the land first, and then, wait." Jiang Feng hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin and said, "Feelings, what I found. Are you really unceremoniously taking it as yours?" Li Shimin couldn't help but be taken aback. "We are the brother, and mine is naturally yours." But when Li Shimin spoke out, he felt something was wrong and hurriedly said, "The land I bought is not worth your share, isn't it?" Jiang Feng, hearing this, then Li Shimin was spared. "It's pretty much the same. However, it is most likely that there is coal in a piling. But I guess it should be deep well coal. If it is mined, it should be a little difficult. After all, I am just speculating. For specific matters, I still have to wait for old Ox to return before I can decide." Since Li Shimin learned about the coal mine, he has been thinking about it. At this time, seeing Jiang Feng say this, he put his heart in his stomach. Chang'an City finally has his own coal mountain. As for whether it is good to dig, that is not what Li Shimin should think about. As long as there is, someone will naturally have a headache. But when it comes to this, Jiang Feng asked again, "Old Li, the sword you talked about last time, shouldn't it be taken back?" "How long has this been?" Li Shimin couldn't help but smile. "Still thinking about it?" "How many meanings does this mean?" "So, this is to renege on a debt, isn't it?" Jiang Feng is not happy anymore. "I said, you old Li, you promised me. I didn't see this thing. This firecracker, and this steel thing is difficult to handle." Li Shimin couldn't help but smile and scolded, You youngster, come on, get things done in a while. If you don't come back, you should know that once the previous dynasty's treasure is on the road, the risks associated with it are huge. Things have already moved from Kush City to Liang Province. However, for the time being, I don't dare to move. Province is the site of Li family in Longnan, so be careful. Hearing this, Jiang Feng can't help but frown. It's nothing, Longnan Li family, and this Wang family of Tai Yuan, there are already wrong intersections. He really didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. I couldn't help putting the whole bag in it. After a while, Jiang Feng rubbed his forehead and said, it seems only after this firecracker comes out can it be regarded as truly safe. 1 inch. Li Shimin shrugged, agreeing. By the way, what happened to basketball? I heard about it before entering Kanai Road. Jiang Feng hearing this surprisedly said, it's only a few days. Has everything about basketball spread outside the customs? Jiang Feng somewhat doubted the authenticity of the matter. Although it was something he was spreading to others, he did not expect this matter to be spread so quickly. It's almost impossible. Naturally, things are spreading so fast. This is just what Li Shimin said casually. See Jiang Feng to take it seriously. Li Shimin doesn't know what to say. On the contrary. Ha ha, well, who made you this thing from the 5 Animals opera? Jiang Feng didn't bother to argue with Li Shimin about the origin of basketball. After all, he couldn't say clearly. After chatting for a while, Li Shimin couldn't help asking, Feng Tsai, I heard about you from outside. What are you going to do now that you were driven by fiancé to kill Mount Q? It's about to spread, don't you know? Exclamation mark. Jiang Feng was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, which one has no asshole that can spread rumors so much? Li Shimin's face was stern. How do you talk? Whether this is the fact or not is not important. The important thing is that now the people are watching. You leave fiancé and soulmate on the mountain, instead you go down the mountain and hang out with this jade. Stop and stop. Jiang Feng can't listen anymore. What is this gangster? My damn, I haven't even pulled Anon's hands. Jiang Feng yelled and hit the sky, and Li Shimin laughed at him instead. If you don't know what you can do, if you do, you must think clearly. As a result of, Li Shimin while speaking, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, how about it? Think about it now. Your marriage can't be delayed anymore. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 909. Fame is worthless for Jiang Feng. As long as it is something that feels right, Jiang Feng will do it. He doesn't bother to care about it and what others will think. But now that Li Shimin says this, Jiang Feng is really a little surprised. He doesn't care. But White Deer Academy of Classical Learning can't care less. In the past few days, although these people are just asking when I asked, I didn't say anything specifically. But Jiang Feng also knows they are equivalent to making a decision on their own. However, Jiang Feng himself is a little confused at this time. Say Jiang Yuao, she is a good girl. What about Jing Xiu? Is also the woman of 10,000 li. But Jiang Feng couldn't help but said with a smile, old Li, this matter, I think I have to wait. For the time being, I really haven't thought about it. As for the reason for going down the mountain, I don't say that you should know everything, so. Li Shimin smiled helplessly, so, you still want to drag? No talk about the problem of procrastination. Forget it, stop this. I will make arrangements. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped, and then said, old Li, don't talk about it. This is it, let me tell you a business matter. Now that the rubber issue has been resolved, I plan to set up the rubber factory first, but you also know that my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning has not opened yet, so I plan to use rubber. Put the factory in the cowhide first, and after the academy's factory is built, how about relocating it? There is also the iron and steel plant, smelting steel. Now, as long as there is coal, it is basically not. I'm really worried about things, but I can't stop this thing once it's running. There's also the textile factory, which basically hasn't started work yet. Wait until the carpenter on the mountain finishes what the academy needs. So, You mean, you want to be a shopkeeper again? Li Shimin asked straight away. Zhang Feng hearing this laughed. Old Li understands me 1 inch. However, Zhang Feng sighed again. You have also seen that things about Kuxiu are imminent, and these things are left to others for I'm really worried. I can only trust you now, so you know. Zhang Feng said the truth. Once the autumn hunting is over, the Mid-Autumn Festival poems will be held, and the poem meeting will be the opening time. When the poems are over, there is almost nothing in the middle. If Zhang Feng puts all his experiences on these, Zhang Feng is not afraid of an accident, but if a setback comes out, it will be fatal to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. This incident is also the result of Zhang Feng's descent from the mountain, this time to seek calm. Bite off more than one can chew. At this time, Mount Q encountered such a situation. Paper making, smelting, everything is being done, but the important academy construction, as well as the problem of the students' professor, have stagnated. The students on the mountain a few days ago had some problems because they had nothing to do. Where does Zhang Feng know? What on earth is Li Shimin and Zhang Feng thinking? I thought about it, and finally shook my head slightly to say with a smile, you just need to get your hands on the job first. As for the rubber factory, why did you put it in the cowhide? Because, basketball? Li Shimin couldn't help but think of something, and asked back. Zhang Feng nodded. Li Shimin is not good at talking about anything. After all, at this time, even if Kuxiu's rules are not abolished by himself, he can only look at Zhang Feng's own abilities. And this basketball, he just saw it on the way to Little Tavern. The more I look at it, the more Li Shimin feels that it is something that little urchin plays. He doesn't know if it is because Zhang Feng taught it incorrectly or because the youngsters have not learned it yet. If Zhang Feng was going to take these guys to participate in Kuxiu, Li Shimin could not help but feel a headache. Feng Tsai, it's really not good. Let me find you a Kuju team, in. However, Zhang Feng interrupted him and said mysteriously, don't you believe me? Li Shimin bitterly laughed. It's not that you don't believe me, look at those guys. What are they doing? How can it be done? Seeing that Li Shimin is always asking about this matter, Zhang Feng also seems to have expected a little bit of youth. This time his topic with old Li is too heavy. It's a bit stuffy, and it is precisely because of this stuffy that Zhang Feng realizes that Li Shimin seems to have something on his mind. After all, with a family of young and old, isn't this just for relaxation? There is still such a distraction. Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin and Li Shimin became a little unnatural, and then said, old Li, you are the one who is the least likely to hide your concerns. Have you encountered something? It's okay if Zhang Feng didn't say anything, but Li Shimin couldn't help being shocked in an instant. He does have things on his mind, and he still has things on his mind. But for so long, no one has discovered it. How did this youngster discover it? Is there really something different about him? Can you figure out people's hearts? Li Shimin immediately laughed and said, before you ask, I really haven't found any problems, but if you ask like this, I really have something to ask you. Zhang Feng secretly thought it came true, and then said, what is the relationship between the two of us? Talk about it. Li Shimin hearing this, sat silently for a while, and then slowly asked, what do you think of the current imperial court? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 910. Zhang Feng also didn't expect Li Shimin to ask this question and was almost choked to death. Stared at Li Shimin and said, old Li, can we talk about something else? If this thing is heard by outsiders, it will lose your head. You are a business person. Even if the imperial court is coveted by someone, you wouldn't be arrogant about the government in this way, right? Isn't this dying faster? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng amusedly. Why, are you so scared? But let's not say anything else, just as talking about that's all. This is our own industry. What are we afraid of? Zhang Feng hearing this, when I think about it, that's right. This was when Li Shimin looked out the window worriedly. This is the second floor. Why do you think someone dares to climb up to eavesdrop? This aren't you afraid of being overheard? Zhang Feng shrugged and said resolutely, actually, I really want to talk about the Imperial Court, but old Li, you'd better just treat it as a joke. Don't pass it on. Li Shimin nodded. Let me talk about it first. After speaking, Li Shimin got up with his hands on his back, and recalled hard, when I came out of the cooperative, in fact, no matter it was Guanlong, as well as 5 surnames 7 clans or those of aristocratic family great clan, have converged a lot, especially in the interest of your bone-strengthening powder. His Imperial Majesty has not yet given these people another choice for this opportunity. Zhang Feng nodded, said, you heard these things from Lord Zhangsan? Hearing this, Li Shimin didn't answer, just each minding their own business, said, you're right, that's the case. But haven't you noticed that the people in Guanlong have been very low recently and haven't even stepped up to do things? When Li Shimin said that, Zhang Feng really remembered it. It stands to reason that this is definitely not the urine of Guanlong people. At this time, especially the white paper and stewed meat, according to their urine, there must be a controversy. But at this time, they didn't even have a word. This is not normal. Li Shimin said so. Zhang Feng realized that something was wrong in an instant, but Zhang Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. Isn't this the fucking business war described in later movies? Involved. Zhang Feng was also secretly surprised. After Chain and 8 Rivers, when His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor reshuffle the Imperial Court, this time, not only the people of Guanlong, but also the aristocratic family great clan, and the 5 surnames 7 clans, basically, the people are not making heads anymore. Until this Taoist immortal anointing thing. Are they planning a big move? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. Old Li, if you don't tell me, I really forgot this one. When Li Shimin saw this, he said, now you also realize something is wrong, right? Zhang Feng nodded. His face is solemn. Old Li, if you are from Guanlong, if you see an enemy, such as me, are you suspecting that I am from Guanlong? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked jokingly. Zhang Feng waved his hand again and again. This is just an analogy. I am making an analogy, don't you? Although Li Shimin doesn't understand barbecue as an analogy, it still nodded. Let Zhang Feng continue. If it is your enemy's property, at this time, that is, me, and now all of these developments, after you see it, will you be jealous? Yes, you youngster, what happened during this period of time will be jealous on anyone, such as Nu Weili and Yu. Seeing Li Shimin wanting to pull at Yu again, Zhang Feng said quickly, isn't that right? The problem now is, except for the last Taoist immortal anointing incident, these people basically didn't do much. This is abnormal. This is simply, it's not Guanlong's style. Don't you think? Li Shimin heard this, and his face was heavy. Although Mount Q is basically handled by the guard army and Yuchi Gong's barracks, if these people want to do things, there is no need to put all their minds on the mountain. But now look, these people didn't move at all. Li Shimin couldn't help but become more irritable. Feng Tsai, don't guess the dumb riddles with me, just tell me what you know. Zhang Feng seems like he didn't hear it, one hand playing with the beer bamboo tube, flipping it over and over again. After a while, Zhang Feng patted the table and said, Old Li, I thought about it. Li Shimin was surprised by Zhang Feng's sudden appearance. Hurriedly asked, what did you think of autumn hunting? Zhang Feng said simply and directly, look, generally speaking, the academy just opened this year according to the usual rules. Will you participate in the autumn hunting? Moreover, the news will be sent to me only 10 days before the autumn hunting. Li Shimin hearing this, brows tightly frowns, but after thinking about it for a long time, he didn't think about it. After all, he really didn't think about this aspect. He asked, you mean, this autumn hunting is the first time for you from the Imperial Court? Probing? Want to ruin your academy? No wonder Li Shimin feels something wrong all the time. Since Fang Xuanling came up with an errand reward and punishment table, his business is basically not what it used to be. That many, but this is not a good thing. But it makes Li Shimin feel that there seems to be something major event is about to happen. Now think so. Really, there is a major event about to happen. Even if these people know that I am operating these two places, they still want to start. What is this? This is premeditated. Guanlong 8 Clan, I want to see this time. What kind of waves can you make? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 911. Zhang Feng, the youngster is afraid of death, so in many cases, the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is the Crown Prince's business, and even the retired emperor became the honorary vice president. What is this? This is the Sun art to tell the world, if you want to do something, first look at the person behind this academy. And Chain and Dao is relatively weak. However, from the construction of the academy and everything that follows, Li Shimin is taking care of it. Anyone who has a bit of status in the imperial court should know this. In addition, Li Gang, the young teacher of Crown Prince, announced his resignation in court. Then Li Gang turned around and joined Chenan University, plus the last time Cheng Chumo and the others arrested people and threw them into Chenan University, and then the cabinet scholars met in person. In the end, there is nothing left. Many people know these things. But why does this new institution receive an invitation from this year's autumn hunting? Why did the information reach the academy only 10 days before the autumn hunting? The weirdest thing is, why people at Chenan University can't find a Kuji Yaxing if they want to find it. Before, Li Shimin thought it was a rush to get together, but now, Li Shimin's eyes burst into a killing intent that is difficult to conceal. When Zhang Feng saw this, he hurriedly said, "Don't be angry, now those people are waiting for us to get angry. Furthermore, this matter, but you can't solve it, brother, I'm a Viscount now, so naturally they don't dare to move anything, but if you are in a mess at this time, then you will probably become Guanlong's breakthrough point. Trouble will naturally come to you, so, before the autumn hunting, you can do your business obediently and honestly. As for other things, I have my own plans. 1 inch. If it is Li Shimin is really a businessman, then he really has nothing to do, but is he really a businessman? Feng Tsai, don't you know, Lord Zhangsan often talks to me about this matter these few days. His Imperial Majesty also thinks this matter is too weird, and now His Imperial Majesty thinks the people who cleaned up Guanlong, but found that these people are very well behaved and honest. So His Imperial Majesty felt abnormal. Zhang Feng hearing this said, "This is the purpose of your coming today, right?" Li Shimin nodded. Zhang Feng laughed instead. Look at the current Imperial Court, it's basically an iron bucket. Imperial Majesty, let's touch it. Li Shimin silently picked up the bamboo tube and touched Zhang Feng. Your youngster is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. If His Imperial Majesty is really facing Guanlong now in a confrontation, can you have several points of chance of winning? Now, His Imperial Majesty is already overwhelmed for this Turkic matter and India's matter. If Guanlong's people jump out now, then His Imperial Majesty said he could not really kill. When the time comes, my great Tang, wouldn't it really be messy? Your youngster is a good calculation, but the King of Food won't give it. His Imperial Majesty thinks of a good solution. You gotta have it. Zhang Feng quickly interrupted Li Shimin, rolled his eyes and said, "So, with you, I'm just a rice eater?" Li Shimin smiled without saying a word. Zhang Feng slapped the beer can on the table heavily. Do you think I really didn't think about this? Actually, since the last time I received Taoist immortal ointment I thought of this a long time ago. Zhang Feng approached Li Shimin and continued, there is a ghost in the Imperial Court, otherwise he can take this thing with Mount Q. Got someone under your hand? Businessmen who can go to Mount Q usually have Ministry of Works obituaries, or chain and government office. Without these two distinct things, your old Li people will let him go up the mountain? Among your people, there are also Guanlong people. Hearing this, Li Shimin complexion greatly changed. This thing is the last thing he wants to see, and now, Zhang Feng actually let Zhang Feng tell it. What does it mean? Could it be involved? Li Shimin pondered carefully. People who can go up the mountain. Now basically, I have entrusted the matters of Mount Q to Lord Zhangsan, Lord Zhangsan. Naturally, could it be that Lord Zhangsan's people had setbacks? Li Shimin couldn't sit still when he thought about it this way. Ministry of Appointments is really possible. After all, the Ministry of Appointments has had these aristocratic family great clan silver before. Although Li Shimin has lost some of it, there will always be some remnants. Thinking about it this way, Li Shimin realized that the imperial court's power still needs to be sorted out. I have had some discussions with Lord Zhangsan before on this matter, but these people are not going to make heads and troubles. Even His Imperial Majesty can't start 1 inch. You talk about this, what should I do? Now, Zhang Feng really stopped asking. I thought for a while, and then said, this thing is really difficult, but I ask you, is there any participation in this autumn hunting Ministry of Appointments? Li Shimin nodded. Yes, it is set by the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Rights, and then approved by His Imperial Majesty. This is considered effective. Could it be that do you mean to wait until after the autumn hunting? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 912. Li Shimin knows that people in Guanlong will definitely not give up. But there will be thoughts. Their purpose is actually Kushu. Moreover, it is what Li Shimin cares most about. What do you want to do? Imperial College of Supreme Learning is basically monopolized by those aristocratic family great clan, and has become a ladder for their promotion of the disciple. And this Chenan University and the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, let's not talk about it. The two academies' teaching concepts are different. They are just the word academy. Although they know that this is the property of His Imperial Majesty, they also know that this is the place where His Imperial Majesty prepares to cultivate their own people. They can tolerate this. Happened? Wrong. Li Shimin originally thought that Zhang Feng's novel teaching concept could deceive these people and wait for the imperial examination to become famous 3 years later, thus directly replacing the position of the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. That's why Li Shimin promoted the position of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Imperial Edict, to the same level as Imperial College of Supreme Learning. But now it seems these people want to completely break his Li Shimin's foundation. Although Zhang Feng has been emphasizing at this time, waiting for Kushu, Li Shimin can't wait. At this time, one after another cold rays of light burst into his eyes, if not drooping. Zhang Feng, who was sitting next to him with his eyes blocked, had already noticed it. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who looked indifferent, and couldn't help but asked slightly in surprise, do you have any preparations for your youngster? If you are prepared, of course not. Zhang Feng laughed. Li Shimin hearing this stunned. Then Zhang Feng could not help but ha said with a smile, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. You what's the hurry? Even if the sky falls, His Imperial Majesty will naturally go up. Don't panic. As for what you said, I naturally remember it. I have a plan here. Do you want to listen to it? You said it. Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly. The so-called method is actually the way to deal with India at this time. Think about it. If His Imperial Majesty can really deal with the Guanlong gentry, will it be delayed until now? And why do people in Guanlong choose to take our academy for surgery at this time? Because, not only did the academy in this short period of time, white paper, pork, and those who appeared on the mountain there impossible to know about the top forging master in western regions. As for the bone strengthening powder and the prestige accumulated on the mountain, this is what makes them choose to act at this point in time. Li Shimin hearing this, I was surprised. Do you mean that this Turkic and India incident was planned by Guanlong? No, they don't have the guts yet. Zhang Feng shook his head and put his fingers in the tea bowl with a little water. Then Zhang Feng roughly drew a few circles on the table. This Guanlong clan has always lived in the north. The various forces of China are more overlapping. So, although they can't control the battle at this time, their strength is business. If it is business, they will run Great Tang. What has just appeared, spread out, or cut off the merchant's way of those people. Do you think Turkic will be anxious? The people in Guanlong are just a sentence. There is time this sentence can influence the change of a dynasty. Li Shimin was shocked. Don't you mean that those good people are the foundation of a country? No, merchants, transport. The purpose of their location is circulation. Old Li, you don't know about it, and there are goods in this transport. But what else? I think Old Li will know. Information? Li Shimin asked subconsciously. But at the next moment, Li Shimin couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath. No wonder. No wonder, during this period, he always felt something was wrong. There is no mutation in Kush city for the time being. In Tibet, the army is like a hot knife through butter, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In Cambodia, it is clear that the great Tang army has not. I have been there, but why India's 300,000 army is still just testing on the periphery, and there is no sign of invasion by the army. At this time, there are many things, and Li Shimin suddenly becomes clear. As Jiang Feng said, merchants are not only carrying the culture of circulating goods, they are even spreading things that the enemy wants to know. Could it be that the people of Guanlong just want to use foreign domain forces to clamp down the main force of Great Tang? Then, is this autumn hunting? It's time for Guanlong's people to completely tear their faces. Li Shimin wanted to shovel Guanlong in one fell swoop, but now it's a critical moment. Li Shimin couldn't help but get a little worried. Feng Tsai, what you are talking about is, in this autumn hunt, will the people of Guanlong come to the bottom of the pot to draw a salary just like the Emperor Yang of Sui? Although Li Shimin felt a little dry, he still asked what he wanted to ask. Jiang Feng, hearing this, nodded, said, "No, don't worry, they really don't have the courage, but when the autumn hunting, I did have a gift for them." Li Shimin, hearing this, could not help but be overjoyed, and hurriedly asked, "What gift?" Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin, some speechless, saying, "Why do you always like to eat carrot first? Worry? You are a small businessman, you just need to do your own things. You'd better not inquire about these things." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 913. Li Shimin eyes flashed, said with a smile, "Isn't this caring about the major event of the country? Drinking is boring for us, so let's just talk about it. After all, isn't it good for us? You said that our industry is getting bigger and bigger. These things should always be known, and it is only good for us. What if one day changes?" Say, you really don't want life anymore? It's really to lose your head when talking about government affairs. What the fuck are you thinking of? Jiang Feng was really scared by you. He seriously doubted whether Li Shimin had hit something. Otherwise, how could he say such a thing? Jiang Feng's drunkenness was completely awakened, said solemnly, "The matter is not as complicated as you think. If I guess right, about this matter, that person has long thought of a countermeasure. And this matter, you can put your heart for, safely in your stomach, can't you? Do you think that person is really wrong? Don't you do it? Actually, the one you think about these things has already been calculated." Li Shimin eyes flashed, asked, "Which one calculates what's there?" Feng Tsai, let's talk about it. If he could think of it, he wouldn't feel so bored during this period. If it weren't for Jiang Feng today when he talked about the Guanlong clan, Li Shimin really forgot the existence of this, which made him very afraid. This period of concealment, hearing Jiang Feng's words at this time, made Li Shimin startled in a cold sweat. What would he do? Zhang Feng still didn't want to say when he saw it, but after Li Shimin's beer was poured in a few bamboo tubes, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder, squatted on the bench and said, "I will give you say. I just see you as my brother, otherwise, I don't bother to tell you, you don't understand. Don't you know?" Li Shimin's mouth twitched, but it was still nodded. "It's what you said, come to smoke, let's put it on." Li Shimin hurriedly lit Zhang Feng with a cigarette. Zhang Feng said, "If you have to say something difficult about this matter, it is indeed a bit difficult, but who made us His Imperial Majesty be first emperor throughout all ages? If first emperor throughout all ages can't even think of this, then it is not worthy to be first emperor throughout all ages." "You said 1 inch." Li Shimin complexion stiffened, urged. Zhang Feng said slowly this time, "His Imperial Majesty has laid a big net." Li Shimin's eyes widened. Zhang Feng quickly blocked Li with a glance. Shimin said, "Don't ask. I'll tell you, this Guanlong person is in His Imperial Majesty's heart, and it is like a thorn in the eye. If Great Tang wants to rise, it is bound to eradicate these gentry." "What is centralized power? What is the Emperor?" "This is the Emperor." "Don't you want to know what His Imperial Majesty planned?" Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, and beckons with the hand said, "Come here and I will tell you." Li Shimin immediately surrounded him when he saw it. Zhang Feng said, "Actually, you and I know this thing. I also said it before. It is relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. But this is also my understanding. As for His Imperial Majesty, I think His Imperial Majesty should be waiting. Relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers?" Li Shimin did listen to Zhang Feng just now, but he really couldn't remember it for a while. At this time, he saw Zhang Feng and asked quickly, "Then since His Imperial Majesty has made a plan, why are you waiting? What are you waiting for?" Li Shimin has a stomach of question marks, but this guy, like deserves a beating. Just leave it alone. The anxious Li Shimin really wants to choke him. Zhang Feng took a sip of tea slowly, before Li Shimin's anxious gaze said, "His Imperial Majesty is also waiting for the autumn hunt." "Don't ask why." "Because, at this time, Guanlong, these guys are like the bastards. Even if His Imperial Majesty wants to clean them up, do they have to wait for them to show their heads?" "But these guys are now shrinking their necks to pretend to be grandchildren." And this time the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning incident was obviously passed by His Imperial Majesty's hands. But His Imperial Majesty didn't stop here. You know this. What does it mean? This means that His Imperial Majesty has already begun the layout. While speaking, Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and buckled the cup in his hand on the table, and then said, "Only in this autumn hunt, the talents of Guanlong will show their feet. If the feet are exposed, think about it, according to the character of His Imperial Majesty, will they be spared? What if this time His Imperial Majesty doesn't?" Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin, stood up with a beer, and walked in the room. The cigarette between his fingers was clear. After annihilation, Zhang Feng said, "Once His Imperial Majesty softens his heart this time, it will inevitably cause Li clan of Longnan, Wang clan of Tai Yuan and other 5 surnames 7 clans to be shocked. Once they are shocked, they will be shocked by the aristocratic families of Shandong, and Guanlong remnant forces." Speaking of this, Zhang Feng's voice stopped abruptly, then quietly looked at Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin's forehead was already full of cold sweat. He has guessed the ending. Zhang Feng only said lightly at this time, "So, do you understand now?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 914. At the same time, in front of the street market on Tongyue Street, Cowhide squatted on the ground very aggrieved, holding 4 basketballs in his arms. Although Li Chenqian was surrounded by a few people, he would not give any money. "Don't ask. The question is that this is set by Zhang Feng, noble son." Anyway, Cowhide has long known that these guys are Zhang Feng's subordinates, so he is not afraid anymore. At this time, even Empress Zhangsun is a little irritable, sitting on the table and chair prepared by Nu Weili. Huang is also the master of acknowledgement of death, not to sell. Don't sell it if you die. I recognize Jiang Feng. Yes. Empress Zhang San waved his hand at last, touched the head of Li Tai, who was chewing on the pig's hoofs, and said, you all go to play ball. Maybe wait until Feng Tsai and your father come here. Li Chengqian, hearing this, with a deep look in his eyes, panting with rage, back on the court. As for Li Tai, seeing Li Chengqian and several people on the field, they waved the pig's trotter in their hands and shouted in applause. I watched for a long time, and finally stared at the cowhide sitting on the ground clinging to the basketball, and asked, I will change with you. While speaking, Kung Wai, a piece of jade and a stack of silver bills were taken out. The cowhide looked at the trotters in Li Tai's hand, swallowed his saliva, and shook the head vigorously. Although I don't know how much money this rich young master has in his hand, this is noble son Jiang's thing. Even if these few stubbornly want to buy it, let's not sell it. You are a Xiumao child. I'll take care of you. Then Cowhide glanced at Zhang San Wagu, and then looked at the dead face behind Zhang San Wagu, who was always cold, holding the basketball in fear, and stayed away for a point. At the beginning, he was really worried, but just now, a man named Naha Sun Guwa came with 10 carts and resin, saying that Jiang Feng brought this thing. It is the raw material for making basketball. For an instant, I was still grinning with the yellow eyebrows of the raw cowhide. I almost knelt down with Sun Guwa, after I learned that Sun Guwa was arranged by Jiang Feng and he didn't need any money. After working hard, even a woman who has always been stingy, smiled openly and pulled Sun Guwa into work. Only Cowhide has time to hold the basketball. Let's see what is so important to noble son Jiang. This look. You can see the problem. This thing is really incredible. In these stubborn hands, it was almost as magical as it came to life, tossing around. If it weren't for these stubborn hands still holding a basketball, he would think these guys were fighting. At first, these people were a little strange on the court, but as 3 hours passed, these people actually mastered some of Jiang Feng's skills. At the very least, maneuvers and movements are much more elegant. I don't know if it is because of this madam sitting here or what. In short, a few people at this time pay attention to image abnormally. At this moment, with a riot of onlookers, 2 sedan chairs slowly appeared here. Although everyone took a look, it did not arouse much attention. After all, there are too many sedan chairs here today, and many people are numb. Li Shimin opened the car curtain and watched the game in the field quietly and tastefully. At this time, Jiang Feng finally became sober as the car swayed, and took the opportunity to get off the car to look for it. The place is convenient. This Jiang Feng stepped down on the sedan chair, and the people who were focusing on watching Li Chengqian and the others were boiled in an instant. Jiang Feng finally squeezed everyone away. This was when he was looking for an immense place to open the gate and release the water, and Jiang Feng's voice rang behind him. Noble son Jiang, I can count as waiting for you. With this sound, Jiang Feng, who was scared, almost committed the prostate, and hurriedly peed and stared at the cowhide zodiac. Didn't you see me in your convenience? Are you paying attention to the image? What image can I have? The cowhide was taken aback, but he didn't take seriously. He hurriedly handed the basketballs hidden in the sack to Jiang Feng and said, 4 out. And this Li Shimin also saw the scene. After walking down Dumpling, Li Shimin came to Jiang Feng with his hands behind his back and asked, this is the basketball? At this time, the basketball is obviously on a snack. Not only has it been polished, but also some accessory patterns are carved on it. After dyeing it with a layer of beautiful clay paint, this basketball will have that flavor in an instant. Jiang Feng took a few shots of basketball, and then handed Li Shimin one. I'll give it to you, nothing to do. Exercise more. Li Shimin is also welcome. With a smile, he asked, how much does this basketball cost? Look at Jiang Feng and then Li Shimin. After Jiang Feng signaled, he said, if you don't count the working hours and the materials that noble son Jiang finds, 10 cents is enough. Then, how much do you sell now? Noble son Jiang pricing now. 100 texts. Li Shimin hearing this nodded. Taiko, little Gizzy, who was hearing this behind Zhang Sanwagu, hurried forward, and Li Tai also leaned forward. Give him 500 yuan, I bought these. No, this is noble son Jiang, I only give Jiang Feng noble son. The yellow cowhide tightly grasped the remaining balls in his hands and shook his head. Jiang Feng, I saw some good, said with a smile. He is my brother. From now on, he will come to talk to you about basketball. The more money is regarded as a reward. What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Li Shimin smiled and took the remaining 3 basketballs from Cowhide. I want to try, but after seeing so many people, it's not good for Buddha's face. I just said from Empress Zhangsan, and Li Chenqian and the others beckons with the hand. Let's go up the mountain first. You wait here, practice well, and if anyone dares to slack off, just wait for me. Li Chenqian and the others hearing this were surprised. I dare not, call me in a hurry. After that, Li Shimin pulled Empress Zhangsan, but Li Tai grabbed Jiang Feng and the 4 people slowly walked towards Mount Qiu until several people walked away. Li Chenqian glared at everyone. What are you waiting for? Why don't you contact me? Practice what? Your dad took the ball away. Just such a ball. How to practice? Li Chenqian hearing this, instantly looked towards the cowhide who was about to leave. Youngster, this noble son is for you to get me 10 basketballs before it gets dark, otherwise I will give you a house, that's it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 915. At the time of application, Li Shimin entire group slowly reached the gate of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, and Yu Shinan and the others who received the news waited at the gate early. Although Li Shimin's identity has not been exposed, everyone knows that this old Li has a deep relationship with the dean, and that he paid for the basic construction of the academy. So at this time, everyone did not dislike Yu Shinan and the others personally. After carrying the carriage, Yu Shinan and the others won with their punches. After Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsan greeted everyone one after another, they pointed to Zhang Yuiao and Jingxiu who were helpless in the crowd, said with a smile, these 2 people, you always the youngster of Jiang Feng who is thinking about it. Cough cough. And when the children saw the elegant and poised Zhang Sanwaga next to Li Shimin, they were first taken aback. Although Empress Zhangsan's dress is simple and she is completely invisible as Empress, her arrogance from the inside out still makes people dare not look at each other. But who is Jingxiu? After lightly touching Zhang Yuiao, the 2 women came to Empress Zhangsan and said, little girl Zhang Yuiao, Jingxiu, have met Madame Li. Zhang Sanwagu also fell in love with these 2 missy in an instant. Needless to say, Jingxiu, everyone is pretty and very clever. You should have known her identity a long time ago. But what about Zhang Yuiao? Always blushing, she seems to be frightened of everything, and everyone can't help feeling pity. Zhang Sanwagu was able to come forward. One person holding each hand, laughed and said, okay, all are good girls. This is my first time to Mount Qiu. Shall we go around? Wait for Empress Zhangsan and the others to leave. Jiang Feng just got out of the sedan chair. Oh, how many honored teachers are here? Walk. Why are you standing here? Yu Shinan stared. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiang Feng and said, this is your place. Don't you tell me, how dare we trespass into your room? No, I will let Feng Tsai accompany Dang first. Look, if you are interested, why not go together? Li Shimin interrupted a few people with a smile. His Imperial Majesty has spoken, what can they say? I can only be nodded, pointing a finger into the distance and saying, lead the way. What is your work? Oh. How many times was Jiang Feng, the man's gods were stunned. Simply pulled out 2 basketballs from the sedan chair and threw them to Shiva who was pestering dumbstruck on the side, and then hurried up the mountain with everyone. Shiva is in a daze. Length did not pay attention to the ball when the head hit it, When he reacted, the basketball had already been separated from his head and went to the hands of the onlookers. My God, is this the basketball made by the Dean? It's the thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life. Hey, isn't this huge? Come here, who knows how to play this stuff? Come on, I know, it was taken by hand. Come on, senior, you will teach us. Okay, let's come together. Hearing Academy, Chang is now working on Kushao's affairs. Listening to the noise of the crowd, Shiva reacted from shock at this time. However, he still feels that he is dreaming now. I couldn't help but hurriedly grabbed a passing student and said, "Senior, can you beat me?" The man was stunned. I glanced at Shiva suspiciously and was about to leave. Shiva hurriedly gave him a cigarette, and the man coughed. "Are you sure it's itchy? Want to be beaten?" Shiva nodded. "You can give me a try, or I can give you a try." Bang! The man hit Shiva's face with a fist without waiting for Shiva to finish. The momentary pain made Shiva instantly recognize reality. This is not a dream. This damn thing is true. His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor His Majesty of Great Tang, is the brother of Jiang Feng? My damn, what is going on? Is His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Tang, so casual? Can this work? At this time, Shiva was already in a mess. He had no idea what His Imperial Majesty and Jiang Feng were thinking, but after thinking about it, the Emperor His Majesty actually agreed to do business with Cambodia shortly after Jiang Feng gave himself a suggestion last time. And the silver bills after this, the cooperative, and the fine salt, etc. Now it seems that this Lord Dean has made it involved. Jiang Feng's mysterious sense was once again elevated in Shiva's heart. This also makes Shiva even more eager. If this is the case, putting it that way, this academy, and the fact that he can go up the mountain, all instantly shocked Shiva in a cold sweat. These are all the Emperor His Majesty's approval. Otherwise, it is difficult for him to imagine what he is like at this time. I couldn't help but shivered. Shiva took out a small notebook from his arms and tremblingly wrote on it, "My mysterious white deer Academy of Classical Learning, and Great Tang's Emperor His Majesty are the same brother. Jiang Feng, honored teacher, is the most dangerous, mysterious, and most respected person in Great Tang. It's my Cambodia absolutely unoffendable Great Tang reverse scale." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 916, and was shocked by Shiva. Obviously, Jiang Feng can't see it. At this time, Jiang Feng's drunkenness was completely awake under the mountain breeze blowing in the Buddha, and he found a place where no one was there. After he reached into his throat and forced himself to spit it out, he was relieved. A lot of beer drunk, it's deadly. When a few people came to the smelter, they happened to meet Alkinen, who was yelling to urge everyone to join hands. Jiang Feng took a look and was overjoyed. "Oldly, honored teachers, we have come at the right time. My Great Tang's first steel essence is out." While speaking, when I saw Li Shimin and the others in shock, Jiang Feng waved his hand and shouted, "Alkinen, wait. I will start the furnace myself." When it is so important, Jiang Feng can do so. Alkinen and the others were about to get into the dark cave with a gleam of fire, and when they heard Jiang Feng's voice, they yelled "Busali!" In an instant, everyone got out of the cave with excitement. Compared to the last time Jiang Feng came, Jiang Feng felt that these people's eyes changed towards him this time. At least this time I saw everyone didn't have a bad face, and there was even a trace of respect in their eyes. Jiang Feng arched his hands with everyone, saying things like hard work, then walked to Alkinen and Mokodo and asked, "How is it, dear Lord Dean? You are really amazing. The stuff in this stove, old fogey. Although I haven't seen how the molten iron is, I can guarantee that this thing is definitely what you said. This kind of steel is not fake." "Okay." Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up, and said with a sound of black and grey, "Alkinen and Mokodo, you all hard work. You are all good. As long as this furnace of steel is really trained, the Dean will reward you with tentals of gold. By the way, you are allowed to write a Feng family book and send it back to your hometown." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback first. Immediately, everyone's eyes were wet, and Jiang Feng knelt down with a thump. Thank Lord Dean. Although everyone knows their identities at this time, if you can send a letter to your family at this time, it is better than anything! Exclamation mark. After all, after they left, they couldn't imagine what would happen to their family. At this time, Li Shimin and Yu Xinan and the others were also a little surprised. Although Jiang Feng, this youngster, is a little more clever, they also know the truth that their hearts must be different. But now it seems Li Shimin doesn't think much. He's a big hand. With a wave, as long as this furnace is really the kind of steel that Feng Tsai said, I will personally find someone to escort your letters home, and I will also bring their families to Great Tang. Really? At this moment, Mokodo and Alkinan could not sit still. Although they are not sellers seeking glory, who doesn't yearn for this like Great Tang? At this time, their family can come, and they can reunite with their families again. The curvy beards on the faces of both Mokodo and Alkinan are there. Trembling, kneeling on the ground again with a normal sound, knocked his head heavily at Li Shimin a few times. The same goes for those craftsmen. And Li Shimin also accepted all this with a smile. Wave your hand and say, you are all working hard, as long as you are not dissatisfied, let alone taking your family to Great Tang, even if it gives you the identity of Great Tang, and buys it in the most prosperous chain and family property. That's all small things. But you all know the risks and the consequences that are required to transport your family from faraway western regions to Great Tang. I have all of these. I have contracted it, but if you dare to outward devotion but inner opposition, then your family, hometown, and I, Old Li, will do what I say. As long as I know, your ethnic group will be transformed into my anger. Ashes. Hearing this, Mokodo and several people slammed their heads again, even swearing a curse. Dear Mr. Tang, you can rest assured that as craftsmen, our greatest wish is to learn the highest things. We only care about our achievements. As for what you said, I am waiting to see after the superintendent's magical technique. Now even if we drove us back to the back country, we will not go back one. Don't worry. Come on, Old Li, why bother to scare them? Jiang Feng rolled the eyes, and then personally helped Mokodo and Alkinan and said, get up, get me up, on this mountain. I have, you may not know a rule, but I will tell you about it personally today. The most craftsman must have his own pride. What is the pride of disobedience? That is, the pride of disobedience. Just like you saw me on the first day, this is something a craftsman must have, and it is also the first thing I give to you. With pride, then the things you make will have a soul. Everyone was hearing this, and their hearts trembled, especially Yu Xinan and the others, frowning and thinking again. When Jiang Feng saw this, he waved his big hand. The second rule is, as long as I belong to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, as long as I belong to Jiang Feng, except kneeling on heaven and earth. Kneeling and your parents, anyone who dares to kneel when you see someone, don't let Lao Tzu know. If you know, Lao Tzu will destroy him personally. I can't afford to lose that person. Hearing this, Alkinan and the others are all swaying with excitement. This is the craftsman. No wonder everyone yearns for Great Tang. This is what a big country should have. Jiang Feng saw that the effect was almost the same, so he smiled and said, okay, the contents of the furnace are almost the same. Let's start the furnace and let's take a look at what you are smelting. Stuff. Hearing this, Alkinan wiped away the old tears on his face, and shouted at the sky, open the oven. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 917. Li Shimin agrees with Jiang Feng's words. If people lose their spine, then, at this time, Li Shimin looked at Yu Xinan and the others in thought, then looked at the beard and smiled. Jiang Feng's son Simiao. Li Shimin stepped forward and smiled and asked, Divine Doctor Sun, what do you think Feng Tsai just said? Sun Simiao haha said with a smile, actually isn't it a conclusion? Although this youngster is full of problems and loves boosting, he has nothing to say about his character. He is a good fellow. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Shimin and Sun Simiao haha laughed. It was also at this time that Li Shimin and the others hurried forward with the knocking sound of the within cave of the black hole. But how many people have seen such things? I saw that all of you were staring at the burning red stove. Their faces were nervous, and more people were holding buckets in their hands, not knowing what they were doing, and under the stove. But Adu is also quickly making an abrasive tool out of mud. Okay. As Jiang Feng's sentence fell, a heavy hammer sounded. A gap suddenly opened on the wall of the furnace that was still red. Immediately, a scorching temperature and a touch of painful juice flowed down the cracks. Slowly, when Jiang Feng saw this, he hurriedly picked up a long iron rod. On the other end, Alkinan took the hammer in Jiang Feng's hand and pointed it at the place where the molten iron was flowing. The hammer went down, ding, with a crisp sound. The crack got bigger, and more golden yellow sap slowly flowed down the crack. At this point, Jiang Feng hurriedly took out a pair of sunglasses from his arms and put them on his eyes. While staring at the flow of molten iron, he urged everyone to get out. The iron juice flows very fast, and the robe of Jiang Feng, who is closest to the stove, also emits a burst of burnt smell at this time, and the strands of hair on the shoulders are also slowly bending. Seeing that the iron juice is almost flowing, Jiang Feng ignored the heat and waved his hand. Quickly dig a ditch. With an order, the craftsman who had been waiting at the side was hurried. He took out the small iron rake, and slowly threw a ravine in the front part of the hot and glaring molten iron. And the molten iron also slowly flowed to the more spacious area outside the cave with the sound of babble. Jiang Feng hurriedly walked out of the cave that almost cooked him. But at this time, he didn't have time to look at his burnt clothes. Instead, he carefully watched the molten iron turn from dazzling golden to red, and then slowly cooled. After that, Jiang Feng waved his hand. Those who had already been waiting with the buckets poured water on the awkwardly cooled iron ladle little by little. In an instant, one after another pitch black as ink-like smoke and dust completely swept the entire forging workshop. The scared Li Shimin and the others back again and again. After the hot temperature gradually cooled down, several people followed Jiang Feng into the forging workshop. At the entrance, the iron solution, which is more than 1 foot long, has turned iron gray, and Alkinan and the others also wrinkled their brows and stared at the things on the ground tightly. Start. Seeing Jiang Feng holding up the hammer, he knocked on the solidified iron on the ground, shaking off the debris and waste soil on the ground. Listening to the sound, Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Although this sound is not really heard across the ground, it is undoubtedly made of steel. Seeing this, Jiang Feng picked up the simplest and weakest part, and asked a smelter to cut it out for him. Even though this part is only the size of a finger, it is still a thin piece, but let all people are surprised. The two smelters waste at least 3 chisels before they cut off the piece of iron. No, the piece of steel was cut off. Seeing this, Li Shimin stared at which piece of steel. One after another shot out of his eyes. Feng Tsai, is this ... steel? As soon as Li Shimin asked, everyone's eyes were on Jiang Feng's body. Even Yu Shinan and the eyes of the others stayed on Jiang Feng's face at this time. Alkinan and the others are the same. Everyone is looking forward to whether the thing in Jiang Feng's hand is the kind of shield that can make impervious to sword and spear, and the kind of material that cannot be broken. After all, this thing can no longer be described by iron at this time. Just kidding. Normally, the chisel that will not break in the past few months and half a year, in front of this thing. How can it be like wood? If it is not steel, then it will be a hell. At this time, Jiang Feng looked at the thing in his hand and knocked twice on the forging table. Hearing the crisp sound, he said with great certainty that Li Shimin wanted to vomit blood. Old Li, I don't have any money anymore. They each have 10 of gold. You pay it out. There are things you promised. It's up to you. Although Jiang Feng didn't answer directly, everyone was excited and shocked instantly when he said this. It's done. We finally made steel. Ha 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 ha, 1 inch. Woo woo woo, my family, I can reunite with you in Great Tang. We don't have to be hungry anymore. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 918. With the appearance of steel essence, Jiang Feng is also very excited. But now if he wants to manufacture firecrackers, he thought it was a little bit early. At least, The current batch of steel cannot be manufactured. This thing must be a high-precision seamless steel pipe, otherwise it is easy to cause the danger of blasting. So Jiang Feng dare not carelessly, only in the heart over and over again, thinking of a way. But Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Jiang Feng like this, he hurriedly asked, Feng Tsai, how is this thing? Can it be used? Just talk about it. Can't use it? If it doesn't work. Jiang Feng hearing this couldn't help but say while staring, that's it? Which tells you that my steel essence is not working. Let me tell you the truth. Not only did I make this thing, but it was also very, very good, which exceeded my imagination. However, if this thing is to be manufactured into what I am talking about, it will be almost fired. At least. Jiang Feng's words were not finished yet, but seeing Li Shimin's expression in a hurry, he hurriedly said again, what are you in a hurry? What are you in a hurry? You listen to me. That's it. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. On the contrary, Li Shimin didn't care at all. Seeing Jiang Feng looking at him, he said, can you do something like this? It's really uncomfortable for you to have such a hungry appetite for others. You want to go up and beat someone tomorrow morning. And Yu Shinan's people, at this time, can't wait. They rushed to see Jiang Feng's hand, and they came forward and stared at the one in Jiang Feng's hands. A piece of iron, his face solemn, although they don't want Jiang Feng to engage in this thing. After all, in their opinion, this thing is simply not doing business properly, but then again, they are not really old and stubborn. They just don't see Jiang Feng like this, wasting their energy elsewhere. For others, these things are indeed good things, but for Jiang Feng, what are they? This is a waste of time. Yu Shinan couldn't help but eagerly asked, Feng Tsai, can you do it? If it doesn't work, forget it. We still have to focus on studies. Li Shimin I was a little upset for a moment. What is this saying? Do you mean that you can do whatever you want with others, but in Jiang Feng's place, he is not doing his job properly when he does these things? But Li Shimin is not easy to speak out. It just glances at Yu Shinan and the others with harboring malicious intentions, but Yu Shinan pretends not to have seen it, and is still persuading Jiang Feng to use his studies. For the most important, these unorthodox ways will only make him waste his studies and so on. Jiang Feng saw a few people talk more and more anxiously, could not help but interrupt a few people hurriedly. I didn't say that this thing is not good. Why are you more and more eager to talk about it? I just took time for this stuff. Don't do it. Algernon and the others who are standing by are actually more anxious than everyone present, including Li Shimin. Because of this time, although Jiang Feng has promised their gold and future smelting things and even promised that they will send letters to their homes, in their hearts, the arrival of their family members is particularly important. Moreover, there is one more thing. After all, whether this thing will work or not, they really don't have any idea. As craftsmen, what they hope most is to make achievements, but now, Jiang Feng hangs them with a single sentence. They didn't dare to ask aloud, they could only watch a few people chattering. Jiang Feng was a little frustrated by the noise. He wanted to pretend to be mysterious. What's the matter? Everyone is suspicious of this thing. Jiang Feng hurriedly stopped everyone saying, this thing is very good, but although he can't make a gun barrel, but if he does rifling or framing, it is more than enough, and it's heavier. Before Jiang Feng finished speaking, Li Shimin quickly interrupted him. What you said about the rifling barrel, I don't understand, and I don't want to listen. Just tell me, if this thing works, or doesn't work. Won't it be done? As for making such a big bend, see it. Yu Shinan and Alkinan also showed a confused expression. Jiang Feng can only shake his head and sigh. It's not nice to meet people. If this is put in the later generations, even a 3-year-old baby will know why do these people here know nothing? I don't want to explain more, but I don't know how to export it. Jiang Feng sorted out his thoughts and smacked his lips and said, I can't tell you clearly, so I don't talk about that complicated. I will just talk about it. This thing is a manufacturing fire part of the gun, and it is still a very important part. As for the fire gun, These things have to wait for the next step. Only the second superimposed forging and the gun barrel poured out after the second smelting are put together. It can be counted as a complete fire gun. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 919. How do you double stack play? Is this alright? Alkinen couldn't help but want to ask. But once Yushinen covered Jiang Feng's mouth, he could only wait again. Li Shimin saw this and hurriedly pulled Yushinen. Mr. Boshi, this matter is very important. Although this academy is important, as Feng Tsai said before, without the stability of the border, how can there be inner stability? So I think that Feng Tsi's move is not only to seek stability with the people of the world, but also to do something to stabilize the academy, so I hope that Mr. Boshi will not worry about this matter. After all, although Feng Tsi's move may seem to have nothing to do with the academy, but think about it, if there is no such industry support from Feng Tsi, can he support these people on the mountain? Hearing this, Jiang Feng was so moved that he cried. I gave Li Shimin a big thumbs up, looked at Yushinen and the others with a hesitant look, and then said, Honored teachers, youngster, although I did not discuss with you honored teachers this time, but old Li is right. Without these gadgets, without the desperate guardianship of those soldiers, where can youngster still have our period of prosperity? Ouyang Zun interrupted Jiang Feng and said, Youngster, I'm not waiting to say that you can't do this. Look, there are 8 days to go hunting on behalf of the academy. You should pay more attention to the importance of hunting than anyone else. After that is the Mid-Autumn Festival poetry meeting again, and the opening ceremony is followed closely from behind. Think about it. How much time do you have to kill? Are we going to talk about the academy now? How many of us an old guy is supporting you? But you, the dean, should think more about the academy, right? Under Li Shimin's persuasion, everyone finally stopped worrying about this matter, but still persuaded Jiang Feng for a while again. What can Jiang Feng say? Only nodded desperately should be. After that, Ouyang Zun waved his hand and said, Youngster, it's good if you know it in your heart, but it's been so long since you've been here, but you're starting to do it. Let the old man and the others take a look. What is the magical effect of what you are talking about? Jiang Feng only twitched the corners of his mouth. You are the one who called you. It's you guys who don't ask me to do it. Why is it so difficult for me? But Jiang Feng just dared to grunt a few times in the heart, and threw the steel sheet in Eager Li's hand into the incinerator. Alkinen and the others also wanted to see the magic of this thing. He simply took off his coat to expose his whole tendons, carried a sledgehammer, and waved twice, indicating wait for the ironwork, he will come in person. As everyone sees such a posture, they can only stand aside and watch. After a while, the steel sheet burned red. Jiang Feng grasped the steel sheet and waved. Immediately, Alkinen spat in the palm of his hand, and after swinging the hammer for a while, fiercely hit the steel sheet. What is surprising is that this steel sheet has no reaction at all. Even if it is smashed, it is still as stable as old dog. Open a group of smelters, pick up a hammer larger than Alkinen's hand, and join them. Dang dang, dang dang. In an instant, there were bursts of crisp and continuous percussions in the entire valley, and Jiang Feng really couldn't stand the torture of his ears, and threw this arduous task to this group of smelters. The percussion sounded intermittently for at least 2 hours. Finally, when Li Shimin's patience was about to run out, with the last sound of a hammer falling, Jiang Feng hurriedly called to stop. At this time, Li Shimin and the others surrounded them one after another. Take a look. Can't help but be stunned. Jiang Feng used only a thin piece of steel that is 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. At this time, with a repeated beating of 2 hours, it is what Jiang Feng calls the second superposition. After the beat, what Haoran appeared in front of everyone was a cross-shaped arrow that looked like 2 arrows superimposed on each other. Only this thing has a long handle. It's also very long and narrow. Like a stick, it is 5 inches long. Li Shimin picked up the arrow and looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. Don't tell me, you made this thing in these 2 hours? Yes, Jiang Feng took this thing from Li Shimin, held it up and said, everyone, this thing, I call him the Mitsubishi Army Spares. Alkinen, Go quickly to open the front for him. Come, go to the barracks to borrow a set of armor, the kind of clear light armor used by the best general. With several orders from Jiang Feng in an instant, Cheng Yojin's voice came from afar. Brother Jiang, no need to go, I have brought it. Everyone saw Cheng Yojin. I don't know when, together with Yachi Gong. They are dragons. Walk tiger steps generally come like this, in the hands of an entourage beside Cheng Yojin. He is holding a pair of golden yellow armor at this time. Jiang Feng took a look and waved his hand. Old Chen, you really are. How do you say that sentence? Yes, speak of the devil and he will appear. P, come on, you have great strength, just come to try my new good weapon. Cheng Yojin arrived. First, I met Li Shimin's eyes, arched his hands and said, I just heard Feng Tsai knocking down the mountain, so I can't help but come up to the mountain to take a look. Good fellow, what is this Mitsubishi Army thorn? After Cheng Yojin clasped fists and greeted everyone, they stared at the weird thing that the smelter was polishing. After a moment, after seeing the sharp tip of the Mitsubishi Army spike, Jiang Feng urged Cheng Yojin to put the armor on a tree, and threw the Mitsubishi Army spike in his hand to Cheng Yojin and said, Old Chen, since you are here, let's let you try this thing. The difference between the dagger and the longsword double-edged saber. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 920. Cheng Yojin squeezed his fists after seeing Li Shimin's eyes. In an instant, there were bursts of noise like frying beans. Cheng Yojin arched his hands at the crowd before he came to Jiang Feng and looked at the military stab in Jiang Feng's hands. Feng Tsai, this gadget, why don't you have a double-edged saber? Are you sure this gadget can pierce my armor? The armor I borrowed? Jiang Feng mysterious grinned. Try it. Seeing Jiang Feng's appearance, I couldn't help but Cheng Yojin became a little suspicious, looking at the army stab in his hand. Yachi Gong angry. Want to beat someone? While Yushinan, Alkinan and the others stared at the army stab in Cheng Yojin's hand unblinkingly. At this time, the heartbeat couldn't help but rush. Although this thing is made by Jiang Feng, this is after all the first weapon he built in Great Tang, and it is also the first weapon made by using the mysterious steel essence, although the shape is weird. Arms. Everyone depends on this stuff for everything they eat and drink, and whether they can see their family members. Cheng Yojin swung his army thorn. Always feel that this thing is too petty. Can't you make it bigger? It's so small, it doesn't look domineering at all. But for all the temptations of Cheng Yojin, after seeing Jiang Feng's mysterious smile again, he inadvertently waved the military thorn in his hand, and fiercely his thorn hit a brown tree nestled on the edge of the cliff. Armor on the tree. Next moment, to everyone's expectation, the clear light armor, which Great Tang is most proud of, is actually like a piece of paper, and it was pierced in an instant. Hiss. This is in an instant. In the entire forging workshop, one can hear the sound of inhaling cold breath everywhere. Clear light armor, especially the coach-level clear light armor, the craftsmanship of the manufacturing is extremely complicated. The whole body is mixed with chain buckle iron pieces of chain mail, and even the mirror armor on the chest is prohibitive by throwing Turkic gadgets. It is precisely because of the existence of clear light armor that Tang Army's reputation has spread far. But now, in front of a small stick, it is like paper. Even Yushinon and the others, when they saw this scene, they couldn't help being shocked. He'll do it again. Cheng Yojin was also a little excited, swallowed saliva and said, the heat in his eyes could not be concealed. He hurriedly pulled out the Mitsubishi Army spike, and then fiercely moved towards the strongest place of clear light armor, and at this time he deliberately weakened his strength. But the Mitsubishi Army thorn was only slightly blocked, and then in the horrified eyes of everyone, once again pierced the chest armor composed of a whole piece of plate armor. At this time, Yachi Gong and Li Shimin couldn't calm down. Li Shimin pushed Cheng Yojin away, and pulled out the military thorn to observe carefully. Clear light armor's breastplate armor, that is the strongest part of the body. Even if their crossbows are shot directly at this place, they will not be able to hurt a single minute, let alone the general level of clear light armor, But now, in front of this military assassin, what the hell is it like paper? Li Shimin didn't believe in evil, and grabbed a military thorn. Fiercely stabbed 3 times in a row, but each time was as simple as piercing a wooden board. At this time, Li Shimin couldn't calm down. Looking at the Mitsubishi Army thorn without the slightest gap, he asked in amazement, "Fengtsai, this thing. Is it really that kind of spear that cannot be broken?" Although he asked something. But at this time it represents the voice of everyone. After all, I have heard Jiang Feng talk about this stuff before. Jiang Feng glanced at the crowd, faintly smiled and said, "Yes, how else would I work so hard to get him out?" Li Shimin, hearing this, looking at this thing, frowned in his hand. "This thing is okay, but how is this shape? So ugly. It would be better if it looks like a dagger." This. Jiang Feng sighed. "Well, I'll give you some popular science. Why I made this thing like this." While speaking, Jiang Feng took over the military assassination from Li Shimin and charged everyone the beckons with the hand, said, "Look at these 3 things on this army thorn." "What is this?" Cheng Yojin asked in confusion. "Although this thing doesn't look very good, and the shape is very weird, but it is this unremarkable thing that can actually stab a few back and forth on the hardest armor in the world like nothing." Everyone wants to know the power of this thing. "And Jiang Feng, why do you do this?" "Blood tank." Jiang Feng pointed to the one after another notch in the middle of the Mitsubishi Army spikes and said, "You have seen the damage side of this thing, and actually used it." This thing, it also means that the war has reached the point of anxiety. Ordinary sword wounds and basic maintenance will be fine. But if it is pierced by this thing, the 3 bloodletting slots and the 3 cutting edges will continuously increase the clotting ability of the wound blood clots and achieve the effect of continuous bloodletting. Jiang Feng kept introducing the benefits of the Mitsubishi military thorns, but slowly, although Li Shimin and the others listened more and more vigorously, the expressions of Yu Shinan and the others became more and more gloomy. Without waiting for Jiang Feng to finish, Yu Shinan and the others were coldly snorted in anger, and then walked away. "Wait and wait for me to find me in the bamboo house." After speaking, Yu Shinan and the others left angrily, but Li Shimin stabbed the Mitsubishi Army into his arms with hot eyes. "Such a good baby. How can it not be included in the bag?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 921. Jiang Feng also reacted in an instant. "I just thought about the awesomeness of this thing, but I forgot these guys who have always advocated peace." But Jiang Feng doesn't care anymore. When this matter is dealt with first, things over there will naturally be easy to handle. After all, what I just said is very clear. If there is no border in peace, who can read sage comfortably in this bright school? But when he saw Li Shimin put the army stabbing into his arms, he did not see it, then looked at Alkinan and the others and said, "You have seen everything, right? This is what I spent countless hours to research out, but you can rest assured, this thing is only the primary level, as long as you want to use your hands to turn the things in my mind into reality. If so, Jiang Feng would like to teach you, and I can allow your names to appear on this weapon." Hearing this, Alkinan and the others couldn't help but tremble. "Really?" Jiang Feng sure nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Alkinan and the others are excited, kneeled on the ground. "The great kindness and virtue of the Dean, I only have to wait." "What is this?" "What I said before. Have you all forgotten?" Jiang Feng's face was stern, and he said angrily, "I said before that a man must have the arrogance of man. If you don't have the arrogance, you will kneel when you see someone. The thing that comes out of your hands, even if good top-level weapons and equipment, that's all rubbish. Because he has no pride. I know you were the top smelter forging master when you were in Western regions. But you have all seen this thing. As long as you really want to go further in this area, Jiang Feng is also willing to let you learn what you can learn. Here you can directly hit the Turkic King City. As long as I thoroughly study it, I will definitely teach you to make it. But the premise you should also understand." But Jiang Feng's move made Li Shimin a little confused. After Jiang Feng told him, Li Shimin couldn't help asking, "Feng Tsai, I have so many craftsmen in Great Tang, why are you Do you know the tool man? Jiang Feng interrupted Li Shimin, and pointed to the direction of the waterfall. You may not understand it, but they are actually a group of lunatics. They will spend their entire life for something, and they want to climb to the peak. Before we put out all their hopes and left a window for them, as long as they have gratitude in their hearts, under the constant stimulation and temptation in the future, they are bound to be much better than these top craftsmen of Great Tang. Li Shimin does not understand Jiang Feng's ideas. Jiang Feng's idea is very simple, that is, he wants to train these people as scientific lunatics. As long as the 30 of them can be cultivated as scientific lunatics, then his research institute will be truly established. As for this matter, Jiang Feng had already planned this when he first saw these 30 people. If you use Great Tang, can you treat them in this way? Hold talent and pride. I believe you should know old Li. This is why I don't need Great Tang's local forging master. One thing is that these people are easy to control, but they don't have that many Bangeng's entangled interests in their hearts. No matter how good they are all slaves. In order to get rid of this label and allow their children and grandchildren to truly lift their head to be humans, they will only work harder to complete the task I assigned. What Jiang Feng said, I couldn't help but make Li Shimin's mind draw. As Jiang Feng said, it is also the craftsman named Ministry of Works that he is worried about. Still recruiting some smelting masters from the people. But after much deliberation, these people basically have a tangled network of relationships, and what Jiang Feng has mastered here is all that can easily affect the ups and downs of a dynasty. So, Li Shimin was just silent at this time, but he also understood Jiang Feng's approach. Li Shimin smacked his lips and touched the Mitsubishi Army stab in his sleeves and said, Feng Tsai, are you planning to make these things for these 30 people? If that's the case, how long and what month can I? Who said that? Jiang Feng turned around and looked at the busy man again. Alkinen and the others said, these people are apples of one's eye. Now that the steel essence has been trialed successfully, what they have to do next is finishing. As for everything in the later stage, you still have to go find someone to do it, such as tempering, etc. As long as I smelt here, the rest, as to whether you can make firecrackers within a month, it all depends on you. Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help but smile wryly. You still want to plot me against? But then Li Shimin also understood what Jiang Feng meant, and nodded, accepted it. But when he reached the gate of the mountain, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, then, this kind of military assassination, you are planning to? After the coal is over, I will set up a steel plant on the mountain. I told you about this a long time ago. So, as for what to build in the future, it's up to you. I only manage the raw materials on the mountain. As for the firecrackers, any parts except precision parts, you only need to find someone to process it immediately. This gadget has no technical content, so even if it is spread out, it will not hurt. Li Shimin's eyes flashed, and some of Jiang Feng couldn't understand it, especially what Jiang Feng did at this time. He couldn't help but ask in amazement, is this ... is there something so? What's that? Jiang Feng said with a smile, this is just a new business model. I think you oldly don't understand the principle of a group of people driving a group of people. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 922, Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin did not follow Jiang Feng to Yushinan's bamboo house. The three of them sat in Jiang Feng's living room, smoking cigarettes one by one, browsing tightly frowns. Li Shimin took out the handful of Mitsubishi military spikes he just built for a closer look. The military spikes were hammered out by forging, with irregular drop-shaped stacked hammers on it. The seal, even moreover, has the kind of color and luster left after quenching, making the entire army thorn look quite strange. The tip of the blade, this thing, if the three blade faces are fully opened, I don't know what the effect is, but this thing doesn't seem to be able to withstand slashing and can only be used as a stab. Old Black, tell me, this thing may be used in the whole army? This. Cheng Yojin and Yachigong hesitated for a while. In the end, Cheng Yojin frowned and took the military stab from Li Shimin's hand, and played with it in his hand. Second Lord, to be honest, this thing reminds me of Feng Tsai before. It can be used in a kind of profession. Tell me about it. Li Shimin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. If it is used for the whole army, even if Feng Tsai is exhausted, he will not be able to make so much in a short time, even if he outsources this thing at this time, although I don't know what outsourcing means. But the general idea is to find a smelter and let them make these things what we need. However, if it is used before the vanguard battalion that Feng Tsai said, and those who spy on the military, and sneak attacks, the effect is unbelievable. Li Shimin hearing this, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. If this is the case, it is really feasible. In time, if the smelting technique matures, that is, in the last year, then the entire Tang army, all over the body, will wear the armor made of this kind of steel essence, and take the fire gun. Then big Tang army, who else can resist? The more I think about it, the more excited Li Shimin becomes. He waved his hand and said, obey the decree, go down. Let all the people under your hand invest in the iron nuggets, the collection of coal mines, and the forging of this thing. You have all seen this military thorn. Use it. Took at least 2 hours to forge. If there are too many, how much do you get? What we lack now is not people, but this kind of scarce steel. As long as there are more people, when the time comes, I opened a huge smelting workshop on this mountain. It takes less than a year. No, only half a year. Can 10,000 smelters not be able to produce the equipment needed by 10,000? As long as there are these 10,000 people, it is considered that his Turkic army is dispatched. What is my fear? Not to mention 10,000 people. At this time, even if it is 100 people, if only 100 people, Cheng Yojin dare to take the 100 people to head-to-head against Turkic's main trump card. But, although Li Shimin said very well, and everyone thought very well, but everything required a process. Seeing that Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong were silent, Li Shimin slowly put away the excitement on his face, smoking a cigarette while pacing in Jiang Feng's living room. After a while, Li Shimin asked, Old Ox went to Lanshan, what news is there? No. Tell him, even if you meet someone from Wang family, just tell him, this is my thing. If he wants Wang family, come to me and ask for it. Li Shimin, I really made up my mind. As long as there is coal, if the steel and the furnaces on the mountain are all turned on, a few hundred catties of steel essence can be produced in a day, and when the time comes, these few hundred catties of steel essence only cost 5 for up to 10 days a day. Even with his head and teeth, he believed that the group of Ministry of Works guys could make him a batch of things he wanted. Don't talk about this kind of military stabbing. Even if you create that kind of lance that cannot be broken, how much can you make in one day? How many lances can be produced even if it is 500 catties of steel? A lance spearhead can produce 200 lances even if it is 2 catties and 5 tals. 200. This is still Li Shimin's preliminary estimate. As long as there are 200 lances with nothing that cannot be broken, he wants to see what these aristocratic family great clan can use against him. Under absolute power, any chain of family forces is nonsense. The reason why I didn't confront them before was because Li Shimin still had concerns. But today, after seeing these things, Li Shimin really has no worries at all. Merchant's Way blocked. Is he afraid now? At this time, Li Shimin finally made a decision. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand. In short, at all costs, first rush out 1,000 sets of the lance that no stronghold one cannot overcome, and the shield that cannot be broken. Sent to Kush. As for the others, I will tell Feng Tsai personally. Yes. Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong hurriedly got up. Should be. Li Shimin retracted the Mitsubishi Army thorn and waved his hand. But at this moment, Yachi Gong asked again, Second Lord, what do you mean by Feng Tsai? What do you mean? Li Shimin frowned and asked. But at this time, Yachi Gong and the two have already left. leave Li Shimin alone to meditate. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 923. The Other Side. At this time, Zhang Feng slowly came to Yu Xinan's bamboo house. Although the villa for them has basically been built, and the bamboo house repaired for them has long been completed, but these four masters took a different approach and lived in Elder Sunday. Do not dislike the smell of medicinal herb inside. When Zhang Feng came to Taoism, Yu Xin and several people's face sank like water. Zhang Feng has long known that they will look like this. As if I didn't see it, I bowed and said, "Student Zhang Feng pays homage to the honored teachers and Elder Sunday." "Oh, isn't this the dean's visit? Come, come, please come to your seat." Ouyang Zun hearing this, just as he saw Zhang Feng, and hurriedly got up to greet him. Zhang Feng was speechless for a while. With Ouyang Zun standing on the main seat, neither sitting nor standing, helplessly said, "Youngster knows what honored teachers mean. Youngster's move is indeed only to defend against the enemies of foreign domain." As a great Tang man, as a Han Chinese, Youngster believes that each of us should have responsibility to guard the country. Yes, 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 what you said is right, everything you say is right, I am so confused. Ouyang Zun faintly continued to say, "I am looking for you today, mainly to hand over the affairs of the academy. Tomorrow morning, the old man will return to Liuozu." It seems that this dam is really angry! Zhang Feng suddenly felt a splitting headache. I thought about a lot of things in the old sayings, but at this time I felt it was inappropriate, so I had to say, "Mr. Xinban, please listen to the youngster to finish my plan." "That Mitsubishi army thorn is indeed cruel in your eyes." "Cruel?" Ouyang Zun sneered again and again. "Do you still know cruelty?" "You know, it is you people who designed such a vicious thing that caused the creatures to be filled with charcoal, and the world has a lot of greed." Xiuwang. "At this time, you said, these things you made are just for protection?" "Those who designed such malicious weapons people, which one is not talking about protecting the common people?" Ouyang Zun's angry face was pale. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't speak to him, so he opened his mouth and still couldn't say anything. When Ouyang Zun saw this, he asked again, "Why, can't you tell me?" The three of Chu Siliang and others also looked at Zhang Feng with solemn expressions. "Zhang Feng youngster, the reason why I waited to go up the mountain was not because I fancy your wine and food, but because I wanted to see what kind of amazing heavenly ghost can be cultivated by your alternative academy, but today you gave me a place to wait. What I see is not something that benefits people, but something that is loss of life. What do you want to say about this?" See Chu Siliang for stepping down the stairs. Zhang Feng he hurriedly bowed to Chu Siliang and said, "Mr. Deng Shan, the reason why youngster did this is entirely because of old Li and the safety of the life and property of our great Tang merchants in foreign domain. You should have heard that 300,000 troops besieged Cambodia, Tibet. Tuihan broke out in serious civil unrest in the two countries, and on this matter, youngster expected that Turkic would not be sitting, so all of this is the conspiracy against our great Tang. You go to find out, since the drought in Longyu, extreme cold weather broke out in the northern grasslands, and the pastures were severely damaged. Then Turkic broke out in civil strife. What will happen afterwards? The locust plague afterwards. And I, great Tang, is fortunate that there is the wise emperor His Majesty. So although the famine caused by the drought and the locust plague is avoided, they are it's different. For example, the youngster's neighbor and the youngster suffered from this food shortage at the same time, just because the youngster had been prepared and hoarded a lot of food, but the neighbor next door had been interrupted for several days. Tell me, what will this neighbor do? Please help. But there is only a small amount of food, which is not enough for the family to eat. I don't know how long the food shortage will last. If they don't ask for food, they will do it. Sun Simiao hearing this stroked his beard. If your metaphor is placed on the relationship between Turkic and Great Tang, it is nothing more than snatching. Zhang Feng hearing this, nodded. With some gratitude, he clasped his fists and said, "Indeed, the food in my family is only once. If I borrow it, it will attract the coveted villages. Even the bandits in Central Plains Can I only give them what belongs to me eagerly? Or, my things should be theirs? And once I counterattack, or passively defend, is it my fault? Zhang Feng's tighter pace left several people speechless, especially Ouyang-zun. Ouyang-zun sighed and paced. He walked back to his book bench and sat down. Then he said, "What you said makes sense, but right now, isn't His Imperial Majesty dispatched troops? Why do you want to create such a brutal weapon? Cruel?" Zhang Feng laughed instead. "Dare to ask Sinban, honored teacher, have you ever been to the battlefield?" This. Ouyang-zun hearing this was taken aback, and said, "This is never before." Good. The youngster is asking, have you ever seen the two armies at war? Or the tragedy of the place after being looted by Turkic? A few people were speechless again. Seeing this, Zhang Feng looked around and said, "I have seen it." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 924. Zhang Feng has never seen it before. But I watched a lot of TV movies. He can still make these things very easy. After seeing several people being fooled, Zhang Feng pretended to be full of grief and said, "I have seen it. My honored teacher has seen it too." Nguyen, the first year of Emperor's reign, July, last year's Wai River Treaty, should you all remember? At that time, Zhili and Stulai joined forces with an army of 500,000 and went all the way to the Wai River riverside. You must remember this thing. Several people frowned, but it is still nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng said again, "Do you know, after they burned, killed, robbed, and tortured along the way, what are the consequences of my great Tang people? Loss of life. It is simply not a loss of life. It is a purgatory on earth." Zhang Feng showed a touch of sorrow. In an instant, the faces of several people couldn't help but move. How could they not remember what happened last year? At this time Zhang Feng continued, "Wherever I go along the way, burn all, rob all and kill all. This is how they treat my unarmed great Tang people. Those who are dead are better. Death ends all one's troubles, but what about those who haven't died? Waiting in serious injuries, waiting to die, in hunger, waiting to die slowly, this kind of despair. May I ask a few honored teachers, this is what have we learned in the sage book? Can we just sit here and wait for death? You go to Peace Street and see those old and weak soldiers. They all have experienced life and death. They are all flesh and blood. And why are they willing to fight the enemy with their lives? Vertical bar. Why? That's because behind them is the word Great Tang. It's his home. There are also babies waiting to be fed in his home, and the mother who gave birth to him and raised him. Zhang Feng's voice is getting louder and louder. In the end, they basically use route event. Sun Simio's eyes gradually became red. Youngster, you're right. Once the old man went to Longiu, where he practiced medicine. He encountered Turkic, although the old man was lucky to escape when he was collecting medicine in the mountains. But so the old man understands you. Oh, hearing this, Yu Xinan and the others are also heavy-sighed. Zhang Feng took the opportunity and fiercely rubbed his eyes a few times to make the eyes red. Then he said, "Honored teachers, the weapon is no longer vicious, but whether the person using it is the body carry me for the world's comfort." So the youngster feels that the youngster's actions are not wrong. If you honored teachers already feel that it is comfort to protect my territory and protect all my people, these things are the unorthodox way for those of us who read the Tao of Confucius and Mencius. The youngster won't leave you here anymore. After speaking, Zhang Feng bowed to the album, and then resolutely left. Seeing Zhang Feng leave, everyone was dumbfounded. Yu Xinan stared at Zhang Feng's back, squinting his eyes and said, "Brother Xinban, are you satisfied?" Ouyang-zun slapped his lips and said, "Is this youngster a misunderstanding? Do you mean old man? This youngster is a juggling scolding us for reading several decades of sage for nothing, right? Hey, this bastard." Ouyang-zun immediately started to explode as soon as he thought about it. Fortunately, Sun Simiao hurriedly held him down, said with a smile, "Old partner, you can save the time. The old man thinks that even if we add up to talk about it, it may not be possible." When this youngster, hearing this, Several people couldn't help but smile a little. And Duyang Zun is just drinking tea and smoking a cigarette. When I saw this, Sun Simiao said, "Just now Jiang Feng youngster said it was right. The weapon is no longer vicious, just like this medicine. He can be an antidote or a poison in the hands of an old man. The key lies in how to use, that's all." And this youngster also said, "This thing, he just took it with him. And what kind of academic research is the purpose? In order to discover more such talents, and invest in this. In disguised terms, Jiang Feng is creating endless talents for great Tang. Isn't this spreading the branches and leaves? Just like quite as you can see from the dear Academy of Classical Learning's respected rules, the youngster's heart is not small. At this time, Leah personally agreed. Li Lord is also the vice dean of the academy. Leah did not object just now. And I heard that it was Leah who let this youngster do it on the mountain, just like the paper mill industry. Leah didn't say anything. What can we say? Hearing this, Ouyang's on several people couldn't help but instantly remember that Li Shimin was still on the mountain at this time, and they couldn't help but look more solemn. Academy is organized by His Imperial Majesty and Jiang Feng, they all know. And the reason why this academy can be today is that the 3 generations of Li surname and grandchildren are spinning in it. Otherwise, you are a guy with no strength, no reputation, and no influence. Shannon opened the academy? Afraid that you didn't wake up from a dream. At this time, a few people thought about Jiang Feng's words carefully, and couldn't help but think about it, and they really tasted something. Yu Shinan smiled bitterly at the people and said, "Everyone, old brother, do you want to stay or what? If I want to go, I will look for it now." Li naughty. Ouyang Zun hearing this slapped the table and said, "If the academy is not with us, then we can't give the youngster to the youngster." Nothing? Who said the old man should leave? No, if the old man wants to see this bastard youngster, what kind of flower can he play with? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 925. Outside the door, Jiang Feng simply did not go far. In fact, Jiang Feng has already become a dog in his heart. If these old stubborns really try to quit this matter, he will be miserable. But it's okay. After listening to it for a while, Jiang Feng's mind was settled. With elder son in the battle, what I just said really worked. Jiang Feng didn't tell any lies. These all are facts, that's all. But there are always people who are addicted to books, and they are partial to a piece of pure land that they have imagined. Does in this world exist? Only when your fist is big, it will exist. Seeing the situation settled at this time, Jiang Feng couldn't help but start thinking about future plans. At the entrance, the dormitory buildings for students and teachers have been uplifted one after another, but they have not been renovated yet, that's all. But it's all a matter of time. There will be at most 1 month left, and it will be full student. Between the 2 dormitory buildings under the waterfall, there was originally a large thatch and reed beach, with a big rock in the middle, but at this time a few shirtless men command a group of stonemasons. Jiang Feng didn't bother to interrupt what he was carving, lest you go and you won't be able to leave. The thatch and reeds around the stone carvings have been thoroughly cleaned up. At this time, there are really a group of people who are lining up, like worker ants, carrying baskets, picking cement. Not far away, a group of students are arguing about something under a crooked-necked sycamore tree, holding sheets of white paper. And Yu Boki, who is just like Iron Fool, actually sat aside and took a nap. Everyone all around is also surrounded by a group of students, asking for advice from time to time. Obviously, it can be seen that Yu Shinan and the others are still very good at managing this place in an orderly manner. However, when Jiang Feng's gaze drifted to the mountain col in the pig farm not far away, I actually found that Madame Li in pink gauze followed Zuzi Guzi and Gingxiu Zhang Yuiao, squatting by the stream, quietly waiting for a group of dolls to burn the chicken. The breeze blew a few people, and Jingxiu unexpectedly made bursts of laughter that made Jiang Feng somewhat obsessed. At this moment, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little silly. But when I think of Jingxiu, Zhang Yuiao, and Yuya's 3 daughters, Jiang Feng's head suddenly hurts. Oh, with a heavy sigh, Jiang Feng hurriedly fled the scene the moment Jing Xiu looked over. It's like stealing someone and getting caught. When Jiang Feng returned to the small wood house, Shiva seemed to have something to say, but he didn't say anything in the final statement, just gestured to the room with his eyes. Jiang Feng didn't care, but when he opened the door, he was taken aback. Originally, he thought he had just explained the steel essence to old Li clearly. This product should have been rushed to get it. He didn't expect that he was still there. Seeing Jiang Feng coming back, Li Shimin was pouring tea on a small stove while each minding their own business, and smiled and asked, "Why, it looks like everything is done." "It's finished, but it's really a headache. I'll leave it to you in the future." "I'm so annoyed." Jiang Feng kicked Li Shimin off the couch. "Get up. Do it all," then said. Li Shimin hearing this was taken aback, and asked, "You mean, give me the smelter?" "Don't worry." Jiang Feng's right hand index finger and middle finger were pinched. Li Shimin eyelids twitched, but still handed Jiang Feng a cigarette. Jiang Feng took a puff of cigarette, then squinted his eyes and said, "Otherwise, these things are not complicated at first. I have said before, I am only responsible for teaching. As for how they do, I no matter, as long as there is no problem with the finished product, even if you have a business relationship. Otherwise you let me have a stall on the mountain. What should I do? I am busy here, and the damn person is going to serve that side. Do you think I'm tired?" In short, these industries are matters in the future. You go get it. I just divide the money. After all, this academy has shares in your three grandpas, and I don't believe you are unconcerned. "Shares? What is that?" Li Shimin asked hurriedly. Jiang Feng saw the more the explanation, the more troublesome he could not help but waved his hand and said, "I don't know. I don't know." In short, this matter is fixed. The meaning of shares is, forget it. I don't know. Probably it means that we all have a share. While speaking, Jiang Feng got into the room where the library is stored, and almost didn't have a nosebleed when he entered the door. Jing Xiu didn't know when. He had taken care of this place in good order, and even put a bed in front of the window. At this time, there was a pair of sky-colored hot pants on the bed. Watching Jiang Feng's mouth was dry for a while, and after looking away with difficulty, he pulled out a few pieces of white paper from a book of Jinxiu. Out of the room, Jiang Feng stuffed the paper in his hand to Li Shimin. "These all are all the key points of making firecrackers. A piece of paper is a kind of part. You can separate them to the person under your hand. Remember, these things, don't the whole pass, especially the last one." In Jiang Feng while speaking, Li Shimin hurriedly pulled out the last piece of white paper, and Hao Ran only saw a shot made in the shape of rifle. The complete picture of Huo Chong appeared in the sight of the two. Although Li Shimin has not seen the formidable power of this thing. But today, I have seen the Mitsubishi Army thorns made by this hastily manufacturing, and I can't help but value the blueprint in my hand at this time even more. You can rest assured, even if my second child Li loses my life, this thing will not be caught by anyone. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 926. Jiang Feng hearing this is nodded. "It's okay to have you. As I said before, the things in my brain can't be overstated. If you pass it, if you go out, then the entire Great Tang dynasty will be wind and rain at every turn, and you will be believing or not. Not only that, but things that change the world will happen. Otherwise, I will just publish a book and write. How good is it to write all these things?" Li Shimin also knew the seriousness of the matter, waved his hand and said, "Wait first." While speaking, Li Shimin standing up, at the moment of turning around, his eyes instantly restored the wisdom and domineering that a generation of emperors should have. Open the door without seeing what Li Shimin is doing, and then close the door again. As soon as Li Shimin closed the door, all the guards who had guarded Mount Q instantly approached in the direction of Jiang Feng's small wood house, even everyone. At this brief moment, his eyes have also become like eagles, watching all around coldly. At this time, Shiva was invited to the gate of the mountain by two guards, and she didn't know what to do. Only at this time, Li Shimin said, "I know all these things you said, and I also know the interests The reason why you don't use my great Tang craftsman is because you are afraid that these people will not rely on their mouths. But have you ever thought, in case this group of people, once the family members come, then there are few such things in history. In ancient times, women from the Yin and Shang dynasties, in order to fight the foreign domain barbarian race, personally went to the battlefield. Isn't this because King Yin and Zhu also felt that these barbarians were not fearful? There is the previous dynasty again. Yang Wen insisted on killing Goguryeo, and underestimated Turkic. These things are still few. A lot. If there is an Anshai rebellion in the future, and Meng Yuan will go south, would you say that? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. After all, it's such an unimaginable thing. Even if I say it, old Li will only treat him as idiotic about dreams. Besides, at this time, the fire guns are all made by me. If this thing is spread out, who would dare to be Great Tang as an enemy? However, these things are hard to say. So, Zhang Feng was also a little upset at this time. Okay, old Li, I understand everything you said. So I broke up all blueprints. This prevents the core technology from spreading out. As long as we keep the core secrets and not spread out. If it's a damn thing, even if he knows this thing, what can he do? What if he got the craftsmanship of the firecracker? Do you know what Lao Tzu's intention is to make the fire gun? Is it? When Zhang Feng said that, Li Shimin instantly became interested. Why? You keep talking about this matter. But, Zhang Feng said with a wicked smile, in fact, this firecracker was shown to others, and to put it in a bad way. The firecracker is good, but the speed of changing the ammunition is too slow. If you don't believe it, when the time comes if you try, but this is also relatively speaking, the main thing is that his lethality is not good, and it did not achieve my expected results. However, these people, if they are at first, they can't make good things out, so they can only make some simple things, and then from simple to complex, and then slowly study them in turn. This is the normal evolution process of a new thing. If there are more, I said it. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and looked at Li Shimin's confused eyes and said, in short, everything will come out. The key lies in this Alkinen and the others. Can I be trained to become the first batch of geniuses of the Academy of Sciences? Only by cultivating them, this group of unfounded slaves. Stick a red date strategy. I believe they will go crazy in my infinite theoretical experiments, even if they let them out of the laboratory. They will not bear it, even when the time comes His Imperial Majesty personally come to pull them out. Zhang Feng smiled meanly and looked at Li Shimin with confused eyes and said, when the time comes, these crazy guys dare to pick up the hammer and fight His Imperial Majesty. Li Shimin is speechless. You mean, these people are so crazy? Do you think? The ancients are related to the healing of feathers and bones, and if there are any other things to try, where did this come from? This is the result of being persistent for one thing. Some people live for fame and wealth, and some people only seek the truth throughout their lives, just like the divine doctor. He doesn't ask for anything else, but he is in the medical profession. On the way, divine Dr. Sun has been pressing forward all the time. Did he do it for fame and fortune, or for money? He just went further on the path of medicine. So these people, the same is true. After I tested them on the first day and took out the firecrackers and steel, I could be sure of the reactions of these people. Although these people are not as good as Elder Sun, they can do it. Li Shimin, hearing this, nodded. For these lunatics, in the history books, he remembers that there are some records, and they are more detailed than Zhang Feng said. However, Zhang Feng was able to use such a method to grasp the psychology of these people so accurately, which shocked Li Shimin a bit. Feng Tsai, what you said is the kind of psychological tactics you set up in the academy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 927. Li Shimin only knows Emperor power. I also know the national martial arts demonstrated by Zhang Feng before, but this psychological tactics, I could not help but start. Li Shimin in a cold sweat reached out. Such a good thing, you don't want to share it? When Zhang Feng saw it, He opened Li Shimin's hand and said, "You think this thing can come in any way?" While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to his head. "This thing is all based on a perception. You think yours is His Imperial Majesty. I will show you what you can understand. You are a little businessman. Look, do you understand this stuff?" Li Shimin touched his nose and glanced at Zhang Feng. He also knew that he was a little hasty. Just playing said with a smile, "You didn't say this before. Is the gadget the merchant's way? I'm a business person, and I often go to and out of those chaotic places. You don't think about my safety? It's the brother. You look at you, TSK TSK." Zhang Feng hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Well, wait for me to work overtime some night and get you a booklet, but you have to keep it. This thing, it can really be inherited as a family heirloom. I can guarantee that as long as you have this thing, it will be difficult for your family to flourish or not 1 inch even. Don't look at the 5 great clans or some bangs now. As long as you really learn some of the fur, I bet, in less than 10 years, these guys, all these guys will have to call you a big brother." Li Shimin will naturally not believe Zhang Feng's words. But for 5 surnames 7 clans, as long as this kind of psychology exists, will Li Shimin be afraid of them? Seeing this, Li Shimin smiled heartily. "Brother, you really are. It's a pity that there is no alcohol, otherwise we have to get drunk." "Don't. What do you want to do after getting me drunk again?" Zhang Feng immediately became surprised. Several times these groups of people got him drunk, and then ran away without knowing what it was. How could Zhang Feng be fooled? After the two laughed again for a while, they were suddenly attracted by the noise outside. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What major event is there on this mountain today?" Zhang Feng was also confused. "Nothing. Go out and have a look." While speaking, the two opened the door at the same time. As soon as Zhang Feng opened the door, Zhang Feng opened his mouth and shouted, "Shiva, Shiva, how about people?" "Here is Shiva." A cowardly voice came from a room not far away. Shiva's complexion is very weird. Watching Li Shimin want to say hello, but dare not. In the end he can only brace oneself to Li Shimin and hug Li Shimin and say, "Master Li, Feng Tsai." Zhang Feng did not notice these details, and asked, "What's the matter? What is Mr. Bossy doing in Kyuju tournament over there? If all the students win, you can enjoy the private lessons of several honored teachers alone." Zhang Feng and Li Shimin couldn't help but glance at each other, and they really became interested. "How did these masters learn from me? Let's go and see. Shiva, let's talk about it. What is the rule? From when did it start?" Zhang Feng and Li Shimin walked in the front, while Shiva in the back followed Zhang Feng like a follower, and the guards saw the lawyers let him and Zhang Feng came out. Dangling when nothing happened, he returned to his post again. Along the way, Zhang Feng and Li Shimin also saw that many students were heading towards the waterfall, and now beside the waterfall, I don't know when, someone used quicklime on the green grass. A huge field was drawn on the field, and on the field, teams of students lined up were looking around. Even though Zhang Feng is far apart, he still sees the basketball flying constantly in the air, and the handful of beards under his angry mouth are shaking. Li Shimin also saw the basketball, and then looked at Zhang Feng's appearance, could not help but step back a little bit. At this moment, Zhang Feng's angry roar also rang. "Who let you play like this? Stop it!" Zhang Feng's voice is very loud. Even at this time the noisy Kyuju Shang is faintly audible. Even the third daughter of Zhang Sunwagu, who was standing under the crooked-necked jujube tree under the waterfall not far away, was eating the jujubes just picked from the jujube tree, and staring at Zhang Feng curiously at this time. However, Empress Zhangsun is naturally brilliant, and when he thinks about the situation down the mountain, he can't help but smile. And Yushin and the others couldn't help but frown at this time, carrying their hands on their backs, and staring at Zhang Feng, who came hurriedly carrying his robe, and said, "What is your youngster ghost name? Isn't it just a Kyuju? You played it under the mountain? Could it be that we can't play on a mountain?" Jiang Feng stared silently at the muddy basketballs on the court. "Honored teacher, this thing is not a Kyuju. It's a basketball. It was shot with your hands." Jiang Feng sees that the explanation is not clear, so he rushes to Li Shimin, beckons with the hand. "Old Li, you come to tell them how this basketball is played." "I can't tell." Li Shimin heard this, and then he sighed, stepped forward to explain to everyone. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 928. Under Li Shimin's explanation, Yushinan suddenly realized it. "I thought, you are under the mountain, busy working for the autumn hunt, and I don't know what happened, so I waited until I saw the basketball you sent, and then I came to a conclusion. Aren't you going to invite people from Kushu to Mount Q? Isn't this the time to show our academy's atmosphere? So this Kyuju is indispensable 1 inch. Since this youngster is not allowed to play this basketball, youngsters, any of you can kick, stand up to the old man, let Lord Dean see your abilities, and will not wait for the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Rights people to go up the mountain. It's when you show your faces. Yushinan is worthy of old Jiang. After seeing what was going on, they ignored Jiang Feng and just talked to Li Shimin. Jiang Feng of Qi rolled the eyes. Li Shimin was also interested, and with a big wave of his hand, he made a decision for Jiang Feng. "Can there be Kyuju on the mountain?" "Yes, before I was young I loved Kyuju at the foot of the mountain, so I brought one when I went up the mountain." Most of the students here do not know Li Shimin, let alone Li Shimin wears a little makeup. I only knew that he was the dean's brother, and had a good personal relationship with the 4 great Confucians. At this time, a few students hurriedly ran to find Kyuju, Li Shimin and Yushinan. Sitting in front of the stage, he rushed to Jiang Feng, beckons with the hand and said, "Come and sit down, just take it to relax. See, you are busy all day. This mountain, it's a good thing to have Kyuju. Don't wait. When the time comes, people from Ministry of Works and Ministry of Rights came to see. You have nothing on the mountain. Where do you put your face?" When Jiang Feng saw this, he had to sit with a panting with rage. Shimin sighed. At this time, the 2 Kyuju teams in the field also played. Under Li Shimin's comments, this team of guys who look cynical and gorgeously dressed are just the stubbornness of Chainan City before. The other team does not need Li Shimin to introduce. Jiang Feng naturally knows it. The leader is the person in charge of the paper mill at this time, Qian Wanli. Behind him, all the people in the paper mill are all people from the paper mill, but at this time they look at those stubborn full of disdain. With a whistle sounded, the 2 teams rushed into the field. And those stubborn have inherited their own kind of scorn, and helpless skills, any vicious tricks, all greet them. Within a moment, these stubbornness, even after repeated fouls, even appeared in siege. In this scene, Jiang Feng couldn't help but look directly at it. He has already overestimated Great Tang's Kyuju, but now it seems. Where is this fucking Kyuju? This is just a group of helpless farts fighting, okay? In less than an hour, 2 Qian Wanli and the others were beaten off the stage with a hum and harp. It seems that Mr. Saitong and Chu Siliang old Chu made a big bet. I saw old Chu's frustrated fiercely slapped his tea seat and angry gnashing teeth. Jiang Feng couldn't help but asked in a low voice, "Old Li, this is Great Tang's Kyuju?" Li Shimin was also dumbfounded. "Have you never seen this thing?" "My Great Tang's Kyuju, which is great and famous, has always been like this." "Is there any problem?" Hearing this, Yushinan also laughed and said to Jiang Feng, "Youngster, don't you think this is not as exciting as your basketball? This is the place to test wisdom and physical strength, the kind of stuff you mentioned, is it?" "Oh." Jiang Feng sighed heavily. He still somewhat overestimates these people. If this continues, there will be a wailing on this mountain tomorrow. Where is the academy's competition? This is simply a group of street sluts fighting in groups, okay? In my eyes, those craftsmen, as well as those women and children, are still excited and applauded. Is this a Great Tang entertainment project? This is simply, thank you. Starting today, Kyuja will be removed from the academy. If anyone has personal grievances, then go get it, as long as you don't kill it. I don't care if I don't fight because of missing arms and legs. I don't care. Hearing this, Yushinen and Li Shimon's eyes lit up. Then Yushinen asked, "Do you want everyone to play basketball without it?" "No." Zhang Feng shook his head. "That's just a part of the entertainment project." "Just now, your words really make the youngster be like enlightenment. You have to learn and use it from time to time." So the youngster decided to start tomorrow. Every day, everyone must do morning class. Morning class? What is this? Not only Yushinen, at this time, all the students present could not help but discuss spiritedly. But there was a touch of excitement in the eyes of more people at this time, especially the students in the paper mill. "Teacher Zekas, please answer." Kien Wanli got up from the grass, and asked regardless of the bloody nose and swollen face on his face. After that, everyone woke up and it was Lord Dean who was going to teach. As for the rumors of Zhang Feng, they are all talked about in the mountains. At this time, seeing what Zhang Feng was going to teach, everyone hurriedly followed Kien Wanli's appearance and bowed. What to teach? Zhang Feng actually thought about it a long time ago, but he hasn't done that's all. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng raised his hands and pressed for a little bit before saying, "This thing is called a kind of gymnastics. My name is morning exercises." I observed the honored teacher performing Wukin Sai. At that time, I learned something by accident. Hearing this, not even the students present, even Li Shimin couldn't help but stare. The mysterious of this Wukin Sai, not to mention someone else, even if it is him, he has to make a set every morning. Does this youngster refine this too? Seeing this, Zhang Feng was sitting on the floor, pretending to be a mysterious sight-in for a while, and then roared, "The 8th set of broadcast gymnastics now begins." 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 929. Looking at Zhang Feng's movements that are not elegant, but can't be considered juny, not to mention the few people sitting above, even if all the students present are blinded. However, the women, the veterans, and the craftsmen onlookers burst into laughter. Zhang Feng knows that these things seem a bit nondescript, but brace oneself finished this set of morning exercises, and then he took a sigh of relief and said, "Just now, Kien Wanli, can you see clearly?" Where did Kien Wanli know that Zhang Feng actually took him out? Flick the Shinto. This, if the honored teacher can teach it again, the students should understand it. Well, go find me tonight. When will you learn it? When to go to bed? Zhang Feng was also unambiguous, waving his hand loudly and said, "All of them are gone today, so think about it. Every day in the future, you must start morning exercises and then surround the academy. Give me 3 long laps. Disband." These words in one go, even if Yushinen wants to stop. There is no chance. Waiting for Zhang Feng to sit down and take a sip of tea slowly, a few people asked, "After your youngster trick, how does the old man feel that nothing is useful?" "Did you say brother son? Brother son? Brother son?" Yushinen called 3 times. When there is still no reaction, everyone can't help but lift the head in doubt. On this look, I found out that Sun Simiao was in a daze looking at the location of Zhang Feng just now. I don't know when it started. In the last shout, Sun Simiao came back to his senses and coughed. "Your morning exercise is really from Wukin's eye?" Everyone finally realized the problem. With a brush, looked towards Zhang Feng. Although Wukin's eye can't be considered what kind of collection, there are basically such copies of books on the market. The few people here have always been expert in this way, but Zhang Feng just brought it. What is this? Where has everyone seen this? Seeing Sun Simiao's question, Li Shimin couldn't help asking, "Divine Doctor Sun thinks this thing is wrong?" Sun Simiao nodded heavily. With an extremely solemn expression, although the old man can't see where this youngster came from, this thing is indeed a good thing. Although there is no such noise as Wukin opera, it has more. A lot of fun percent. So, What you always mean. Jiang Feng is also hanging in his heart at this time. He doesn't know what Sun Simiao wants to say what. However, this thing was improved after many people have studied it for a long time. It is suitable for gymnastics for elementary and middle school students. What setback shouldn't be? Under Jiang Feng's nervous gaze, Sun Simiao touched his beard and shook his head for a long time before saying, "Yes, this thing is a good thing. Through bloodline, invigorate blood. This method is very seconds." Hearing this, Jiang Feng is deeply sighed in relief. This gymnastics can be regarded as a real practice. However, although Yu Xinan and the others have some doubts, Sun Simiao said so. What can they do? Although I still wanted to say something, I didn't say anything after all. Youngster, taking this opportunity, now that everyone is there, let's talk about the academy. Ouyangzun said, taking advantage of the crowds. Yu Xinan hearing this is also nodded. This matter, I have to talk about it. Jiang Feng got up to the first series. You honored teachers have anything to say, but it doesn't matter. Yu Xinan nodded. Li Shimin arched his hands and pointed to the newly built academy teaching corridor. Academy, it will be completed soon. The writing of the textbooks you mentioned is also in progress. Before the opening of the academy, basically it can be implemented. But the only problem is that the academy's teaching aids and the strangely shaped desks that you have made at the academy, when will they be implemented? There is also the academy's academy training. You made it too sloppy. I waited and thought about it all night. Yesterday morning, I formulated a branch school motto. You come to see it another day. If there is no problem, the academy's motto should be implemented. Otherwise, this academy miscellaneous person there are too many. If each rule is restricted, there is the arrangement of these academic courses. And what kind of exercises you just said? Morning exercises. How can you reasonably distribute your time? This Jiang Feng really asked for a while. For some time now. Let's not say that although these things have been going on, Jiang Feng really has not paid attention to these things. Even at this time, Yu Xinan and the others' teachings are only remembered. Just do it. Yu Xinan said at this time. Jiang Feng remembered that time is really running out. I said hurriedly, I will draw up an academic course list for this matter in the evening. Let's talk about it in the evening. The teaching aids and desks should be better for the time being. I will ask later. While speaking, Jiang Feng waved to Shiva, and then rushed to Guzi beckons with the hand who hid on the side. You two, go to the mountainside now. Guzi, you should know Inox them, isn't it the place where you live? It's right behind. You go ask, just say what I said, let them report to me how many desks they have in the manufacturing before tonight. Also, go call Lao Gan and the old village chief to have a meeting at night. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 930. Jiang Feng does things, or don't do it. Drag and drop. If you want to do it, it is also swift and decisive. Furthermore, it really won't work if you don't deal with it. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun took Li Taya and stayed in Li Yuan's bamboo house, and then they didn't know what they were talking about with Yu Xinan and the others. Have never been out of the house. Jing Xiu and the two girls felt boring, so naturally they went back to the small wood house with Jiang Feng. Not long after staying in the small wood house, the old village chief urged Ganzi Yuan to enter the small wood house in a hurry with a cane. Shiva was about to leave, but was stopped by Jiang. Jiang Feng is not sloppy. Ask, old village chief, what are the profits of the paper mill and the food factory now? Speaking of this, the old village chief couldn't help feeling a little triumphant. Mysterious said with a smile, do you still know how to ask? I thought you, the head of the family, really acted as a shopkeeper. The paper mill business, it's okay now, you didn't split it out. Have you got some? Now some of old less people have come, and the paper mill has expanded a lot of area. Every day, I will take 100 kilograms of white paper from it as the consumption of the academy. Even so, this paper mill still has 700 kilograms of white paper every day, which are sold in the stores of the masters of Chainan. If you look at it now, you take a look at the cellar behind your wood house. All of it has been replaced with gold ingots. Jiang Feng likes gold ingots. I don't know who passed it out, or the old village chief himself. I like gold ingots. In short, all the income during this period of time has basically been converted into gold ingots. As for the more portable silver bills, although Jiang Feng made it, but the old village chief always thinks that stuff is unreliable. What if it gets damp or is eaten by insects? Jiang Feng is not good to say anything, nodded. He knew about the mountainside cellar, and besides him and the old village chief, nobody really knew. The place was guarded by the old village chief's own son throughout the night. I built a house with a rock, eat, drink, shit and piss. As long as it is not a major event, the old village chief's son will not come out. Jiang Feng hasn't seen it yet, so he couldn't help but curiously asked, how many gold ingots are there now in this cellar? Hey, do you youngster know now? The old village chief glanced at Shiva triumphantly, and then he leaned close to Jiang Feng's ear and said, it's tens of thousands. Although he had been prepared for it a long time ago, Jiang Feng was shocked by the fact that there were so many gains in the past 10 days. But when Jiang Feng was eager to see it, an action by the old village chief caused Jiang Feng to wilt in an instant. I saw the old village head laughed and came to Jiang Yuiao with a flushed face and said, this, as the saying goes, is good. The male lead, the female lead. This Feng Tsai is a good money maker, but it's not simple to spend money. This key is the key to the cellar. I'll give it to you today, old fogey. While speaking, in Jiang Feng's enviable eyes, the old village the long stuffed the key into Jiang Yuiao's hand, and then ignored the red-faced Jiang Yuiao turned to look towards Jingxiu and said, you are a good girl. You are not as good as an old man in all respects, Feng Tsai. This child. You have to work harder. This is the key to the food factory. Now in the mountainside cave of the food factory, all the rations on our mountain are hidden. Add it up, old fogey. I just calculated it. There are about 20,000 Shi daily earnings, the account book or something. Tomorrow you take a time to go down the mountain, old fogey. I will show you the account book. The old village chief can't do this. Your servant has no name and no part. How can you handle it? Ren Jingxiu hurriedly declined. But how can you stop the old village chief? Jiang Feng can't stand it anymore, and busy blocking Jingxiu's words, just accept it. Don't waste the old village chief's kindness. Hearing this, patted the back of Jingxiu's hand, and said earnestly, Missy, wow. I'm all for your good. You will move after the door in the future. Jiang Feng hearing this, the face is black. I hurriedly stopped the old village chief who was pulling the two women to tell about the previous scandal and said, old village chief, I am looking for you today, not for this. Let's talk about things on the mountain. I'm very busy during this time. This food factory, and the paper mill, you should pay more attention. And I have built a smelter. Do you know where the rubber factory is made for cowhide? The old village chief couldn't help but sighed when the business started. Some hate iron for not becoming steel. Pointed at Jiang Feng and looked at the two women. Look, 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 this is your man, this Wasseral's son! Exclamation mark. Jiang Feng hurriedly begged for mercy, but Jiang Yuiao and Jingxiu couldn't help but secretly laugh. Seeing that things were almost done, the old village chief got serious. I have heard about everything. This is all your property. Since this academy is all yours, we will follow you. I just got a head and face. If one prospers, all prospers things. Our neighborhoods on Tongyue Street can still take care of you. On the way here, this youngster has already made things clear. The old village chief pointed to Shiva, and then said, as for other things, we don't care about the order of the academy. The state-owned school of legalism has family rules, so we naturally listen to you. What else can Jiang Feng say? He can only smack his lips and give a thumbs up. The old village chief is awesome. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 931. After the old village head reluctantly left with a handful of smoke, Ganzi Yuan bowed his waist and pushed open the door of Jiang Feng. As soon as he entered the door, Ganzi Yuan hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at the two women, Jingxiu and Jiang Yuiao, and bowed to Jiang Feng. and then hesitated about the identity of the two women. His face flushed. Jiang Feng waved his hand and said, "I'm done. I don't need to say hello. I came to you today. You should know what to do, right?" "Well, I know. That thing is easy to handle. Now that the academy is being built, concentrate on how long will the academy building and the cafeteria dormitory be completed?" 10 days. At most 10 days. Jiang Feng nodded. On 10 days. The time will be almost the same. At least when he returns with the team from Kuzu, the academy will basically be completed. But Jiang Feng still shook his fingers and said, "It's too slow. This matter must be settled before I come back from Kuzu." "It is feasible. It is to concentrate everyone. As for the mountainside, which is the construction of the 3 major factories, it is okay. Postpone it later." This Gan Ziyuan was a little embarrassed. However, at this time, Shiva whispered, "Feng Tsai, I have a sentence that is not worthy of speaking. Say, I once studied the construction method of Great Tang, which is completely different as heaven and earth from the current one, so I couldn't help but think of a way to speed up the construction." Jiang Feng, hearing this, nodded, indicated he continued. "If we use the method of batches, levels, day and night, as long as the sky is beautiful, the construction should be completed within 6 days, and when I built the palace in Cambodia, I have used charcoal to get rid of the humidity in the room and speed up the room." "Okay." Jiang Feng, hearing this, couldn't help applauding. This Shiva really got to the point. Isn't this just the sorting system of later generations? Divide into 3 batches or 4 batches to build in order. This can perfectly avoid the existence of wastage of personnel and the kind of rape and slippery. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng beckons with the hand, asked Shiva to step forward and say, "This matter is handed over to you. This time has brought you inconvenience. You should handle this matter to me first. In this case, your presence on the mountain will greatly increase. How about it?" Shiva, hearing this, and his eyes were red in an instant. "Thanks again and again. Where is the identity of Crown Prince still visible?" After explaining everything, Jiang Feng's head also exploded. But there is still one thing that has not been dealt with, that is Gian Wanli, who is standing outside the door of the room stammering. Jiang Feng has to go out and teach him about radio gymnastics. After finishing all this, Jiang Feng walked into the living room with soft hands and feet. At this time, Jing Xiu and Zhang Yuiao were both still waiting for him. Jiang Feng asked weakly, "What time is it now?" "No. What time is it?" 911 p.m. 2/4. Jiang Feng, hearing this, was shocked, and grabbed the hands of the two women. "Go down the mountain. Take you to see the basketball tomorrow." The two women were taken aback. In an instant, the two women's faces flushed. Although Jing Xiu is not wearing a veil at this time, Jiang Feng's slightly red cheeks are almost uncontrollable. However, Jiang Feng still likes this kind of knowledgeable woman in comparison with Yuya, who is desperate to death. At least he doesn't grind. Although the two women are a bit entangled, they are still obedient and nodded. "I am delighted in my heart." What does it mean to get started? This means that Jiang Feng accepted them. They naturally heard the rumors from Jiang Feng when he was down the mountain. Sad alone. When Jiang Feng took the two women out of the room, he was clever by the night wind. Jing Xiu hastily caught Jiang Feng and said, "Noble son Jiang, now go to Chainan. I am afraid we are more than if you can't get in. You'll be accused of crimes if you delay Kuxiu so much." Hearing this, Jiang Feng was clever and sighed. "Then tomorrow, P." While speaking, Jiang Feng held the hands of the two women, sat on a long bench, and said, "There is no moon tonight. Little Kuya, you go to rest first. Your lady and young lady Jingxiu talks about the next life." "Oh." Little Kuya slumped, and then he held the drooling Momo, who had fallen asleep, and walked in 3 steps out of the room. After the little Kuya entered the room, the two women's faces became even more red. They lowered their heads and looked nervously at the little hand held by Jiang Feng, not knowing what to do. Jiang Feng didn't think anything. He glanced at the two women and said, "It's a long night, why don't we come here to chant poems? I will simply get an academic course list tonight." This is it. The two women were taken aback. Although I am a little bit lost, I'm a little bit happy. Jiang Feng is naturally not such a prodigal, and he will not really do anything frivolous. It's just that all the recent things are in his heart, and he really hasn't taken a good break. Furthermore, Jiang Feng has also figured it out clearly. Instead of avoiding it, he should face it calmly. Everyone has gone up the mountain and lived under one roof. According to the etiquette of this era, this is already a nail-biting matter. If you don't bring your two daughters at this time, it's simply, oh. Although this great Tang marriage system is good, it is instilled by the monogamous system. Jiang Feng, who has been around for 20 years, still feels a little alive in a dream. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 932 Kaka. Early in the morning, Jiang Feng was stunned, and suddenly heard a sound like a rat gnawing on the pillow, intermittently. At first Jiang Feng didn't really take it seriously. After all, this mouse is a beautiful landscape of Mount Q. And after hearing this voice for a long time, Jiang Feng's doze was actually dominated by this voice, and slowly Jiang Feng really heard something wrong. In this voice, there are actually some harp sounds. Do mice make such a sound? Gradually, Jiang Feng finally couldn't fall asleep, so he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the edge of the bed. This is incredible. The scared Jiang Feng's soul is almost lost. My mother. Who are you? Jiang Feng instantly sat up. Looking at the small face like a porcelain doll beside him, his scalp felt numb. The person here is fourth Prince Li Tai. But at this time, Li Shiman and Empress Zhang San were not there, and even the yin and yang person who followed this little brat was not there. This made Jiang Feng a little suspicious, and his face was covered with the greasy fat. Li Tai, who was holding the pig's feet and gnawing fiercely, asked, "Little brat, why did you come in? Also, shouldn't I go to the dining hall to eat? Why is it with me?" By the bed, Li Tai looked at Jiang Feng innocently, but his mouth never stopped. While chewing, he said, "Daddy, Mother told you that you stayed overnight and slept noisily." "No, I was hungry, so I ran out to find something to eat. A big elder brother said you have good things here, so I'll come." Hearing this, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. "Which one is it? He. Which elder brother said?" Li Tai sucked his finger and pointed at the guards at the door. The guards seemed to be prepared long ago, and all the buzzing disappeared without a trace. Seems to be afraid of getting angry. The noise here still alarmed the people outside. Jing Xiu and Zhang Yuao Qiu, three women, panicked and pushed open the door of Jiang Feng's room. After seeing Jiang Feng, the third girl screamed, and then Jiang Feng hurriedly wrapped herself in a quilt. Jiang Feng likes sleeping naked. After seeing Jiang Feng wrapped in a quilt, the two girls also saw Li Tai. A woman's motherhood is born. This fucking it's not fake at all. After seeing the plump Li Tai, the three girls squatted beside Li Tai and asked, "Little brother, where is your father and mother?" Ashamed. "But don't you say that I said it. I didn't have enough food yesterday, and I sneaked out in the morning when I was hungry." When the two girls asked this, they understood the whole thing in an instant. Sequence of events. The two women were holding a half-sized Li Tai and left Jiang Feng's room. They didn't even look at Jiang Feng or ask him a word. Jiang Feng looked at the grease smeared on the bed, fiercely rubbed the price. "I can't compare to a little ass grass." "Qiu, well Lord, I will comb my hair." Jiang Feng roared angrily. Little Qiu looked back 3 steps at this time and watched the young lady outside the door, and Jing Xiu laughed into the room again and again. Jiang Feng's complexion is very bad. It's not that he didn't have a good rest, but he was irritated by Li Tai. He wished to become a baby at this time, but it was very moisturizing. I saw Li Tai sitting in Zhang Yuao's arms, letting the two women and a little Missy Momo feed him bite by bite. This little brat actually accepted it with a big sting, but was picky. This scene made Jiang Feng's eyes red, and he rushed to the door and shouted, "Shiva, where did your fucking death go?" "I'm eating." "Teacher, I didn't put the bedside for you." Shiva stood at the door aggrieved, but when he looked back after Li Tai held the food box in his arms, he immediately said, "Come now." While speaking, Tsayazi slipped away. Shiva is not Lao Bei, he is simply a veteran of veteran hands. At this moment, seeing Jiang Feng jealous, I don't know what happened. The scenes of Jiang Feng aroused Jing Xiu and Jiang Yuao, and there were louder laughter like silver bells. After a while, the food was delivered. Jiang Feng stared at Li Tai. The two of them seemed to be angry. They stared at each other and refused to convince them. Jing Xiu and Jiang Yuao were speechless for a while. Eating out in anger, Jiang Feng stared at Li Tai fiercely. Jiang Feng always has a feeling. This little brat made him feel uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. It's like everything you do is deliberately arranged. Where does this damn want a baby? After a while, one big and one small lay on his belly and hiccups all the time. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Feng asked, "Little fart baby, if your parents know that you sneak into my house, are you believing or not you want to hit the board?" "I don't believe it." Li Tai grinned out a pair of dimples, said with a smile, "Daddy mother said you are awesome, let me learn more from you, and I also want to learn from your kind of ability. So today I've long wanted to see if you are the kind of Taoist immortal they said." Jiang Feng stared. "The one who doesn't need a butt said I am Taoist immortal? Do you see Taoist immortal being so angry with you again? I slapped you with a damn slap a long time ago." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 933. Li Tai disinclined to pay attention to Jiang Feng. After soothing the belly, it returned to the rare treasure-like appearance. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, he looked around in Jiang Feng's living room like no one else. Even Jiang Feng's tiger skin recliner has become a toy for little brat. Even among Jiang Feng's red eyes, this guy didn't know where he pulled out Jiang Feng's sunglasses and put them on his ears, but next moment, this little brat was actually twitched in disgust. His lips. I threw it back into the drawer. But at that time I was moved to the snack Jiang Yuao brought. Li Tai perfectly inherited the advantages of Zhang Sunwagyu and Li Shimin, and also inherited the stinky bugs of the palace that always favors in one body. Thinking of it as my own home, I grabbed a snack with one hand, squatted on the recliner, and cracked. Jiang Feng looked at the small black hands covered with grease and dust, moving in and out of his mouth one after another, speechless for a while. "Why is this fucking spoiled? What is the difference between this and the beggar?" Jiang Feng stared at Li Tai speechlessly and said, "Eat less, eat carefully and keep your stomach ache." Jiang Feng didn't say directly, this ancestor was crazy. But let's not say, it is not good. After all, it is oldest son, apple of one's eye. While Jiang Feng was worrying about whether to punch little brat's ass, Jing Xiu pursed his mouth and said, "Mr. Bossy was sent to talk with someone just now, and he said that he is going to test what you said this morning. That kind of morning exercises let you go to the waterfall quickly." Jiang Feng blinked, looked at the grey sky and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's a moment in time." "Then, let's go. Shiva, give me this little bad guy away. It's annoying to look at it." Do not wait for Jiang Feng to finish. The second person who made Jiang Feng extremely uncomfortable got into the room lukewarm. After seeing little Gizzy, Jiang Feng shut up immediately, waved, and took the hands of the two women. "Let's go. Let's go and have a look." The two women had been with Jiang Feng for the whole night. At this time, they held hands again. Although it still felt a little unnatural, Jiang Yuao just bowed his head, blushing not like yesterday. This makes Jiang Feng very surprised, and wants to ask Jing Xiu what exactly he said to Jiang Yuao last night. However, this can only be asked when there is no one to follow at night. After eating and drinking, Jiang Feng lit a cigarette and walked along the mountain with the two women, while introducing the plan here, while moving towards the waterfall. In this way, it was fast and slow. At the second and third quarter of the hour, a few people came to Sun Simio's small bamboo house. Obviously, there are too many people to sit down in the small bamboo house. At this time, in front of the small bamboo house, Li Shimin, Zhang Sunwagyu, and Yushin and the others were eating the academy's food and talking about something, bursting into bursts of laughter from time to time. If it weren't for the screams of fan pigs not far from the mountainside from time to time, This is really a human world, immortal realm. Zhang Feng brought two women forward and paid respect to several gentlemen. Chu Siliang looked at Zhang Feng, and then at Li Tai in Zhang Yuao's arms. He couldn't help but smile. The old man has been studying for a long time without knowing what kind of science you are talking about, and what kind of aerodynamics and resistance are written in your book. But old Li said, "This seems to be part of the kind of arithmetic you said." If this is the case, then you youngster can be called a generation. While speaking, Chu Siliang touched his big belly and pointed to the esophagus on the table. If your youngster can get the kind of ding technique you said early, and the food can be changed every day, even if it is, what's the harm in living on the mountain for a lifetime? Cough cough cough. Ouyang Zun coughed again and again, which seemed to remind Chu Siliang that he was too embarrassed. They even kept staring at Chu Siliang, sighing and sweeping the floor, but they still couldn't stand it, smoking cigarettes and drinking beer. Zhang Feng, hearing this, hurriedly bowed and said, "Mr. Deng Shan is the honored teacher senior whom the students admire most." The youngster will keep all these things in mind when the time comes, when the youngster is free. Ding Dang will make arrangements. Li Shiman and Zhang Sunwag just watched all this with a smile. When they saw Li Tai, they complained about taking Li Tai from Zhang Yuao. After pulling it off, the women took Li Tai and Momo Little Kuya into the forest again with chirp chirp twitter twitter. At this time, Li Shiman smiled at the beckons with the hand and asked Zhang Feng to sit beside him and ask, "I heard Lao Go said, what kind of breeding are you going to do in that pig farm base? What are you going to make?" Yu Shinan answered, "I heard that you are going to make something that can't be eaten. Crop. Can you tell me what it is?" "When did you hear this, old Gao?" Zhang Feng was taken aback, but still thought of Mars in an instant. It must be the youngster who missed it. Otherwise, the potato germination has not started yet. It is still unknown whether it survived or not. God knows if it can be done. But at this time, they all smelled unexpectedly. Zhang Feng had to nod and said, "Youngster does have such a plan. But look at the weather. Bailu has passed. The weather will only get colder and colder. Are you sure you can grow it?" Li Shimin asked again, which one is not more experienced and knowledgeable than Zhang Feng about the strange things in the world? In this winter, besides wheat, what else can withstand the north wind whistling in Guangzhong? Everything will be bald for you. But Li Shimin is really looking forward to this kind of thing that can be grown in winter. Now not only Great Tang lacks food, but many places lack food. If it is true, if there can be such a thing, the Great Tang. Zhang Feng sighed. Youngster has been weak since he was a child. Look at my small body until you meet the honored teacher. Honored teacher has always paid attention to food. My teacher has traveled to countless local countries. There are only a few kinds of foods that can be eaten all year round. Hearing this, Sun Simi Ao couldn't help but show in his eyes. A faint light appeared. Taste the world. This kind of great man has always been his longing, but he has been unable to make a decision to travel far. At this time, he learned that Zhang Feng said so. He couldn't help but ask, "Then this thing, what is your master?" "I got it. My teacher used to plant flowers and grasses, and planted many grotesquely shaped things, just to solve the situation of food shortage in the world." Zhang Feng sighed loudly, got up to face Dongfeng, and put down a deep album. "Amitabha, guilty, sin. Please forgive me for shaking you out of biology, teacher." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 934. Let him explain these things. Where did Zhang Feng explain clearly? I had to talk nonsense. The place of origin of these things. If he weren't a liberal arts student, who the hell would pay attention to these things? Fortunately, I have been thinking about potatoes during this period of time, which gave Zhang Feng time to recall the gradually blurred memory, but the effect is still very good. Zhang Feng's worship is very sincere. There is no suspicion of fraud. This is a kind of memorial to the future generations, and a kind of remembrance. Li Shimin and the others see it. I gradually put away the smile on his face, got up, and followed the appearance of Zhang Feng, and bowed to the east. This kind of person, such a person who walks the world for the common people, deserves their worship. Li Shimin's hands, the lower class people, saw that His Imperial Majesty did so. Where would they dare to stand? Everyone followed their example and hurriedly bowed down. After a while, at the edge of the waterfall, as long as you see the people here, although they don't know what they are doing, the four great Confucian, Divine Doctor, and the Dean are all bowing into the air. How dare they not learn? After a while, Li Shimin's waist was sore, and then he patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Okay. Your honored teacher is worth learning for all of us. I will find someone to find a painter." "Which painter are you looking for? Isn't it an old man?" Yu Xinan faintly patted Jiang Feng's shoulder and said, "Although you honored teacher, I have been drifting away. But your honored teacher is a senior that all of us need to remember." This kind of mind is exactly what White Deer Academy of Classical Learning pursues. "Tomorrow the old man will take a moment. You dictate that I will draw for you a portrait of your honored teacher. When the time comes, paste the entire academy, let everyone visit." "No, you have to get a statue, lose it at the gate of the mountain, and also have his deeds spread out. Let all the students in the world remember this mysterious honored teacher." Xinbun is right, such a person can be called Beak. I will wait. I am really ashamed to be a man. Xie sighed and touched his red nose. Hearing this, Jiang Feng, I saw that I was biased. Is this riding horse let him dictate a portrait? Who painted? Biology tutor. That's a girl. Although Lao Tzu respects her very much. But if this gets here, wouldn't it be surprising to get out of the way? After thinking about it, Jiang Feng's goal was finally on the dormitory administrator Liu, who had been making things difficult for him during his college years. This old guy, forget it. Let you make one's mark. That's the case. I replied that I punctured your tire a dozen times. Ahem. I won't talk about it in advance. I will discuss it later. Jiang Feng hurriedly changed the topic. But Yu Xinan and the others are people who accept death, and in their eyes, it is more worthwhile than opening a mountain gate. In the end, Jiang Feng could only compromise. Promise to find a few people to finalize the portraits and life stories of the characters tonight. This made a few people satisfied. When I saw this, Jiang Feng hurriedly said, "The thing that youngster said before is called potatoes. In a year, it can be planted in 2 to 3 seasons. If the yield is per mu. For the time being, the youngster has not been cultivated yet. Wait for it to be cultivated. After he is done, he will know how much his per mu yield is, but if you make a rough calculation, you will have to have a yield of more than 300 catties." His 300 catties? Li Shimin and the others look at Jiang Feng like a monster. Jiang Feng's conservative estimate here, if you take a blank paper, wouldn't it be? But at this time, Jiang Feng continued. The key is, this thing can be extremely preserved, can cook soup, can be eaten as a meal. The key is that this thing resists hunger. At this time, Li Shimin and the others were shocked by the words of Jiang Feng. Speechless now, a few people can only smack their lips, and patted Jiang Feng's shoulder heavily, saying, "Youngster, you have a good honored teacher, and don't let down your honored teacher's heart." Ouyang Zun's face was extremely solemn. He patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and stared at Jiang Feng's eyes and said, "Youngster, formerly old, the man's eyes are clumsy. And I always thought that the fire guns you did, and the lance that no stronghold one cannot overcome, are too cruel." At this time, it seems that the old man has lost his eyes. Forget it. At this time the old man knows your intentions. From now on, as long as your youngster doesn't go off the road, the old man will see nothing, but if you let the old man know, your things are used in utter misery, old, even if the man doesn't want to kill him, he'll have to make trouble for you. Do you understand? Jiang Feng nodded, repeatedly said yes, and repeatedly guaranteed that he would never be muddle-headed in the future. Let a few old guys spare him. Seeing that the emotions of several people have been mobilized, and it is still in a few words of Jiang Feng, this cannot help but teach Li Shimin another lesson, and even more urgently want to get Jiang Feng said yes, that kind of psychology. Sun Simiao didn't care about this, and laughed. I think it's not too early. Do we have to validate this 8th set of broadcast gymnastics? When Sun Simiao said, everyone suddenly realized that they almost missed the major event. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Come on, let the students come up quickly." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 935. An order from Li Shimin. The students who were standing aside, as well as the guards who had been waiting for orders, hurriedly rushed to the side of the mountain not far away. After a while, densely packed students and artisans who were going to watch the excitement all gathered around. Li Shimin waved, and everyone moved towards the observation deck that was built long ago. Wait for everyone to sit down. Qian Wanli walked forward straight, and walked forward according to the way Zhang Feng taught last night, patted his forehead with the right hand, and said, "White Deer Academy of all the students of classical learning broadcast gymnastics have gathered together." This novel method really made Li Shimin and the others' eyes bright. Zhang Feng instead reprimanded Qian Wanli for the wrong gesture. After Qian Wanli changed it, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Start." Hearing this, Qian Wanli turning around, shouting at the straight people who are fighting, "Attention everyone! The 8th set of broadcast gymnastics now begins. Stay in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3, 4. Stretching. As Qian Wanli's roar sounded, I saw densely packed students lined up in loose lines, where they learn Qian Wanli's appearance, doing gymnastics in full of ugliness. The more I look at it, the more awkward Zhang Feng feels, and he always feels that something is missing. Music. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of an extremely crucial thing. That is music. Without music, there is no soul. It's weird that this gymnastics looks good. There is also a school uniform. Zhang Feng has long thought about school uniforms, but these thousands of people. This school uniform is also a lot of money. The cloth of this era is extremely expensive. If this is a customized school uniform, Zhang Feng would really be reluctant for a while. This kind of ancient gowns, when you do gymnastics, it is awkward. But even so, Li Shimin and the others, and even Sun Simiao almost have to post it. Go up and stare at the faces of the students. What is this for them? This is really shocking. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable thing is crowded with people, and it seems that the visual effect is no less than the scale of a military exercise. For a while, even if the morning exercises were over for the first time, and the second time began, Li Shimin and the others were still in a deep shock and unable to extricate themselves. But the morning exercise knew that it was about to end. After 3 times, Zhang Feng saw that several people were still the same, waved his hand and motioned Qian Wanli to take them to the lap. Everyone is looking forward. Take a break. Stand at attention. Turn back and start running 3 times around the mountain. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. As a loud slogan sounded, everyone reacted. Li Shimin watched these students stepping on not loud and messy steps, and asked in shock, "Is this part of military science?" He had heard Li Chengqian say before that, after Zhang Feng and the others were drunk, Zhang Feng once talked about it in the Little Tavern. But time is a bit long. Li Shimin has forgotten it, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng clicked, nodded and said, "Forget it. This is only the first one. It is for students to exercise and can also be used in the military. It is said to be the basis of military science. It's not an exaggeration." This is the case. When Zhang Feng was about to leave, Dao was stopped by Yu Xinan and the others again. "Youngster, don't leave first. The matter here is finished. Do we have to discuss the Academy's academic course arrangements and the Academy's rules?" Upon seeing this, Li Shimin rushed to a few people and received it in public. "Why don't you wait for this matter? I have something here. I want to discuss it with Feng Tsai," Li Shimin said. Yu Xinan and the others are naturally hard to say. After a few people walked into the bamboo house, they dismissed the students who were making tea. Li Shimin said, I saw the cement you used yesterday. I have something to do with you. Discuss. Cement. Several people hearing this suddenly thought of a magical thing that could instantly turn into a stone, and they also had a keen interest. Zhang Feng hearing this, motioned to Li Shimin and said, "There is something between Zan brother, you just want to renovate the house." This matter, Li Qian told me, but now there is no wealthy one. When the academy is done, I will ask Ganziyuan to get it for you. Can't it be done? Li Shimin hearing this haha said with a smile, "Let's not talk about this song. I have a big business. Do you dare to be interested? Big business?" Zhang Feng hearing this, I couldn't help but glance at Yu Xinan and the others. It was only slightly sighed in relief when a few people were silent. This action of Zhang Feng made Wu Yangzon laugh. "Youngster, do you really think that I am old and stubborn?" "Aren't you old and stubborn?" Zhang Feng sneered, but still clasped his fists and said, "Where is the honored teacher? The students think that this matter must be approved by the honored teacher." Wu Yangzon hearing this, said with a big smile, "Do you guys see it? This youngster is still holding grudges against us." Ha ha ha. Yu Xinan and the others could not help but say with a big smile, "These things, you have to decide. After all, you have to eat, drink, shit and piss with so many mouths. You don't need to make any money. I'll be hungry when I wait." Got it. I said nothing. Zhang Feng chuckled, and then he said, "Tell me, what kind of business is it?" While speaking, Zhang Feng also picked up the teapot on the table. Grunting he drank the tea, and at this moment, Li Shimin's words made Zhang Feng almost choked to death by a sip of tea. "The construction of the Eastern Palace in Luoyang, you know. I am going to take it." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 936. Zhang Feng had plans. "This business must be related to cement. I thought of renovating the grounds of Chainan City, and thought of renovating the Imperial Palace, but Luoyang Eastern Palace, this damn thing is irrelevant. Lao Tzu does not have the technique of Avatar." Li Shimin smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. This thing has to be talked about by Lord Zhangsun." Last time Lord Zhangsun went to the barracks, he happened to pass by the street market under the mountain. I even complained, and I even admired street market, and even the cement has a home on the ground. No. Yesterday, Lord Zhangsun came to me and said yes. What? This matter reached His Imperial Majesty's ears. His Imperial Majesty decided to leave the matter to Tang to do it. So, Li Shimin is true, the Yogzue go up and down. He has been pondering this matter for a long time and has not settled it down. After all, if Zhang Feng takes over this matter, the most likely identity matter may not be covered. By then, the repair of the Eastern Palace in Luoyang is already imminent. If it weren't for this drought and locust plague, the construction might have started long ago, but when Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng's the shape on the mountain is strange, but quite atmospheric, behind the elegant house, he couldn't help but have a bold idea. That is, I want Zhang Feng to use this technology in the construction of Luoyang Eastern Palace. Zhang Feng did not expect that this by-dropping thing in the sky could fall on him. Although this is for the emperor, maybe when the time comes does not have to wait 3 years. It will appreciated by His Imperial Majesty. He went directly to the palace as an official, but the benefits and risks coexisted. For such a big lucrative post, the person you see is not a little bit. At this time, let yourself be stupid and climb to the top. Isn't it hated by others? Worried about? Unfortunately, Zhang Feng also retreated somewhat. Well, you have seen it too. This thing is a good thing. I know you old Li want to help me, but you also saw it. This autumn hunting has 7 days to be formal. It has begun. And this poem meeting is imminent. Liuozu is also a few days away from here. This Zhang Feng's euphemistic refusal made Yu Xinan and the others slightly sighed in relief. They are really afraid that Zhang Feng will take over this job. If this happens, then, His Imperial Majesty and the others, wouldn't it be necessary? Has it been exposed? Although this is nothing to them, if this step is really reached, can Zhang Feng stay here? Then this academy is going to be shelved. This is the last thing they want to see. but Jiang Feng's answer made them sigh in relief. Even Li Shimin himself is deeply sighed at this time, smiling and said, I know what your youngster would say, you just have to agree to it, people don't need you to go, you just have to put cements. Wow! Jiang Feng hearing this, instantly understood, and stared at Li Shimin and said, so your youngster is thinking about our cement formula again. Now, Li Shimin hearing this touched his nose without speaking. This already represents a lot. Although Jiang Feng was panting with rage, he gritted his teeth and said, forget it, who made us the brother, but this cement matter, it will be divided into 5 or 5 points. 1. This is not sloppy, I want brother. I'm so poor. Also, how long have you not paid me the bill? That many industry. I am waiting for the rice to be cooked on this mountain. Li Shimin shrugged. Then how do I hear the old village chief say everywhere that the cellar behind your house is full of gold ingots from a cellar? Jiang Feng instantly exploded his hair and looked at Li Shimin subconsciously warily the theory of this product. When Li Shimin saw this, he couldn't help being amused. You youngster is really stingy. Stop teasing you, money matters, for the time being, I won't be able to send it back, waiting for you to open the door when the time comes, I will send it to you. Think about it, when the time comes, how many people have to come to see you open the door? When the time comes, dozens of cars with gold ingots carriage. How arrogant is that? Jiang Feng hearing this, his eyes lit up. Old Li is still thoughtful of you. Come on, don't discuss this matter with me, you go to Li Qian. This matter is for me, let him take care of it all. Ha ha ha, good. Then I still have things down the mountain, so I won't bother too much. While speaking, Li Shimin clasped fists with everyone, and then left in a hurry. If it weren't for these things, Li Shimin would return to the imperial palace last night. I can read more memorials. Wait for Li Shimin to leave. Jiang Feng clearly explained the academic course list and other things, and then he dragged his dry voice and walked out of the small bamboo house one step at a time. This is caused by excessive smoking. Wait for Jiang Feng to leave. Yu Xinan glanced at each other and said, what does old Li mean just now? Can't you wait to reveal your identity? Sun Simi-Ao touched his beard and thought about it. This is nodded. You are right. After all, although the internal worries are not clear and unclear, the old man always feels that something is brewing. Now that Feng Xi's surprise soldier comes out, it is bound to be Li if you want to kill a lot. If Jiang Feng, a youngster, is around. Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Does His Imperial Majesty want to show down? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 937. As soon as he got out of the small bamboo house, Jiang Feng saw Li Shimin leaving with attendants crowding round in a sedan chair. Jiang Feng really wants to beat people. So the rule on this mountain is that there are no more bits of corruption that have been corrupted by this group of guys. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng began to wonder whether to set a separate rule for these masters, otherwise the sedan chair from time to time would be really nice. Or, at this time, Jiang Feng ran into 2 women, Jing Xiu, who were watching the scenery on the mountain. Seeing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but have an idea. And Ging Xiu and the 2 also saw Jiang Feng early, and when Jiang Feng came, they slowed down and waited for Jiang Feng. Zhang Sanwaga left. They naturally lost the mood to appreciate the scenery. After all, the eyes of everyone on the mountain really made them a little hairy, especially after the eavesdropping incident that night. The 2 women were even more reluctant to walk around the mountain. I always feel that there is something staring at them behind me. At this moment, Zhang Sanchong's shout came from afar. Feng Tsai, something has happened, hurry up and down the mountain. Jiang Feng was surprised, but he didn't care much, so he took the 2 girls to Zhang Sanchong. Run away. When Zhang Sanchong saw this, he almost fell in love. But this is not the time. When he was out of breath, he hurriedly said, Feng Tsai, something has happened. Jiang Feng was also caught. He got anxious eyes. A jerk. Don't you tell me what the fuck is wrong? Iron Knox just now they went to dinner and met Lao Yu and Old Chen. and Iron Ox was beaten. Are you still hitting the board in your little tavern? To hit the board, little tavern? Zhang Feng was a little dazed, and quickly blocked Zhang Sanchong and said, you can tell me clearly, why did they get in? This. Zhang Sanchong stopped asking, twitchingly, I don't know what to say, but Zhang Feng doesn't know where. This group of grandsons has gotten off by kicking his door again. So Lao Tzu's door, should I kick you? Wait, someday I will get a pure steel gate, you can try it. Think of the broken door. Zhang Feng was no longer anxious, and asked leisurely, how's the battle going? Zhang Sanchong scratched his head anxiously. Seeing Zhang Feng, I'm not in a hurry. With a bad sound, I hurriedly said, it's probably fine to lie in bed for a month. Uncle Old Black was twisting Iron Ox and kicking when I came. Open tavern. Now Li Qian is in Hangsuan. If you don't go to the stand, this autumn hunting. When I think of autumn hunting, Zhang Feng is anxious. What are you doing with the pestle? Prepare for the carriage, and leave now. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Hearing this, Zhang Sanchong is only now ready to prepare the carriage. Zhang Feng glanced at the jade hand in his hand, thinking of that grinning New Year, and said, you may not have gone down the mountain for a long time. This time let's get better. I listen to noble Sun Zhang's arrangement. Jing Xiu doesn't matter, she is alone wherever she goes. But Zhang Yui's pretty face blushed, so Zhang Feng could not help but want to pinch. Resisting the impulse, the three of them quickly walked to the gate of the mountain, and saw that Zhang Sanchong was already ready for carriage and so on. Some are anxious. A carriage. Zhang Sanchong personally drove the carriage, and the carriage surged as soon as he flicked his whip. When the mountain was not so bumpy, Zhang Feng asked, why did old Chen go to Iron Ox? There must be a reason for this, right? Zhang Sanchong, while waving the horse's reins, he asked, I need a reason for beating my son. After seeing Zhang Feng's face, he shrank his neck and said, I heard that it was Iron Ox who was in Yanlai building before. All the girls came to the door because of the romantic debt. Huh? Zhang Feng was instantly dumbfounded. I take the liberty to ask, how old is Iron Ox this year? In Zhang Feng's opinion, old Li and the others are mostly in their 30s. This Chen Sheniu, even if his parents are going to be early, they are 156 years old at most, right? This good fellow. Wealthy people are awesome. No, Great Tang is really awesome. Zhang Sanchong crossed his fingers and said, I'm probably 16 years old. We are all about the same. 16? Zhang Feng, hearing this, nodded. He asked a little bit evilly, then this youngster looks so coquettish. So his father didn't tell him how many concubines he would marry? Zhang Sanchong looked behind Zhang Feng with some weird eyes, and then said, this youngster is a monkey. There are more than 30 concubines. Pudash. Zhang Feng almost went upstream with a mouthful of old blood. 16 years old. More than 30 concubines. I fuck this. No wonder people in ancient times are generally short-lived. To work so unrestrainedly, it is strange to live a long life. Zhang Feng also disinclined to pay attention to this matter. After all, this is a housework. But don't you get my little tavern to do your housework? So, you shameless skins, I want more from Zhang Feng. If this makes others misunderstood, I said that Zhang Feng did something, then wouldn't I just jump into the Yellow River and clean it up? How will I mess up in the future? Don't talk about this first. I can't agree to the autumn hunting thing. Although Zhang Feng is very reluctant to go to this mixed water, but things have happened, he will not go if he does not go. People want faces and trees want skins. Old Chen's family can be shameless, but I have thin skins. I still want 3 wives and 4 concubines. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 938 Paradise Restaurant. At this time, the water that has already been blocked is blocked. Outside the door are all people watching the excitement, and Mazu and the others with a bewildered look are surrounded by the door of tavern, which has no door, blocking the crowd and preventing them from appearing. In tavern, there were waves of mournful scream and Cheng Yojin's angry roar. Youngster, I asked you to learn from Feng Tsai well. If you don't learn, you're damn good. Just fight with your damn scholar. What use does I want you to do? Father, Tell me a little conscience, he doesn't blame me for this. Ow woo dash. Uncle Cheng, don't blame Iron Ox for this matter. Listen to me. In the tavern hall, Lee Chengqian was a little anxious to persuade, but was sitting there with a big thorn watching this farce. Yachi Gong, who seems to have become accustomed to it. He pulled it and pressed it on the chair. Yachi Gong handed Lee Chengqian a bamboo beer and said, "These are all small scenes. Just sit steadily." Old Black knows it well, but what you did this time is indeed it's a bit too much. If it's me, you group of little brats will be thrown into the barracks for training. When I heard that I went to the barracks for training, Lee Chengqian's hairs stood up. Immediately stopped talking. He has been paying attention to the military camp. At first, Feng Tsai said it was nice. Those things seemed very simple. But after going to the military camp last time, Lee Chengqian was still the teeth that were scared by the training method Zhang Feng said were shaking. That is simply not something human did. While carrying dozens of catties of stones, running around Mount Kui desperately, even patrols have to carry stones, and both legs must be tied to stones. Who the fuck can bear it? Even if they are tall and magnificent, and they have always been known as their group, Nu Jianu and Yachi Bailin, who have the potential to become military gods. Meet Li Chengqian and them. By the way, the collapse burst into tears. Even these two tower-like men have already lost a lot of time. This is the result that they have only been there for less than 10 days. If this is carried in the barracks for a month, then is it impossible to become a human? As soon as he thought of this, Li Chengqian's calves trembled. Now, looking at Yachi Gong who is wandering freely, and then at Cheng Chumo who is wailing again and again, Li Chengqian can only sigh, and silently mourn for this brother in the heart. Good brother, wait for Feng Tsai to come, and you will be relieved. And Cheng Chumo, who is lying on the table with his butt, is standing next to him. Li Chengqian sat down, and the cry became even more miserable in an instant. Cheng Yojin wielded his riding whip and hit Cheng Chumo's butt harder. Youngster, you fucking call Lao Tzu, believing or not Lao Tzu has destroyed you? Insulting the family style. It is simply insulting the family style. This time, the old Chen family's style is completely fucked up to you, your mother. At this moment, an angry woman's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Old Black, you bastard, do you dare to beat my son? My old lady slapped you directly tonight. Cheng Chumo heard this voice, and instantly cried and screamed, Mother, why are you here? Exclamation mark. If you don't come again, you won't see the child. After hearing this voice, Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong instantly complexion greatly changed. Even Cheng Yojin shivered in his hands, and his horsewhip fiercely wrapped around the beam above his head. At this moment, Ma Zihao Qiujun and the others, who were blocking the door, were knocked open by a group of big and thick people. In an instant, one was dressed elegant and poised, although watching this time her face was full of suffocation. But it was still difficult to conceal a lady who used to be beautiful when she was young. She hurriedly entered tavern with her skirt in her hands. The woman is very beautiful, even if she looks only in her 30s at this time. She is not comparable to the little women around the door and the others. As soon as the woman entered the door, she saw the horsewhip dangling from Cheng Yojin's head, and then she looked at Cheng Chumo who was lying on the table and screaming. Her eyes were red instantly. Wow, Chen Old Black, who your fucking gave you the right? Do you still want to hang my son? Okay, then today he happened to be here with Yachi, so let's hang him and me in front of everyone, lest our wife be rejected by you. Cheng Yojin has been sweating coldly, but I didn't dare to pull the horsewhip back. The key was that the horsewhip was wrapped around the beam of the house too tightly. With this pull, the beam of the house had to be pulled off. At this time, Cheng Yojin's first two are big. Yachi Gong can't sit still, because when he was angry, surname Kui actually said Yaki's name, and hurriedly stepped forward with a fist and said, Madam, you calm down, this is something. We have to speak slowly, Iron Ox. Before he was finished, surnamed Kui fiercely glared at Yachi Gong and said, Okay, you are an old man. At that time, great aunt, can you just leave a little affection? At this time, Cheng Yojin hurriedly covered surnamed Qi's mouth. Qi's big feet are anxious. This is really anxious. Cheng Yojin made a look and motioned to Li Chengqian to go to the door. Then he grabbed surnamed Qi's hand and pressed her on the chair and said, I can't say. These things can't be said. Old. What did I tell you at home before? The second master had a strict order. You sent me compassion. Can't we go back and say it is feasible? Qui Dejia looked at Cheng Chumo on the table. White cried, my poor Iron Ox. Wow! The lives of our mother and child are so bitter. Why are you such a father? No, wait for us wives. Go and sue the imperial court. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 939. Yachi Gong also knows the big picture. This goddamn idiot. I don't know when he got into trouble in Yanlai building, and then I don't know which bastard actually poured out the identity of Cheng Chumo, and went to National Duke with gongs and drums. It's nothing to mess around at the gate of the mansion. Just get some silver and send it away. But it happened that His Imperial Majesty, who had just returned from Mount Q, bumped into him, and it was a lot of fun. His Imperial Majesty spoke directly. Before tonight, I must give him an explanation. What is this? This is simply humiliating National Duke's face, hitting His Imperial Majesty in the face. At this time, he and Cheng Yojin were not in a hurry, but they knew that Cheng Chumo was found angrily because he was afraid of being blocked by Q's big feet at home. So he got the little tavern. But where did you know that Qui Dejio actually found him? Yachi Gong saw the big news. And what happened here? Obviously Jiang Feng's youngster must have already known it, in case Qui's big feet are unobstructed at this time, and Jiang Feng bumps into him. Is that okay? Hurrying to win Cheng Chumo, the youngster, Cheng Chumo also knows that the matter is going to be big. He hurriedly rubbed his butt and limped forward, lying on Qi's big feet and said, Mother, the thing is that the child is not right. It is that the child did not consider everything carefully. Regardless of his father's affairs, we are good guys, and today the child is allowed to be punished by his father. Cheng Chumo also wants to start. If this matter really makes his mother quarrel like this, he must come to a major event. Although he is extremely reluctant to be beaten, compared with His Imperial Majesty, the punishment after his identity is exposed, I still hope to be beaten up a bit more miserably at this time. Immediately, Cheng Chumo made the whole thing clear, especially since His Imperial Majesty was angry this time. This time, Qui Dejia was completely impatient. My son, you look at what you are doing. Qui started crying anxiously. I wanted to slap it down, but when I saw Cheng Chumo's miserable appearance, I couldn't bear to fight it down. Anxious tears came down. Looking at Yachi Gong on the side, he said, Big brother, tell me what should I do about this? Iron Ox is still so big, it's no way to fight like this. It's really not good. It's really not good. Don't you think it's a marriage? Yachi Gong and Cheng Yojin looked at each other and sighed. This is no longer a matter of failing to get in. The second master is furious about this matter and urges the little sister, how do you think about it? Cheng Yojin glanced at Qui Dejiao with some fear. Why not equal to me? Secretly find someone to get that woman away. As long as Chainen is out, it should be all right. Shut up to my old lady. Quida's feet trembled and said, look at what you did. If something goes wrong, you only know to beat your son. Now everyone in the city knows about it. What should you do about this messy thing? It's all you, idiot. If it weren't for you, would it be like this? Swearing and cursing, Qui Dejiao held Cheng Chumo in one hand. Cried, my God, this makes me and my wife do things for me. You dead man, if it weren't for you, can things be so big? If you don't want to find a way out today, my old lady won't live. Cheng Yojin sat there smoking with a big head like a bucket. Yachi Gong also had a headache at this time. Watching Qui Dejiao, who was crying and grabbing the ground, could not help but say silently, old black, or marry. Qui Dejiao's fierce name was that when he was in Wagang. The military advisor avoided the existence of 3 points. This woman is so sturdy that it can even be comparable to a general. If this matter is really not handled properly, it may really be a setback. Cheng Yojin is also embarrassed at this time. Marry it? No? Where is his old face? It's not uncommon for such things to happen in the past. Those high-ranking officials, which one is not romantic? But at this time, this matter must have been secretly calculated. Otherwise, this kind of matter, even if she gave the Yanlai building old bust 100 courage, she would not be able to do it. But it's really not the time to study this matter. The main problem is how to hide the ugliness while also letting Feng Tsai not know about it. When thinking of this, Cheng Yojin looked at Kui Dejia and roared impatiently, "Don't cry. Isn't it shameful? I'll send someone to carry that woman into a sedan chair and marry it. Can I get in? I'm shameless, right this time, right?" Hearing this, Kui Dejiao slowly stopped crying, and looked suspiciously at Cheng Yojin, who was full of iron. "What about the second brother?" Old Li, Tang said, "Madam will go back first." At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice suddenly appeared. The sound outside the room made Cheng Yojin and the others startled in a cold sweat. At this time, Kui Dejiao also saw the handsome noble son. Zhang Feng's face was a little gloomy at this time, and he took Ye and Jing Xiu into tavern under the leadership of Big Fool Y and Li Chengqian. As soon as he walked in, Li Chengqian couldn't stop winking at a few people, indicating that the matter was handled properly this time. But where can Kui Dejiao see the colors of the two? I stopped crying, got up from the ground, ignored Cheng Chumo's pull, rushed to Zhang Feng, looked up and down Zhang Feng and said, "You said Inox and my old family Black's brother?" The Lord Libation Chancellor Zhang Feng of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Zhang Feng is also the first time to see this beautiful woman. Although I don't know what the situation is, he looks aggrieved and timid. Cheng Yojin, and Cheng Chumo, who has been pulling her, suddenly thought of something. I hurriedly said in a series, "It turned out to be Madam. Youngster always said that he wanted to visit Madam in your house. Didn't expect Madam to keep in mind." A few people after greetings for a while, Kui Dejiao hurriedly asked, "Since you are the second brother's brother, that is also the brother of Dejiao." While speaking, Kui Dejiao patted Zhang Feng's on the shoulder. Zhang Feng's face instantly turned pale. Following Kui's 3 slaps, he squatted on the ground instantly, his face pale. Jing Xiu and Zhang Yuiao quickly floated Zhang Feng up. In this scene, Kui couldn't help but froze. Why is this still a soft-footed shrimp? But when I saw the 2 women around Zhang Feng, they seemed to have thought of something. They smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law is here this time?" "It's not for other things. You can come back." "You must know Inox things, then." At this time, my sister-in-law can't count on these bastards. "I heard that you have a good relationship with the second brother. I hope you can talk to the second brother." "See you Zhang Feng." He hurriedly patted his chest and said, "Madam, don't worry, this matter is covered by the youngster. Inox is my brother, one who will not be less. Besides, I entered the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, that's me." "People of Zhang Feng, whoever dare to move my brother, I must fight him hard." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 940. See you, whether it was inside or outside, there were bursts of exclamation. This wave of advertisements is simply not too good. But the people in the house are also used to seeing Zhang Feng's guy who doesn't pretend all the time. They just coughed. Although Kui Dejiao was a little surprised, I don't know what Zhang Feng said. He knew the overall meaning. Now Cheng Chumo's life is saved. Kui Dejiao hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to sit down, lit a cigarette for Zhang Feng diligently, and asked, "Xiao Feng, tell me, what are you going to do? And this matter, it's your brother who was plotted against. You can't leave it alone." While speaking, Kui Dejiao kicked Cheng Yojin desperately. Cheng Yojin was in pain, and then he reluctantly bowed his hands. This incident shocked the second brother, and even heard that Lord Zhangsan was very dissatisfied with it. "I can't help this incident. If I don't give an explanation, I can't say Inox ... You won't see him 1 inch. Yachi Gong is also nodded with a solemn face, motioning for Li Chenqian and Big Fool Y and the others to go out and block the door. Then he said, Feng Tsai, what do you think about this matter? Old Li also meant the same. This matter was obviously targeted at us, so old Chen was also anxious and attacked his heart. Zhang Feng doesn't have to think about it. The whole sequence of events, Zhang Sanchong had told him exactly when he was on the road. It's very simple. That is being plotted against. Otherwise, he is an old bastard of Yanlai building, wouldn't he know the priorities? Disclosure of guests' secrets is a big taboo no matter where it is. In Tang dynasty, it can be as light as 50/50s, but it can be severely decapitated. But even so, someone still leaked Chenchenius information. Obviously, this was not done by the old bastard, so it would be troublesome. However, Zhang Feng has already locked a few people. It's nothing more than Guanlong or 5 surnames 7 clans. As for aristocratic families of Shandong and Imperial College of Supreme Learning, Zhang Feng has not considered it for the time being. After waving his hand to indicate that the two of them should not be anxious, Zhang Feng said, Madam, don't worry, if you can trust brother me, then go back first and put your heart in your stomach. Wait for my good news. At this moment, there was another riot outside the door. Upon seeing this, Yachi Gong couldn't want to stop him, but he looked at the pink gauze. Yachi Gong knew that the major event was not good, and hurriedly urged the Quide Jiao, sister-in-law, it's hard to come by. This is the fiancé of the Zhang Feng brother named Zhang Yuiao. You know, this one, you should know too. Following the introduction of Yachi Gong, Quide Jiao took Zhang Yuiao's hand for a while, and then took Jing Shu's hand for a while, dying of envy, and from time to time. Take a look at Cheng Chumo and Sai. It seems to say that again, look at people, no one's ability is good. Even the woman you look for can't even compare with Sumion's toe. What's the use of you? Cheng Chumo was so embarrassed that he almost found a mouse hole to turn in. At this moment, Yachi Gong hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, would you like to take the two of them around? But before he finishes, Yachiya already appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Yachiya, everyone present couldn't help but brow. What's wrong with this woman? Yachi has seen Madam Chen, Lord Chen, and his cousin, Li Noble's son. Yachiya just took a look after putting it around Zhang Feng, but the look in his eyes, even Jing Xu could not help being frowned at this time, and this guy, as if he hadn't seen two women, came to Zhang Feng's side in full view. Actually, just tidy up the collar for Zhang Feng. This at that time, everyone inside and outside tavern stared wide-eyed and watched Yachiya's every move, and there was a burst of swallowed saliva sounds. Apart from this, there is no more sound. And Zhang Feng also accidentally saw Yachiya's eyes, and the whole person was confused. I was thinking about how to deal with this. How did he know that this fairy would suddenly appear? At this moment, Yachiya looked at Zhang Feng lightly as if she hadn't seen other people's eyes, and said, presumably noble son Zhang is worrying about Inox's nephew. A nephew, almost cracked Cheng Chumo. Zhang Feng coughed and didn't know what to say. He glanced at the two women left and right, and pretended to be calm and said, I don't know what monsieur means. Yachiyu pursed his lips and smiled cleverly. Just now the little girl happened to see the scene of the woman coming out of the Yanlai building, and she knew that the major event was not good, so she arranged for the servant in the cousin's mansion early and went to deal with it along the way. And I also notified Lord Nu that I would probably not wear too much dressing for this matter. The little girl with the tail is looking for someone to investigate. Yachi Gong can't stand it anymore. Although this woman really helped them a lot this time, don't you see where this is? Quickly coughed. Ahem, this is our man's business. You are a daughter. What do you come out to mix with? If fine, read more about the women's rules. But Yachiya obviously regarded this sentence as in one ear and out the other, looking towards Zhang Yuiao's side. This was astonished and said, is this Yuiao elder sister? It's really as handsome as the rumors. No wonder noble son Jiang. In the middle of the story, Yachiya laughed. The smiling Yuiao's cheeks flushed and Jiang was tightly gripped. Feng's hand seems to be innocent, while the little Kuya is baring his teeth and staring fiercely at Yachiya. Ahem, girl, you don't know what to do if you come here. Jiang Feng hurriedly coughed, reluctantly patted Yuiao's jade hand, and signaled her nothing afterwards. He asked. Yachiya didn't speak. Instead she sat on Jingxiu's side and looked at Jingxiu and said, "This elder sister must be young lady Jingxiu." If noble son Jiang wants to find out in terms of the details of this matter, Jingxiu elder sister really can't be done. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 941. The more you talk about it, the more weird the atmosphere is. Even Kui Daijio realized something was wrong at this time and coughed. Xiaofeng, busy first, well, talk about something later. After speaking, Kui glared at Cheng Yojin in a low voice. Walk around. What are you doing here? Everyone can't help but hear this. With a sigh, what Yachi Gong wanted to say, killed you and finally smashed his mouth. In the end, he said nothing, and left with a sigh. As soon as a few people went out, they were instantly screamed by Cheng Yojin and Yachi Gong. Everyone in the room broke up, even a dozen breaths, even a ghost shadow. Less than this one. There are only 4 people left in the whole little tavern. No, there are Momo and Kuya who are big eyes staring at small eyes, and Yachiya, who is pouring tea and drinking tea with each minding their own business, and Jiang Feng, who is neither sitting nor standing. This time Jiang Feng originally wanted to bring the 2 women down. He said it was a relaxation, rather as a shield. After all, he was not easy to say clearly. The girls, how could he refuse? When I thought of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw these few people who had nowhere to put it. He couldn't help but force to smile and said, "Then, Jingxiu, tell me something. What do you think of the Yanlai building rules and this matter?" Jingxiu, hearing this, first his eyebrows slightly frowned, but still quietly said, "Yanlai building is Zillion the imperial family, although the department under its jurisdiction is divided into inner sect and outer sect. The overall existence is to collect information, provide information to the emperor, and condense money. So, this kind of thing, generally very few, unless it is His Imperial Majesty and people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs who bring His Imperial Majesty's manuscript to read someone's information. Otherwise Yanlai building will not give it." But in this matter, it seems that a certain customer promised some benefits in the ears of the woman, and then this woman would do so. Otherwise, this Yanlai building is not accessible to anyone who wants to enter. The girls here accept it, after strict screening and cruel admonitions. So, Jiang Feng, hearing this, frowning deeper. This matter seems to be really involved. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng glanced at Yachiya, who was looking at him. Although he was extremely reluctant to say, he still asked, "Girl, you, what do you think?" "No way. Jiang Yuiao definitely can't count on it. This Missy is still in that girl's gauze now, twisting like this. I don't know if she will twist her clothes." As for Jingxiu, it is already the limit to be able to say this step. After all, as she said, some of these things cannot be said. If you say too much, someone will come in the palace tomorrow. At this time, I can only look at this mysterious Yuya. Yachiya seems to have been prepared for a long time, and after buckling the tea bowl twice, she said, "It's not difficult actually. I just want to prevent noble son Jiang from participating in the autumn hunt." "Autumn hunting?" Exclamation mark. In an instant, Jiang Feng knew. Everything is understood, either from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning or Guanlong, because the Imperial College of Supreme Learning is basically in the hands of these 4 forces. So if you really want to find it in the hands of these people, say the words of a most suspicious person. Jiang Feng finally felt that Guanlong was the most suspicious. This time autumn hunting. The most influential is the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. Then it is the overall interests of the Guanlong clans. Jiang Feng's eyes were also gloomy. Since they don't want to die so quickly, then this noble son really doesn't mind giving him a pot. "Jade girl, you were born in Jiangnan, there should be some connections in the great clan of Dianu in Jiangnan, so I want to trouble you." Yachia, endowed with extraordinary intelligence, General nodded, full of smiles. If it's someone else, the little girl really doesn't want to have too much intersection with those ordinary people, but since noble son Jiang explained, then this Miss Ding Dong spare no effort. Jiang Feng, hearing this, got up and clasped his fists and said, "Then many thanks, girl. You, another day this Jiang Ding Dang will prepare a generous gift. Thank you, girl." Again, Yachia blinked and said, "Yes, how much?" This Jiang Feng's speechless choked in an instant, floated away in Yachia's sweet smile. Until now, Jiang Feng was heavily sighed in relief, finally sent this difficult one away. As soon as Yachia left, Jingxi couldn't help but ask, "Noble son Jiang is deliberately distracting your girl." Jiang Feng has nothing to say. Isn't this obvious? If he doesn't take this Yachia away, will he still live? These three, one is smarter than the other. If he doesn't support one, he still lives like this. The most important thing is that Jiang Feng really doesn't know who is doing the trick this time. The reason why I let you go is annoying. The most important thing is that I want to explore the Jiangnan gentry through her contacts and whether it is related to the aristocratic families of Shandong. This is the most important thing. Only knowing this, then dealing with this Imperial College of Supreme Learning, Jiang Feng will have no worries, at least before the firearms come out. I thought of this. Jiang Feng can't help but his head is big again. You play first, by the way, find someone to repair the door. Dang. Let's go to the stadium, this time I have to teach it myself. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 942. What does this matter mean? Jiang Feng is very clear. This is clearly someone targeting him. Mount Qa can't get in. But this Chainan city is crowded with people, so it's the best place to engage in these small halls. Will Jiang Feng be afraid? He won't. But these guys are scared. These guys are apple of one's eye, stubborn children. Which one is not notorious in Chainan City? It's not difficult to see this. They shifted the target from Jiang Feng to Chen Sheniu. This is a bit difficult to handle. Obviously he wanted to let Jiang Feng, when the time comes no one can play. Jiang Feng doesn't even think about the methods of these people. Old Li and Lord Zhangsun are closely related to them. It's not easy to get started. But how, Jun? How about helping them? The more I think about it, Jiang Feng really gets scared. When he came to the basketball court, although everyone on the basketball court was still playing basketball, everyone was listless. There are fewer people around. Basically, there are hundreds of basketball courts in Chainan City at this time. Where do these people go? Where the remaining physical strength and hormones have gone? After all, Jiang Feng's promised dream is still necessary. The arrival of Jiang Feng made everyone a little better, but they were still absent-minded. Jiang Feng frowned and beckoned everyone to temporarily stop training, and asked, "Li Qian, what's the matter?" Li Chengqian walked over to Jiang Feng and sat down, saying, "They just came to Jilin and they received a message from Liuozu, saying that they were family members who came to Jin the others. During this period of time, the family is always stolen, and some unfathomable mystery threats have been received, so, do you know why?" Hearing this, Jiang Feng couldn't help being surprised. It really made him guess right. Looking at the absent-minded people and the others, Jiang Feng beckons with the hand said, "I didn't think about this matter well, but you can rest assured, Li Qian, you will tell your father about this matter immediately." With a sigh, "Let your people first take their family members to your property." Li Chengqian nodded, "I have already done it." After the father knows about Inox, it has already been done. I have to find someone to do it, but they are still very worried. If I get it here, no one will know it. Jiang Feng couldn't help but get a little angry. If it is really found out that this was done by the people of Guanlong faction, then the days of Guanlong faction will come to an end. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng got up and fiercely took a breath of flu, pack and tidy up, go back to the academy immediately, and continue training at the academy. As for the things at home, you can rest assured, as I said before. Yes, as long as it is in my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, Whoever moves will die. Hearing this, Hao Chu-jun Shengxing said, "Just now my father has written a letter. He has commissioned the Lord Provincial Governor of Liuozu, the Lei Jigo Shui and the others are all temporarily settled in the government office. It should be 3 days before the time is counted. Although I am not a person who is greedy for life and fear of death, but this disaster, it's an old saying, to be inferior to my family. I am willing to accompany the Dean and face it. I am willing to face it with Lord Dean." The others are trembling with excitement. What Hao Chu-jun said just now represents everything. They don't know what to say at this time. After all, Jiang Feng is still the most stressed, so they can settle their family well. There is a lot of peace of mind. As for Jiang Feng's next arrangements, they have no objection at all. But after hearing Jiang Feng's words, several people were still very moved. After dealing with this matter, Jiang Feng went to the cowhide again. After determining what was wrong with the cowhide, Jiang Feng still approved a note and let the cowhide up the mountain. After all, such an important industry as the rubber factory should be put on its own turf more securely. Although Jiang Feng had planned to take these things for a walk in Chainan before, it seems that all of this is too early. Then Jiang Feng was worried, and went to the Chainan government office again to find out about the situation with Nu Weili. This was a great trip. Nu Weili directly found someone to carry out more than a dozen mouthpieces, a big box full of copper coins, pointing to the box and said, "The money for these all our basketballs is more than 300,000 yuan. After tax and silver, there are more than 290,000 yuan. Jiang Feng roughly calculated it in his mind. In the past 3 days, even if the cowboys have worked overtime, they have only made more than 30 basketballs. How much does it add up? 100 wen, more than 30. And up to 400 wen. Where is the so much money?" Jiang Feng could not help but hurriedly asked, "Brother Nu, what's going on? Where did so much money come from? These hundreds of thousands of dollars. Also, it's not a small amount." Even if Jiang Feng is used to silver bills, he still has gold ingots. But Jiang Feng was shocked by the full house of money. Nu Weili said at a moderate pace, "Brother, are you really ignorant or pretending to be confused?" Jiang Feng stared at the bead and pointed. "I asked my nose." What old brother said, "Don't you tell me, where does the ghost know so much money?" These are the wealthy families in the capitals and the buds of the QG team. Son, the deposit is sent. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 943 Street Market on Tongyue Street. A team of people in deep blue bailiff costumes are shouting all the way, carrying a dozen large boxes. Slow down, be careful. Don't knock against noble Sun Jiang. You don't have eyes, do you? You can touch him. Youngster, you don't want to get mixed up, do you? In the upper head of this group of teams, Jiang Feng swaggered like a local rich man, 100 zan, while still turning his head to look at the boxes. The shouting here also attracted a large number of people. What's going on? God, this is a man from Chainan government office. In this box, is it money? Suddenly someone exclaimed, "I know, do you still remember, Feng Tsai said last time, this is called basketball. I'm going to go to the government office to pay the money." In an instant, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the box, and they couldn't move it away. No need to say now. There is definitely money in this box. With so much money, is this basketball on fire? I couldn't help but get more and more people together. Finally, basically everyone along the way was curiously followed along. Those bailiff, look at this posture. Are they worth it? Hurry up and shouted, "What are you looking at? Let me scatter. Don't get in the way." No onlookers. With a loud yell, everyone finally gave up a path that could only be passed by a few people, and went straight to the small tavern door of Jiang Feng. At this time, the little courier who had just repaired the gate had not had time to clean up the sawdust. He saw Jiang Feng and the people behind him. She was shocked that the broomsticks in her hand were all dropped, and there was none find. Hurrying back to the house and shouting, Miss Jingxiu, something has happened, you guys. Come out and see." "Uncle, Uncle. The two women are sitting. I was frowning in the tavern. When I heard the words of the little Qiu, I instantly got anxious and didn't care about asking anything. He ran to the door and saw that Jiang Feng was striding into the little tavern. As soon as he saw the two women, Jiang Feng sent a big hug with excitement. Of course, this hug made the two women escape easily. Jiang Feng asked himself to be boring, but haha said with a smile, "Jingxiu, Yuao, come and take a look and see what this is." While speaking, Jiang Feng waved his big hand. "Come on, just put it in the middle." Bailiff, hearing this, busy moving away the tables and chairs in the middle of the little tavern. Then the boxes were neat and tidy in the center of tavern. Jiang Feng pulled out a handful of scattered silver bills from his arms and gave them to everyone. After finally closing the door, he rubbed his hands and said, "Little Qiu, come, come, give I open it, open all the boxes?" This time it is the turn of Jiang Yuao and Jingxiu to be stunned. Little Qiu didn't know what was going on, but he was still dumbfounded. According to Jiang Feng's meaning, tore open the official seal, and then opened the first box. In an instant, the smelly copper coins in the box attracted everyone's eyes. The two women, Jingxiu and Jiang Yuao, stared blankly. Next, Jiang Feng and Qiu opened all the remaining boxes together. In an instant, not only the three women, but even Jiang Feng himself was stunned. Although they were all scattered copper coins, there was no whole box of gold ingots that looked spectacular, but 10 putting several large copper coin boxes together at the same time. The shock is undoubtedly the effect that all the $10 of a large train of leather are smashed into your home. But now I have also encountered a fatal problem. So many years ago, and seen by so many people, it is always unsafe here. Jiang Feng is also worried. How about so much money? Now it's good to go to government treasury to exchange for silver bills, but when the time comes academy opens, it will inevitably require a lot of money. This tossing back and forth is a bit of trouble. Suddenly, Jiang Feng couldn't help but rub his head, and sat down on the money box with a sigh. I didn't have money before, but now I have more money and I'm even more worried. Jingxiu also realized this, and couldn't help asking, "Isn't noble son Jiang planning to make use of this money?" Jiang Feng shook his head, said with a bitter smile, "It's not today. Go to check the basketball situation." As soon as the good guy entered, Nu Weili directly carried me so much money. Guess how much it is? You too? The two women shook their heads in confusion. I don't know. You don't know if you guess. I was shocked by fiercely when I heard it. It was 297,000 money. It is no longer a problem if money is not money. Jiang Feng smiled wryly. The key issue is that with so much money, Chen Sheniu is back to Mount Qiu. So much money is definitely not safe here. The biggest problem is, where do we live at night? Jiang Feng shrugged, asked the most critical question. On Mount Qiu. Now the sun is about to go down. Out of town is even more insecure. Jingxiu and Jiang Yuao looked at Jiang Feng's room, and after looking at each other, they couldn't help but say in unison, "Did you forget that you still have a villa?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 944. Jiang Feng has really forgotten that there is something about the individual court. In Chainan City, he inherited this little tavern at the beginning, and he really doesn't remember what happened to the other villas there. I could not help but ask suspiciously, "Jingxiu, are you sure I have a villa in this Chainan City?" This is Chang of extremely expensive land. Uncity. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help but ran his eyes wide, wishing to pinch Jingxiu with both hands, and wanted to ask which local rich man gave it to him. Jingxiu ignored Jiang Feng, but instead looked at Jiang Yuao. Jiang Yuao was a little ignorant and said, "Noble son Jiang, have you forgotten about Bai Yun? It was the time you gambled with old Lord Li. Did you win?" At this moment, Jiang Feng really thought of it. Fiercely patted his forehead and raised his big middle finger into the air. "Mama Batch, why have I forgotten such an important thing?" Crooked day. Jiang Yuao said that he really remembered. "The last time I bet against old Lord Li, I couldn't help calming down in an instant." He grabbed Jiang Yuao and Jingxiu and said, Where do we live tonight? Say it early. Why didn't you say it early? Chainan City is based on the original Qin dynasty and the Chainan City in the Han dynasty after renovation and extension. It is located in the southeast of the original Han Chainan City, on the first plateau. In terms of ecological environment, Chainan City at this time is far more pleasant than the later Xi'an. At least, the climate of Chainan City at this time is more pleasant. Now the Guanzhong area, the northern Shaanxi generation, is already covered by lush and green vegetation. There are Chainan 8 rivers again, mainly the Waishui River. From the north bank of Chainan into the Waishui River, there are Liuo, Bei, Chun, Luo, Feng, and Jian, and so on. A large water conservancy net, like a net, was formed, entwining Chainan City. That's why Chainan 8 rivers came into being. Also called Chainan 8 rivers. Where there is water, there must be scenery. At this time, Chainan City is relatively safer and more peaceful than other places because of its imperial city and heavily guarded. Therefore, the villagers and the great family gather more. As there are more people, there will naturally be more wealthy households. Correspondingly, this real estate industry is also a daily routine. Jiang Feng is very suspicious that His Imperial Majesty was suspected of buying the property land. And in the place with the best location of the 16 Kings' house next to the Great Ming Palace, the reason why this place was planned to be the seat of the king's house is because it is next to the Dragon Vein of Mount Longzhou. Naturally, the place where Dragon Vein converges is at the Palace of Absolute Beguiling in the Imperial Palace. Jiang Feng is puzzled. Along the way, I heard King Xu and Zhang Yuiao talk about the 16 Kings mansion and the city. I couldn't help but ask suspiciously. I said, this old Li is still true. It's awesome. It seems that I can take such a good place in the place occupied by the 16 Kings' house. It seems that I really have to spend my time. Jing Xiu said briefly, this is inevitable. Yes, Lord Li's house was built for old Lord Li to serve him for the elderly. Who knew it was actually cheaper in the end? It was rumored that this house collected many priceless and unique rare treasures, and it was extremely luxurious. Although it is based on the 2 royal residences, the scale will only be achieved after the 2 royal residences are opened up. But it has been repaired for 2 years, which is not counted. The most important thing is this: Zubi Yuan, it took 3 years. Think about it. What will happen to this degree of luxury? Priceless and unique rare treasure. Extremely luxurious. Jiang Feng listened and couldn't wait to get up. He couldn't help but urge the bearer, man, speed up, wait for the money to be rewarded without you. The bearer is hearing this great joy with a wave of his whip. He said, that lord, 2 madams, you can sit firmly. Drive. A madam, instantly let Zhang Yuiao and Jing Xiu's face was flushed. But at this time, only Jiang Feng can appreciate it. With a shout, 8 cars carrying simple gifts and furniture, and the carriage of a dozen boxes of copper coins, instantly followed Jiang Feng's carriage, suddenly accelerated again, and passed through the most prosperous East Market of the zone. The most ostentatious thing is the tiger skin recliner on a carriage behind Jiang Feng. If it weren't for bailiff from the government to escort him, the guard army and patrolling soldiers would have come to inquire. But even so, people who knew this chair still screamed in excitement. Lord Jiang is back. Although many people don't know who Jiang Lord is, those who can live in the 16 Kings city are obviously either rich or noble. The presence. At this time, with the intention of the carriage, more and more people have seen and even heard of Jiang Lord's return to the mansion. It is the person from the 16 Kings' house who knows the matter immediately, and those from the National Duke house. Although they don't know who this lord is, the only remaining house here is the Bai Yuan. Who is the one who can live in the Bai Yuan like this move? Besides Jiang Feng, whom Lord has been talking about, who else? Wei Zheng and the others were very surprised when they heard the news. After confirming it again and again, almost at the same time, Wei Zheng, Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui and the others all got up and said, Go to Bai Yuan. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 945. Before arriving at the Wang's mansion, Jiang Feng heard bursts of noisy noise. I could not help but open the car curtain to take a look, and my eyes became straight. I saw the place where the king's house was located. On both sides of the street, the densely packed vendors were all vendors, and there were even some barbecue stalls. More foreign merchants who wear different costumes are everywhere. Jiang Feng just thought about it, and he understood. Those who are eligible to live here are either rich or noble. It is a rich district in a typical rich district. Why are so many people running here? It's all because of money, but because of this, there are really many people on this street wearing fashionable, not right, bright and luxurious clothes. You can find a gorgeous person in Chainan City. Which one is not so twitchy? But the people here, basically even the subordinates, are dressed in fashionable silk dresses, but these people are very low. Everyone is just doing their own affairs, not like the countries in the outer city. Bumpkin is normal. It's strange to see everything wear a slightly better clothes. That guy has to breathe fire from his nostrils. But there are also some trendy ones. After all, the foreign merchant here, Jiang Feng, is sure to be the most present in Chainan City. All these people wearing great Tang traditional costumes, more or less, will bring some Huron accessories to show their differences. The integration of foreign cultures makes this street the most beautiful street for Jiang Feng's mission. Even the food culture here, as well as the culture of food, clothing, housing and transportation, have been somewhat affected. For example, the Hu Bing Tsai, which is the flesh of Xinjiang in later generations, and the Indian flying by, and the kind of Jiang Feng called make one's mark. I only know that some weird things are made on the leaves of betel nuts, and then burn it with fire, and put the thing in your mouth directly. Some people here dare to try it. The people of Great Tang are quite open-minded. After all, the richest place in Chainan here, the general things are vomiting, and occasionally a little exotic. It is quite a bit more the taste of life. It can be seen that the minds of the Great Tang people are really not generally broad-minded. Perhaps because of this, there is the rule of Zhengwen, and what is behind. Even the barbecue stall he invented has changed a bit. For example, Turkic's favorite three-leaf pulp, Tibet wine, and Tibet Meerkamis, etc. are all placed on the wine shelf on the side of the barbecue shelf for people to choose. Tang people rode Turkic's sweaty BMWs, drank Turkic's three-leaf milk, and ate the barbecue invented by Jiang Feng. Some people even stopped playing with their favorite birds, instead riding a horse, leading a Tibetan Mastiff, or a pug from western regions, strolling around in the street. That is really eye-catching. Pretend to be no limit. Jiang Feng gave that buddy a thumbs up heartily. The Tibetan Mastiff is a little taller than a calf. Jiang Feng is afraid of this stuff. If he goes mad, will he eat people in the street? However, Jiang Feng just shrugged his shoulders. It has nothing to do with him. I simply leaned in the sedan chair, dreaming about the things in the villa. After a while, Jiang Feng opened his eyes with the cry of the bearer. Jiang Lord, here comes. Hearing this, Jiang Feng opened the curtain and was shocked by the scene before him. I saw Wei Zheng and the others outside the sedan chair standing at the front entrance of a mansion that occupies at least twice the size of the other mansion. The two Zuzi at the gate are actually made of red sandalwood. They are carved with dragon and phoenix carving. Obviously, this is not a place for ordinary people to live in. But it seems that Jiang Feng can still faintly see that there have been changes. Markov. In Jiang Feng's opinion, there should have been a prince who lived here. Jiang Feng really didn't have time to think about who it was. Beyond Zuzi, there are two gates made of bronze and wrought iron. There is no problem with the gate, and the two carriages going side by side. What is even more exaggerated is that this gate, the height of a house, two big stone lions at the door, that guy, is no more than the stone lions on the city gate. At this point of view, Jiang Feng is even more weird. But without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Sanwuji laughed and walked up to jokingly and said, "What's the matter? Is this house stylish?" Jiang Feng is here, and Jing pushed by Xu and Jiang Yuiao. They walked off the carriage, and TSK sighed, "This can't be described with style." "Old Y, you are the most real here. Tell me, which prince used to live in this house?" "This damn It's it's a reduced version of Imperial City. Are you sure I live in and it's okay? A few people also seem to know that Jiang Feng will be so shocked. Everyone haha laughed. Don't worry, if there are no formalities here, who dares to hold it? You have the title deed in your arms. What are you afraid of? Walk around. I'm still waiting for a good drink. Jiang Feng was fainted and walked to the door under the urging of everyone. At the door of the mansion, Jing Xiu, who had already come to take care of the maids and servants who bought them with private money, waited again. When they saw everyone, these servants had already panicked with excitement, one by one, waiting for the crowd on both sides of the gate with her neck curled. When Jiang Feng walked to the door of the Bai Yuan, Jiang Shan personally took Madam and the others laughed out of the Bai Yuan and blocked Jiang Feng and the others' path. Wait. Come on, get on the brazier and fire the firecracker. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 946. A crowd of people waited before Jiang Feng said anything. They caught him. Amidst the crackle of firecrackers, Jiang Feng was put on the brazier. Heaven shaking thunder, sweep away the bad things behind you. Your feet cross the fire, and the days are booming. 3 thresholds, little days are thriving. Noble son Jiang, back home? Jiang Feng was framed into the dormitory in a state of confusion. I am ignorant. I saw the long-lost old Lord Li reluctantly turning out from behind a Han-white jade rockery screen that entered the front door of the Bai Yuan, and followed behind. It is Li Shiman and Zhang Sunwagu and the others. When I saw an acquaintance, Jiang Feng suddenly said, "Wow, this is your sly plan, isn't it?" When Li Yuan saw it, his teeth were itchy. Jiang Feng said, "Youngster, if you don't want to live, give the title deed to the old man now, and the old man regrets it now." In this way, Jiang Feng was in his arms and shrugged. These little things, youngster is not in charge now. You look at asking Yuao and Jing Xiu to do it. As long as you put your face down, I don't care. Li Yuan rolled the eyes, really didn't expect Jiang Feng to be able to play this hand. Angrily, he waved his hand and held back for a long time. This wedding gift from Lao Tzu from Bai Yuan Garden, but you youngster, you can relax a little bit. Although Bai Yuan gave it to you, I don't like her here. This is the first time Li Yuan has come to Bai Yuan. The reason why I bet Jiang Feng with Jiang Feng was because, on the one hand, he was still arguing with Li Shimin. On the other hand, in his opinion, can this place be better than the Imperial Palace? But today I learn that Jiang Feng actually thought of this place, and he was swaying to move. And he also knew that this youngster had earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was also out of curiosity that I wanted to come and have a look, but didn't expect. This look made Li Yuan regretful and wanted to hammer Li Shimin. Such a good Bai Yuan, you told me earlier. Distressed, but when I thought of the group of old guys on Mount Q, they compared the villa of Mount Q. In the end, Li Yuan could only swallow fiercely. But still pulling Jiang Feng and saying, "Youngster, didn't you agree to Erlang's errand to go to Luosi to build the Eastern Palace? If you have filial piety, go and get me somewhere better than this some villas, otherwise you don't want to see old man hated for this, right?" This is a big move. Speaking of this, it really made Jiang Feng a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly promised, "Lord, don't worry, I'll talk to old Li when I look back on this matter. When the time comes, youngster, designed for you. How about a unique and awesome villa that is guaranteed to be the only one in the world?" Ha ha ha. Vertical bar. Li Yuan hearing this is ha ha said with a big smile, "You still have a conscience in your youngster. This matter is settled. Don't regret it. It's done." While speaking, this one old and one young tick the shouldered her back yelled Wai Zheng and the others to go to play cards. At the door, Yuchi Gong and the others, as well as Yu Shinan and the others notified by Li Shimin, are here. In front of a table set up by Jiang Shan's steward at the gate of the mansion, big eyes staring at small eyes. They really didn't prepare any gifts, but when they heard that Li Yuan actually gave Jiang Feng this Bai Yuan, Everyone was embarrassed. I stared at Li Shimin and called. Li Shimin originally wanted to escape, but this was called by Yushinan and several old guys. He couldn't do it anymore. He could only sigh and untie a jade token from his waist and threw it to the steward. This jade token is bestowed by His Imperial Majesty. It can be exempted from 3 capital crimes. It is regarded as a housewarming for Feng Tsai. This one after another, Jiang Shan almost fainted happily. He grabbed Li Shimin's hand for a long time and couldn't say a word with excitement. In the end, Jiang Shan personally invited him into the Bai Yuan. Noble son Jiang is moving, and Li presents the jade token to avoid death. With the manager's roar, everyone was embarrassed now. Look at me, I look at you, and finally Sayazi went back to get the gift. Originally, I wanted to see what this Bai Yuan was like today. But Li Yuan did it like this. Don't worry. Fortunately, a few National Duke are very close to here, and a few people are missing a few bodies, so they hurried back to the house. We sent a cart of ancient scrolls from Lord's mansion, and a set of carved lacquerware from the Han dynasty. Fang Lord's mansion sent a pair of pictures of Shao Shan. The instrument is moved. Chen Lord. As the gifts were presented, Jiang Shan's mouth trembled. Get rich, ha ha ha, developed. On the other side, Hao Qiujun and the others are worried up. Several of them are Jiang Feng's children. Logically speaking, this should be a gift, but at this time, they were shocked by the heavy gifts of the previous masters. How can I give it away? Looking at the few slings in their hands, a few people silently prepared to leave. At this moment, they encountered Old Scholar and Li Gang coming together. After seeing this scene, Old Scholar scolded, "As the dean's disciple, you should have come here to talk about it. The courtesy is less than the others. The dean of your family still cares about you." A few people hearing this bowed their heads in shame. Li Gang smiled and said, "What are you still doing? If you are not going to set up the banquet, is it because you want your teacher to do it himself?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 947. In the end, Jiang Feng's card could not be played. With the addition of Yu Xinan and the others, a few old guys directly rounded the small lake in the backyard of the villa. The courtyard is divided into the front, middle and back areas. The former sect master needs to be used for the host's office reception, etc. The middle courtyard is the rest and leisure area, and the backyard is where various plants are planted. The rare and exotic plants belong to the owner's private most precious place. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without authorization. The layout of the entire villa is east, south, west, north and center, which has a taste of I Ching and gossip. Although Jiang Feng just wandered around in a hurry, Jiang Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This dam's entire villa occupies at least 1,000 square meters. If this is in the later city of Xian, how much does it cost? Along the way, a team of servant girls hurriedly shuttled through the courtyard carrying a variety of seasonal fruits and vegetables. Basically, Chenan University and Mount Kui had good relationships with people. This couldn't help but make the entire villa instantly add a lot of anger. Why is noble son Jiang here alone on such an important day? When Jiang Feng was stupefied, there was a sound of people in the bones. Letting Jiang Feng I woke up instantly. Looking at Yachiya, Jiang Feng, who is smiling and smiling, clasps his fists. Didn't expect Monsieur is also here. I miss you. Yachiya's aggressive eyes stared at Jiang Feng and said. Jiang Feng was a little surprised for a moment. Yachi smiled bitterly. Monsieur? There are so many men in this world. Why are you? Yachiya also put away the smile on her face, pointing to a grassy area in the forest. The two sat down side by side and said, I know they don't like me, but I really like noble son. I don't know what noble son thinks, but you're really ... I really like noble son. Jiang Feng wanted to talk, but Yachiya blocked his mouth with a small hand, and continued to look sad. Said, you is born like this. If you had known that everyone was afraid of you, you would have destroyed this face with a knife and ruined this pair of covers. But, you also know that women like me have never been able to help themselves. Back then, in Jiangnan, So many prostitutes and rich families were flattering with my beauty. If you didn't have that kind of means, wouldn't it? Can you meet noble son today? Jiang Feng's expression became serious. Think about it, Orpha Yachi. You wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he didn't know what he thought of Yachiya. What thoughts? If he didn't like it, then fucking is absolutely false. But if you say that you like, who doesn't like such a woman? Oh, Jiang Feng sighed. After thinking about it, he put Yachiya in his arms. At that moment, Yachiya was shocked and stiff, but at the moment when she leaned on Jiang Feng's shoulder, Yachiya felt an indescribable relaxation and warmth all over her body. Safety. Yachiya took advantage of Jiang Feng's hand and touched it over and over again. When I first came to Beijing, I didn't know what noble son Jiang looked like. Some people said I could write that. Some of the people in the verse are over 100 years old. And some people say that those who can become great Confucian are basically bad old fogey. But you didn't have a choice. In fact, it was because of noble son Jiang's poem that I was willing to come to Chainan. This is also fate. Let me meet you. You didn't complain about anyone, you the people around you are not wrong. Indeed, if a person is addicted to beauty, his whole life will sink, just like Zhu King like. Yachiya this time I want to say all said. Then left Jiang Feng's shoulders, wiped his tear-stained cheeks and smiled and said, your Bai Yuan is beautiful, really, it can be like this today, you will be content. Tomorrow you may be going back to Jiangnan. And a letter came from home saying that it was Wang Lingnan who sent a matchmaker to be a princess, and I am content with you. While speaking, in Jiang Feng's stunned gaze, Yachi got up, reluctantly let go of Jiang Feng's hand, let go of Jiang Feng's fingers one by one, and then said with a smile, noble son Jiang, destined, goodbye. Don't go. Jiang Feng woke up instantly, grabbed Yachiya's hand with a backhand, got up and hugged her tightly from behind, and said in her ear, give me some time. It's useless. Yachi shook his head with a wry smile. This matter is not something we can decide on our own. You knows what she wants, what I want, you can't give it. I can. Jiang Feng surely growled in Yachiya's earlobe. Yachiya shook her head tremblingly, and a drop of tears fell on the back of Jiang Feng's hand. The things in the world, if you can. Not waiting for Yachiya to finish, Jiang Feng took her and strode towards the backyard where Li Yuan and the others were. Although he still doesn't know whether he loves Yachiya or what he loves, Jiang Feng made up his mind for the first time at this moment. He wanted to keep Yachiya. Although Jiang Feng knew that if he left her, he might lose a lot. But Jiang Feng at least has no regrets at this moment. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 948. Jiang Feng knows that Yachiya's ambition is not small, and he may not be able to control it in the future. But he also knows that at this moment, if Yachiya is really allowed to leave, then he will really not see this woman who will be shocked when he sees it in his life. Jiang Feng suddenly felt that he was reserves a beating. I know that the road ahead is not easy, and I also know the meaning of everyone around him. Although Jiang Feng looks 20 years old at this time, as for the scheming and mind, everyone present is really true. Not necessarily Jiang Feng's opponent. However, Jiang Feng is still a noob when it comes to love. He is also impulsive and knows how to use things. At this moment, when this woman shed tears, he left them all behind. But Yachiya is sober. Just now after learning about Jiang Feng's housewarming, she was very excited, but when she came to the gate of Bai Yuan, she happened to hear Li Yuan's words. At this moment, she knows that her careful thinking may really confuse Jiang Feng, but for his imperial majesty and retired emperor, she is always an 18-year-old girl. Whatever mind, in the eyes of these two people who are playing with imperial power, is so powerless. She is ambitious. As a person, who can be as indifferent to fame and wealth as Jiang Feng? She couldn't do it, especially for her who was held in the palm of her hand in all aspects since she was a child. But after staying at the gate of Bai Yuan for 1 hour, she finally figured it out. At this time, she forcibly broke away Jiang Feng's hand, looked at Jiang Feng and shook her head poignantly. "Elder brother, can I call you like that?" Jiang Feng. I forced myself to calm down and nodded heavily. "Feng, elder brother, I have decided we still have to calm down on this matter. I am going to return to Jiangnan. If you can really join the DPRK as an official one day in the future, we will naturally meet one day." While speaking, Yachiya looked at the sunset, then quietly nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, looking at the sunset and said, "I've always liked power. Maybe this is the reason why everyone around you is not optimistic. So I am going to spend 3 years to give us a preparation to see ourselves clearly. Feng, elder brother, I want to leave Chainan tomorrow. I want to before leaving." Yachiya's cheeks are rarely flushed. Slowly, Yachiya's vermilion lips were lightly tremblingly imprinted on Jiang Feng's lips. Next moment, the two bodies suddenly straightened. "Come with me." At this moment, Yachiya also let go of her restraint, blushing, panting, and pulled Jiang Feng closer to a nearby room. In a room full of debris. Jiang Feng's brain is blank at this time. This is still his first kiss. He doesn't care anymore. He has been desperately thinking about how to locate Yachiya, and if he wants to keep Yachiya by his side. But as a lovable body drill without anything, the moment Jiang Feng entered his arms, Jiang Feng completely lost his mind. On the other side, Jingxiu witnessed all this, but she did not stop her voice. She knew that she had no right to stop Jiang Feng from everything. She could see that Jiang Feng liked her and Yu Ayao, but for this sudden appearance Yachiya, she doesn't know if Jiang Feng is fascinated or what's wrong. But Yachiya's words just shocked her deeply. Yes, in this era, a woman wants to protect herself from a pack of wolves. What if she doesn't have a protective color? Just like she is in Yanlai building. If she hadn't met the old palace lady, what would happen to her? Maybe it has become a plaything, right? Jingxiu, younger sister, have you seen noble son Jiang? At this moment, Jiang Yuiao's anxious and delighted voice is slowly not far behind Jingxiu sounded everywhere. Hearing this, Jingxiu wiped the corners of his eyes quickly, then shook his head and said, "No, it's probably the guests at the entrance to the party." "Oh?" Jiang Yuiao glanced at Jingxiu suspiciously, without thinking about it, pulling Jingxiu and saying, "Li Lord, they want to see you." Saying that they want to hear you play a song and wish you a toast. Jingxiu has sorted out his emotions at this time, and after taking a glance at the room without a trace, he left with Jiang Yuiao. She knew that the farewell at this time was exchanged by Yachiya's life, under the nose of many national dukes such as His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor. If these people knew about it, Yachiya will definitely not be able to return to tomorrow. But Jingxiu still in the heart silently prayed for someone who might be called a sister who hadn't said a few words. The departure of the two women. I also missed all the maids and servants in this courtyard. There is only so much she can do. As for whether there will be an accident, she can only resign. At least his lover will not have an accident. She envied Yachiya very much. If she could have half the courage of Yachiya, it would not be so. She doesn't know what Jiang Feng thinks. To be honest, she really looks forward to how Jiang Feng will face them after this incident. Perhaps not holding hands. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 949. The lights gradually made the originally dimmed by Iyun garden again showing his unique charm. Since Xushi, more than 30 servants of the Baiyun garden have hung lanterns in every corner of the courtyard and trees, and Jiang Feng was also confused by the noise outside. Awakened, looking at the silhouette of Yingying's Yuo outside the door, she just got up, only to find that all the clothes on her body have faded. This suddenly remembered everything just now. I looked around the room anxiously, but found that there was no trace of the girl except for him and the red on a sack beside him. It seems that the girl has never been here again. Jiang Feng looked at the reddish red on the sack a little dull, mixed feelings in his heart. And that impulse also wakes up at this time. Although this kind of drama, he has seen it countless times in TV movies and harem dramas in later generations. And he also knows that this scene appeared on himself. Jiang Feng is a little bit lost, but also a little sad. Is Yachiya really a bad woman? He can't say clearly. But as Yachiya said, a woman, if there is no layer of camouflage, she can maintain a complete body like this, in those Jiangnan gentry circles where fish and dragons mixed in together here. Do you know how to do it? As for the desire for power she expects, she actually wants to give herself something to rely on, that's all. Oh, Zhang Feng deeply sighed. At this time, Zhang Yueyao and Jing Xiu, two women, he didn't know how to face it. Now that something like this happened again, Zhang Feng's head was slowly rising and sore. At this moment, an anxious call faintly sounded outside the door. Have you seen Lord? The banquet is about to begin. Have you seen Lord? Lord, noble son Zhang, noble son Zhang. Zhang Feng sighed, and after tidying up the crime scene, he slipped out of the villa when everyone was not paying attention. At this time, it is really not a matter of thinking about this issue. When he slipped out of the back door, he saw Jing Xiu with a lamp open and stood there. Seeing Zhang Feng coming, he didn't say anything. He silently took Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Did you see it? The lantern in Jing Xiu's hand flickered, but he didn't answer the conversation, just said, she's gone. This is what she left for you. Left when you came out before the cup of tea. I opened the back door for her. Do you mind? While speaking, Jing Xiu suddenly turned around. His eyes were a little misty under the light of the lights. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look crazy. Can't help but hug Jing Xiu's waist, look at the familiar and unfamiliar face, and whisper, thank you. Zhang Feng didn't look at it. That letter is not the time at this time. After hugging Jing Xiu, the two returned to normal again, bypassing the backyard, and the noise gradually increased. Zhang Sanchong, who was pulling Yachi buggy wrangling, saw the two appearing, and his eyes lit up. Yo, Feng Tsai is here. This roar instantly made the presence present. Many people are deeply sighed in relief. This guy hasn't seen him for an hour. Although I don't know what he's doing, as the host, it's always a bit unsatisfactory to do so. But the people who can come here are closely related to Zhang Feng. Obviously, he didn't care about Zhang Feng at all. Those who each minding their own business had already picked up the wine and meat and shouted, Feng Tsai, come and sit. Li Yuan smiled and waved to Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng slowed down and punched everyone. Said, I didn't take care of it well. I just happened to have a lot of inspiration. Watching the sunset, I couldn't help writing a new poem by accident. People who can come are everyone in the literary world, or it is a high-ranking official, who is actually composing poems when Zhang Feng just heard it. Although some people are puzzled, most people can't help but be attracted by the poems written by Zhang Feng. Although Li Yuan has doubts, he doesn't want to disturb Zhang Feng anymore, saying, why don't you come here if you have good poems? Do you want to wait for old man and the others? Please don't make it. Zhang Feng faintly smiled, motioned to Li Yuan to be anxious, and then, in the eyes of everyone in surprise, doubt and even some jealousy, asked Qiuya to bring in a jar of white wine. After drinking head to head, Zhang Feng looked at the faintly shining western skyline road. The light is slanted and the clouds are thin and yet to return. Jiang Hongming drinks from afar. The rain falls and the gorge flies. The mallard goose finally goes high, and Xun Feng feels fat. Autumn equinox is still there, and the bamboo dew is slightly in the evening. A poem, that's all. In an instant, everyone was silent for a while, and then the 30-odd people sitting in the front yard suddenly heard loud exclamations one after another. Even Yu Xinan got up with excitement and asked almost at the same time, youngster, this poem is really just written by you. Why did you do it? Why did people do it? Zhang Feng glanced at the sunset with complicated eyes. I did it yesterday, I did it before, I did it for the ancients. Is it happy to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new? Several people are a little suspicious. No one understands the meaning of poetry better than them. Li Shiman faintly sighed, shook his head and said, good poem. Come on, everyone toast to Zhang Feng's poem. Feng Tsai, this poem is not bad. But I think Feng Tsi's last sentence is better. Farewell to the old and welcome the new. Isn't it what great Tang needs most at this time? Farewell to yesterday's unhappiness, We are about to move as Jiang Feng today. To get rid of yesterday's unhappiness, we need to look towards a brand new tomorrow. Such curiosity, isn't it happy? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 950. Be surrounded by Li Shimin. Everyone who was present at the scene immediately admired Jiang Feng's ability to learn. Jiang Feng just smiled, and while people were not paying attention, he kept his ears in Li Qian's ears, and while toasting, he said, "Immediately copy this poem and give it to you. If you are the brother, help me once. Jiang Feng owes you a favor." Li Chengqian sighed. "Leave without saying anything." Others may not know what Jiang Feng did just now, but as the old fox elders like Crown Prince and Wei Zheng present, how can they not know what Jiang Feng did? But they also heard what Jiang Feng means from this poem. This is a farewell. The dinner party officially began in a poem by Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng may also be drunk, or he may still be caught in the distress of Yachiya's parting. With a big wave, Jiang Shan secretly let Jiang Yuao, Jingxiu and the two daughters hide the liquor, took them all out. The angry Jiang Shan's face changed. But in Cheng Chumo's whisper, Jiang Shan excitedly pulled Cheng Chumo's brotherly shouted, "Why don't you drink? Do you have to wait for these people to finish drinking? I have had 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food." It wasn't until the sound of the gong sounded from 911 p.m. that everyone left in anguish, and more people lived in Jiang Feng's villa. Anyway, there are many rooms here. Even if you live with 100 people, you can still live. In Jiang Feng's living room, Li Yuan and Jiang Shan are sitting in the first place. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng and the others are sipping tea slowly, and Jiang Yuao and Jingxiu are 2 women. I pour tea and water for everyone over and over again. Yu Xinan and the others who looked straight at it were nodded again and again. Okay, you 2 are mistress in this villa anyhow. Let the subordinates do all these things. Sit down, and the old man has something to say. Li Yuan waved his hand and motioned for the 2 to sit down. After looking around, Li Yuan said, "The housewarming of Bai Yuan is settled. Although it is a bit rushed, this is the residence of the 16 kings. We can't be too ostentatious. But, this one is there." Jiang Feng said silently, "Isn't my little tavern a family?" Li Yuan smiled contemptuously. "Do you see which businessman lives in the store? You are a person of identity anyway. Don't you feel embarrassed if you wronged your 2 women?" Hearing this, Jiang Feng had to surrender. Li Yuan continued, "So I decided, when the academy opens, the marriage will be settled. This can be considered to give you Iao and Jingxiu an identity. Otherwise you say you don't care. But the world, what do you think?" Jiang Feng opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. "Yes, you have the final say." Li Yuan thought he hadn't seen Jiang Feng's unwillingness to say. "You and 2 of the academy's industry basically know about it. Last time you went up the mountain, you should all understand the meaning." While speaking, Li Yuan took a meaningful look at Old Scholar and said, "Brother, don't you think?" Old Scholar didn't raise his eyelids, just clicked nodded. For Feng Zai, he should be the master himself, but this supplementary class has no owner for a day, so the old man thinks, these outsiders should not be mixed in. After all, the day is the youngster himself in the past. Too much mixing will lose your identity. Old Scholar's words made Li Yuan's face sink slightly. Does this mean that he has mixed Jiang Feng and Yachiya? Old Scholar really means this. Jiang Feng, this youngster is a mess, but he is a thief. As for Yachiya, when he was in Chenan University, he has often asked, who is the person at Chenan University? It is Chenan's stubbornness, and Chenan's second-generation officials, who know these things better than anyone. The reason why he didn't stand up clearly, on the one hand, wanted to see what Jiang Feng meant. He didn't want Jiang Feng to regret coming to his age, and he naturally heard the flavor of the poem just now, turning off the topic and asking, "Feng Zai, does the poem just now have a poem?" Sunny late. Jiang Feng said the 5-character quatrains of poetic Saint Du Fu without even thinking about it. Old Scholar nodded. Then he said, "Good poetry. but there are some things it is not too late to do it at this time. Once something is missed, it can only be spent a lifetime to regret it. So, before doing anything, you have to think about it. Liu An couldn't help but get even more angry. Coldly said, "Brother, please tell me in the room. The old man has something to tell you. After all, you are also the elder of Fengzai. Let's talk about it." "Well, Lord Jiang, do you mind?" "Where does Jiang Shan dare to mind?" At this time, the chill in the two words made him trembling in fear. Nodded busy. Jiang Feng opened his mouth, and finally sat down at the sign of Li Shimin. As soon as the two of them entered the house, Li Shimin said, "It's getting late, I have to go back, and I'll come back and talk another day." While speaking, "Take it with you." Zhang Sunwagu and Li Tai, who made faces and shouted at Jiang Feng, left. As soon as Li Shimin left, Wei Zheng and the others also hurriedly bid farewell. As for Yu Xinan and the others, they just patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder slowly, and followed Jiang Shan to their guest room. At this time, in the living room, the lights are shaking, and again only Jiang Feng and the two women are left. Unfortunately, both of them became nervous. This conversation is clearly aimed at them.